Chapter 151, Difficulties. League Commander, is this spiritual attack related to the power of the mind? Xia Qiang asked in confusion. Yes, this is an attack method I have developed based on the power of the mind. It has miraculous effect on people whose power of the mind is far weaker than mine. Xia Chenjiun nodded, and he followed. But you don't need to think too much. My spiritual power is about 1,000 times stronger than the normal 9th level evolver of the Sun Realm. I have just used 1/10 of my power, but it only slightly affects you. Even if others master this kind of attack method, it is generally impossible to affect you. Understood. Xia Qiang nodded and felt a little relieved. Although there was a flaw in her ability, the conditions were extremely harsh. Although Xia Qiang didn't know what the mental power that was thousands of times stronger than the normal 9th level of the Sun Realm meant, the 9th level of the Sun Realm alone was already a very terrifying existence, let alone 1,000 times stronger. This shows that her abilities are still invincible within a certain range. At this time, Xia Ji asked, League Commander, you have also seen my sister's ability. When will we set out to deal with the Bra people? Hearing this, a trace of thought appeared on Xia Chenjiun's face. After pondering, he said to the two, my sister, Qian Nan, knocked on the badger model, but you still think about war too simply. You two come with me. Xia Chenjiun didn't say much, he stood up and walked out. Seeing this, Xia Qiang and Xia Ji did not hesitate, but quickly followed. After a moment, Xia Chenjiun brought the two of them to a combat room, where there was a huge virtual projection. The center of the virtual projection is the Shenting star, and the surrounding is the starry sky of the universe. However, around the Shenting star, there are red light spots that are constantly flashing. Did you see these light spots around you? These are the locations of the Brahmin warships I led to fight back and discovered. They were scattered around the Divine Court Star, and they tightly wrapped the entire Divine Court Star. Xia Chenjiun followed and said. And these are actually just some frigates. The Brahmin must have more frigates arranged around them. As for their main ship, the current Shenting star, is blind. We cannot detect its main ship. Where is? Hearing this, Xia Qiang and Xia Ji were stunned. He couldn't even find the main ship's position, so how could he enter it? Can you draw the main ship out? Xia Qiang asked. Can. Xia Chenjiun nodded. Upon hearing this, Xia Qiang and Xia Ji were immediately delighted, but Xia Chenjiun followed and said, but only if I take all my strength can I have hope of exposing their main ship to their location. League Commander, you should not go out easily. Xia Ji said quickly. In reality, Xia Chenjiun died at the hands of the Brahmin in order to cover up the people who escaped from the God Court Star. If he really attracted attention this time, the possibility of death would definitely be quite high. If Xia Chenjiun really has an accident, who will deal with the Bra people? The Third Legion, are there no other strong people? Where is the warship? Xia Qiang asked. My adjutant is the guy who brought you here. Xia Chenjiun said. This kid is pretty good. He is already at the 7th level of the Sun Realm before he is less than 100 years old. But if he leaves the Divine Court Star alone, he will be reluctant to deal with a frigate. As for the warships, the main ships of our Third Legion and most of the frigates were stagnated in the orbit of the outer periphery of the Divine Court star. Unfortunately, before we could react, they were destroyed in an instant. Now the Divine Court star is still intact, with only 2 ordinary frigates. Xia Chenjiun shook his head and said, "Actually, even if the main ship is still there, it's useless. The difference between our warships and the Brahmin is too big. Not to mention the remaining 2 frigates, they are what I plan to use to send some people to escape from the God Court star. For war, it is to die." This. Xia Qiang and Xia Ji were both silent, and it sounded like they were incomprehensible. "But, don't be discouraged." Xia Chenjiun suddenly smiled. "If we had to escape in this war before you appeared, but now, I have at least 50% chance of winning. You go and rest first, I will come up with a feasible plan as soon as possible. At that time, I will trouble you." "Good." Xia Qiang nodded, and Xia Chenjiun's words made her understand that they had indeed thought it was simple before. And such professional matters should be left to professional Xia Chenjiun to consider. Xia Chenjiun quickly arranged for someone to take Xia Qiang and the others to leave the war room. At this time, Xia Chenjiun looked at their left backs, but a trace of inexplicable expression flashed in her eyes. Xia Qiang's ability is really strange. Generally speaking, even a starry sky level evolver is difficult to have such ability. Accidentally obtained? What unexpectedly can you obtain such ability? Xia Chenjiun thought in his heart, and suddenly, a thought that scared him. Impossible, impossible. Xia Chenjiun shook his head and threw this idea behind his mind. No matter how Xia Qiang's ability came about, dealing with Bra people is the most critical thing now. On the other side. After leaving the war room, Xia Qiang and Xia Ji were also communicating with the evidence of evolution. "Sister, do you think our ancestors can come up with a solution in the end?" Xia Ji asked. "How do I know? But even if we fail in the end, we can complete this virtual realm mission, so there is nothing to worry about," Xia Qiang said. "Don't be so pessimistic. Do we have to take the initiative to do something?" Xia Ji said thoughtfully. Of course, although she wanted to do something, in this situation, with her ability, there seemed to be nothing she could do. However, the speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. After hearing Xia Ji's words, Xia Qiang seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stopped the person who Xia Chenjiun ordered to take them to rest. "Is there anything wrong?" the man asked very politely. Xia Chenjiun specifically instructed that these 2 guests were distinguished guests, so he naturally did not dare to neglect them. "Can you help us check if there is an evolutionist named Shen Fei in the current base?" Xia Qiang asked with a smile. "This is a trivial matter, of course it's okay." The man agreed very happily, and he didn't think much about it. He only thought that this Shen Fei was a relative who was separated from Xia Qiang's sudden attack in the previous Bra people. "Sister, why are you looking into whether there are people called Shen Fei doing?" Xia Ji asked in a daze. Of course, Shen Fei still remembers it, and his impression is not very shallow, but now he is in the virtual world, what does it have to do with him? "I seemed to have seen him before." Xia Qiang said with some uncertainty. If it is an ordinary virtual realm world, I believe it. However, this virtual realm world was specially selected by the family for us, and it is the extremely rare initial virtual realm world. I have said it long ago, and it is difficult to have extra virtual realm tickets. Xia Ji shook his head repeatedly. What if? Xia Qiang said calmly. Sometimes Shen Fei is reckless, but his mind is very smart. Maybe he can come up with a solution. Besides, he also has the talent of the virtual realm, which may be helpful. Tisk, sister, you are very confident in this person. Xia Ji tisk. That's right. Xia Qiang didn't say much. She actually had a try-and-see attitude. In this situation, no matter how smart she is, it is useless. Chapter 152 Meeting. In the base thousands of kilometers underground, Shen Fei, Jin Xiaoxiao and Chen Cheng were staying in a room about 30 square meters. The three of them sat around a metal round table, chatting happily. Of course, it is mainly because Shen Fei and Jin Xiaoxiao are very interested in Chen Cheng, a guy who will live for 80,000 years in the future, so the topics they chat about are always inadvertently directed to each other. During the conversation, Shen Fei and Jin Xiaoxiao also discovered a shocking fact: Chen Cheng's future the strong man actually broke through the Sun realm at the third level of the new moon. And now he is only at the second level of the Sun realm. Moreover, Chen Cheng also bluntly stated that his evolutionary talent is not very good, and his real strength is actually not much different from the second level of the ordinary Sun realm. In other words, it is at the level of Durgv and Kavitana. The reason why Chen Cheng was so powerful before was because he had extremely powerful spiritual power, and he also mastered the skills of using the power of the mind to increase speed and power. Your strength is so strong, your spiritual power can increase by at least several times the power speed, right? If you have such powerful spiritual power, at least you should wait until the fourth level of the new moon to break through. Shen Fei looked at Chen Cheng with some confusion. The stronger the strength of the same spiritual power, the smaller the increase. Not counting the attribute bonus, Shen Fei's basic foundation after using the transformation of the wilderness god should be at least 5 or 6 times weaker than Chen Cheng. After a period of meditation, his current increase in the power of his mind has changed from 10% to 30%. Chen Cheng's foundation is so much higher than him, and his spiritual power is terrifying, which shows that this guy's spiritual power is at least 20 or 30 times stronger than him. Isn't it simple to break through the fourth level of the crescent moon with this intensity? Yes, I regret it too. Chen Cheng smiled bitterly and said, but before I break through, I can't control the power of my mind. Once I break through, I will not only get started quickly, but also make progress quite fast. What do you think I can do? Meng Qingxian Gu Gang. Jin Xiaoxiao looked at Chen Cheng with an sigh. It was hard for her to imagine that the director of the General Law Enforcement Administration had such an unlucky experience in reality. Brother Chen, don't panic, I believe you will definitely become a peak powerhouse in the future. Shen Fei comforted him. Although according to some information he saw from the website of the Virtual Realm Law Enforcement Officer, the Sun realm that breaks through the third level of the new moon is generally difficult to become stronger, and its future prospects are far inferior to those of the fourth level of the new moon and the fifth level of the new moon. Chen Cheng is different. He will really become a peak strongman in the future. Otherwise, how can you become the director of the General Administration of Law Enforcement? You should know that the Law Enforcement Bureau is a violent department and the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, how can it not be strong? Actually, I didn't think about how strong it is. Living safely and protecting order in one area is my biggest dream. Chen Cheng said with a smile. Brother Chen has good ambitions. Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao looked at each other and nodded in their hearts at the same time. No wonder this guy can live to 80,000 years later, it's so arduous. The three of them continued to chat, and suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Is there news so soon? Shen Fei stood up with some confusion and opened the door. Three figures caught his eye. Except for a man in military uniform who didn't recognize him, the rest of the two made Shen Fei feel familiar. No, it doesn't look familiar, but it's really familiar. You. Shen Fei looked at the two people in front of him, and a hint of astonishment appeared on his face. Isn't these Xia Kaiyang sisters? How could they be here? At this time, Xia Kaiyang and Xia Ji looked at Shen Fei who was opening the door, and felt a little astonishment in their hearts. Although it is not possible to find an evolutionist named Shen Fei in this space, but now Shen Fei really appears in front of them. Especially Xia Ji, she has always been sure that Shen Fei would never appear in this virtual world. Miss Xiao Xiao, come here. Shen Fei turned his head and shouted at Jin Xiao Xiao. What's up? Jin Xiao Xiao asked a little strangely, but she did not hesitate, but got up and walked over. However, before he could reach the door, Jin Xiao Xiao saw the two familiar figures through the gap. Sister Jin. Xia Ji also saw Jin Xiao Xiao, and she immediately said hello. Xia Ji had known that Jin Xiao Xiao and Shen Fei were teammates for a long time, and Shen Fei had both appeared, so it was no surprise that Jin Xiao Xiao appeared here. However, Xia Kaiyang was not aware of this. When she saw Jin Xiao Xiao, she naturally immediately recognized Jin Xiao Xiao as the mother Xia Ji took her to meet before, the young lady of the super strong man. Why is she here? Xia Kaiyang was a little surprised, but she did not ask directly, but smiled. I didn't expect that I could see Miss Jin here. I didn't expect to see you here. Jin Xiao Xiao was the one who recovered from calmness the fastest, and she said. Come in and talk. Sister Jin, I'm really curious. Why are you in this virtual world? You have to tell me well. Xia Ji was not polite at all. She smiled and walked forward, grabbed Jin Xiaoxiu's hand and walked inside. I also want to know how you came from. Jin Xiaoxiu's voice was a little strange. On the other side. After Xia Kaiyang spoke to the person who brought them here, she also walked in. However, when passing by Shen Fei, she couldn't help but whisper to Shen Fei, Brother Shen Fei really makes me look at him with admiration. He actually knows a young lady like Jin Xiao Xiao. No, I am far from your identity as Sister Xia Kaiyang. Shen Fei smiled and said with some meaning. Xia Kaiyang didn't say anything more, she quickly walked in, and Shen Fei also closed the door with his backhand. After a moment, you guys talk first. I'm a little tired. Go and have a rest. Chen Cheng was very keenly aware that there was something to say, so he found a bad reason and prepared to avoid it. Brother Chen, take a rest. Shen Fei was not polite, but instead told him to rest for a while. Chen Cheng nodded stiffly. Damn, this guy is really not polite at all. This person seems familiar. Xia Ji looked at Chen Cheng's back as he left and asked strangely. He's called Chen Cheng. Jin Xiao Xiao said. Chen Cheng. Xia Ji was stunned for a while, then his face changed slightly as if he had thought of something. However, he is not the point. After all, this is the divine court star 80,000 years ago. Jin Xiao Xiao wrapped her arms around her chest and said. The key is, how did you come to this virtual world? This is a long story. Chapter 153 I'll solve this. No one said much about how many people came to this virtual world, but they just explained it briefly. However, Jin Xiao Xiao finally understood that it was not a coincidence to meet the two sisters Xia Ji and Xia Qiang in the city of Subaru, Muo that day, but to plan to enter this virtual world. Of course, Xia Qiang and Xia Ji had the same thoughts in their hearts. With Xia Qiang's talent in the virtual realm, this mission in the virtual realm world seems to be not difficult for you. What are you two doing here? Shen Fei quickly discovered the problem and asked at the same time. Shen Fei, a doctor, was stunned, and the man was stunned, but Xia Qiang suddenly opened her mouth to interrupt her. We are here to defeat the Brahmin. Xia Qiang said. Defeat the Bra. In an instant, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao were both attracted by this sentence. Especially Shen Fei, even a guy like him who likes dog heads, has never thought of defeating the Bra people. Xia Qiang and Xia Ji have such courage? Can you use your Void Realm talent to send the strong men of the Third Legion into the Brahmins' warships to defeat them? Shen Fei's head was spinning rapidly, which was the only possibility he could think of. In fact, we have met the commander of the Third Legion, but the matter is not as simple as we thought. Xia Qiang quickly explained the matter. So, is there really hope to defeat the Bra people? Jin Xiao Xiao looked at Xia Qiang with some surprise. Is this the talent of the virtual realm? It's simply incredible. A normal new moon realm evolver, I guess I can't even think about this kind of thing, but Xia Qiang relies on his talent in the virtual realm to turn decay into magic. Too outrageous. Sister Jin, you have mastered a lot of advanced knowledge 80,000 years later. Is there any way to find out the main ship of the Brahmin? Xia Ji suddenly asked with some expectations. Although Xia Qiang advocated to come to find Shen Fei this time and wanted to ask Shen Fei if there was any solution, Xia Ji was more willing to believe Jin Xiao Xiao. What do you think I am? This kind of interstellar war is not a house. I don't even know what the Brahmin depends on to hide. How could I crack their technology? Jin Xiao Xiao said speechlessly. Really illiterate. But Sister Jin, you are a famous genius. Xia Ji smiled and said, if you think about it carefully, maybe there is a way. There is no way, but there is no way. Besides, even if I really have a way, there is no time. Jin Xiao Xiao said. According to history, the Brahmin will destroy the God Court Star in 3 days. It's been more than half a day now, right? Is there really nothing I can do? No. Shen Fei felt a little strange when he listened to the conversation between the two. Is Jin Xiao Xiao still a famous genius? I didn't see it a little. However, last time in the world of Falling Sky, Jin Xiao Xiao hand-knitted a detector, which seemed quite amazing. Shen Fei had thought that this was something the aristocrats learned more, but that was just a normal manifestation, but the result was that Jin Xiao Xiao was unique. Of course, Shen Fei didn't think much about it. As the two of them were talking, he suddenly coughed dryly. I think this matter can be solved by me. Shen Fei said in a deep voice, and in an instant, 3 somewhat surprised eyes focused on him. Brother Shen Fei, do you have a solution? Xia Qiang asked immediately. She came to Shen Fei this time and just wanted to give it a try. In fact, she really didn't have much hope. As a result, Shen Fei really had a solution. I can lead out the main ship of the Brahmin. Shen Fei said. How do you lead? Jin Xiao Xiao was a little surprised. According to her understanding of Shen Fei could not have such ability. If Shen Fei left the Divine Court Star alone, he would be instantly promoted by the Brahmin. Miss Xiao Xiao, my Void Realm talent should be able to act on the spaceship. As long as I drive the 3rd Legion's frigate away from the Divine Court Star myself, the ordinary frigates of the Bra people should not do anything to me, and their main ships are naturally very likely to appear. Shen Fei said in a deep thought. In fact, Shen Fei can be sure that his abilities can be used on the spacecraft. After all, in reality, he has tried it once on a news spacecraft. The effect is outstanding. At this moment, the moment Shen Fei finished speaking, a look of shock appeared on Jin Xiao Xiao and Xia Qiang's faces, who knew his abilities. Can your abilities be used on the spaceship? You're not kidding. Jin Xiao Xiao asked in disbelief. Even if it is something that is unreasonable in itself, it is too outrageous. Xia Qiang's Void Realm talent just gave her a critical hit. Shen Fei did it again, right? Although I haven't tried it, I'm 90% sure. Shen Fei's eyes hung pointed. Let's go to see Xia Chenjiun. Xia Qiang immediately stood up and said something impatiently. I haven't finished speaking yet. I'll be used as bait. You have to follow me, otherwise I will die. Shen Fei said immediately. Although his defense attributes are as high as more than 50 points, the frigate of the 3rd Legion itself is far weaker than the Brahmin warship. Even if it is strengthened 50 times, it will not be very strong. If he can't stop the attack of the Brahmin main ship, wouldn't he be dead? Without Xia Qiang following him, he couldn't let it go. If you really have that ability, Xia Chenjiun, and I can stay on the warship with you. Xia Qiang's head was running rapidly and immediately proposed an effective plan. When Shen Fei heard this, he nodded understandingly. In that case, even if the warship was blown up by the Brahmin, Xia Qiang could save him, and at the same time, she would not delay her from taking Xia Chenjiun into the Brahmin's main ship. Then it's okay. Let's go see Xia Chenjiun. Shen Fei stood up with a little energetic spirit. He thought that he would be chased away by the Bra people as a dog in this virtual world, but now he has the chance to fight back. How could he not be moved? What's more, there should be many dog heads in each of the Bra frigates, right? If he blows up several frigates with his own hands. Dog head, a lot of dog heads. Shen Fei's eyes were shining, and he couldn't wait to pull Xia Qiang out. Sister Jin, your teammate is obviously quite normal in reality. Why does something look a little wrong in the virtual world? Xia Ji looked at Jin Xiao with some strangeness. That's how he is. Jin Xiao nodded with emotion. Shen Fei is indeed serious in reality and does not cause trouble at all. But once he reaches the virtual realm, he will liberate himself, which can be said to be very outrageous. Let's go, let's follow, and take a look. Jin Xiao and Xia Ji didn't say much, and the two of them quickly got up and followed. Chapter 154 Frigate 009. What kind of dog head is this? This was the first thought that flashed through Shen Fei's mind after seeing Xia Chenjiun. It was a big and shiny dog head. The dog head was as crystal clear as a crystal dog head, but it was filled with light containing countless colors, and looked extremely dazzling. Shen Fei subconsciously swallowed, and gave the dog's head a name in his heart. Colorful dog head. It is definitely an existence far above the crystal dog head. Shen Fei, Shen Fei. Xia Qiang's voice suddenly rang in Shen Fei's ears, and he suddenly came back to his senses. Well, I just thought of something, sorry. Shen Fei coughed dryly, and quietly moved his gaze from Xia Chenjiun's head to other places. Xia Chenjiun certainly felt Shen Fei's gaze just now, but he didn't say much, but asked directly. Xia Qiang tells me that you also have special abilities, and can you help us pull out the main ship of the Brahmin? Yes, Commander of the Legion. If my special abilities are applied to the spacecraft, the performance of the spacecraft will be greatly improved. At that time, ordinary Brahmin frigates cannot deal with me, and their main ship will naturally be dispatched. Shen Fei explained briefly. When Xia Chenjiun heard this, a trace of thought suddenly appeared on his face. Improving the performance of the spacecraft out of thin air sounds like the use of the power of the mind, but not to mention the technique of applying the power of the mind to external objects is quite difficult, even he is still in the exploratory stage. The key is, to significantly improve the performance of such a large-scale object as the entire warship, how huge spiritual power is needed to support it. Are you sure you can do it? Xia Chenjiun looked at Shen Fei. You will know it after a try. Shen Fei nodded confidently. With Xia Qiang's previous example, Xia Chenjiun's acceptance of Shen Fei's special abilities has also increased a lot. Shen Fei asked for an attempt, but Xia Chenjiun did not hesitate much and directly took everyone onto an aircraft. Although the aircraft is not a spacecraft, it can also be slightly verified of Shen Fei's ability. The result shocked Xia Chenjiun. Under Shen Fei's control, a small aircraft exploded at a speed far beyond its limit. The key is that at that speed, a normal aircraft would definitely not be able to withstand it, and it is possible to disintegrate directly. But the aircraft driven by Shen Fei is still extremely stable as a whole, and it can easily withstand the huge pressure under ultra-high speed flight. At this point, Xia Chenjiun had no doubts about Shen Fei's ability. He brought Shen Fei, Xia Qiang, Jin Xiao Xiao and others back to the base, and at the same time came to a huge space below the base. Here, two behemoths of more than 10 kilometers were stagnant. At this time, everyone stood in a translucent corridor, overlooking the two giants below from top to bottom. Xia Chenjiun said, "These are the only two remaining frigates, the numbers are 009 and 010. I have been hiding them here just in case. Fortunately, I made preparations in advance. Although it's just a frigate, it's also a real warship." Shen Fei looked at the two giants below and sighed in his heart. No matter how primitive the gun is, it is also a gun, which must be much better than a fire stick. 80,000 years ago, the warship was definitely far from comparable to the real warships of the future empire, but it was no match for a new small broken spaceship. Shen Fei couldn't wait to drive this spaceship to experience it. Let's go down and take a look," Xia Chenjiun said, and then he took everyone onto the No. 009 spacecraft and arrived in the main control room of the spacecraft. This main control room is quite wide, with a diameter of 500 meters alone, and looks like a small square. This is the attack system, this is the main control system, this is the defense system. Xia Chenjiun knew everything as he knew. He introduced Shen Fei to various systems, and finally, he said, "Although this ship is just a frigate, the main control room alone requires at least 100 people to control it. Therefore, if you want to drive this warship alone, we need to do two things. First, you have to learn all the control skills in a short time. Second, we need to make some changes to it. Make it so that all operations are concentrated together for your convenience." When Shen Fei heard this, he nodded immediately. Yes, such a huge warship is indeed not comparable to a new spaceship. In particular, various control systems are still separate. Shen Fei has only one person. No matter how much he wants to control this warship alone, he must concentrate these control systems together. Of course, if he is a normal person, even if he is a centralized system, he will not be able to operate all systems alone. But Shen Fei is an evolutionist, and his hand speed and reaction speed are not comparable to ordinary people. It is completely possible for him to do it. You don't need to worry about transforming warships. I will immediately call on all the engineers in the base to carry out the transformation. The key is, can you learn all the driving skills in a short time? Xia Chenjiun looked at Shen Fei. League Commander, I dare not say that I have reached the level of perfection, but I have the confidence to master it quickly. Shen Fei said directly. His 50-fold understanding is not in vain. It was the first time he came into contact with a new spaceship last time, but it was able to drive in less than a minute. And you always thought he was an old driver. This warship may be more complicated, but he also has more time to learn. Shen Fei is confident and it is no problem to master the skills in a short period of time. What's more, if the performance of the spacecraft is crushed, it's enough to drive it, and there is no need for any fancy things like skills. Upon hearing this, Xia Chenjiun nodded. He could only believe Shen Fei in this matter. Since Shen Fei said he was confident, there was nothing to say. Let's start doing it. However, just as Xia Chenjiun was about to go back and arrange, suddenly, Jin Zioxio's voice sounded, "Legislature Commander, I can help with some places when renovating this warship." You. Xiao Chenjiun turned his head and looked at Jin Xiao Xiao. He had a very shallow impression of Jin Xiao Xiao, but he didn't expect the other party to speak at this time. You have special abilities, too? Xiao Chenjiun asked in a pondering manner. No, I just know some technology. Jin Xiao Xiao said. League Commander, Sister Jin doesn't only know a little bit, she is very awesome. Xiao Ji spoke immediately. Okay, you're the one. Xiao Chenjiun nodded. Although Jin Xiao Xiao looked very immature and didn't look like she could transform a warship, since she proposed it, it would be okay to ask her to try it. If Jin Xiao Xiao doesn't work, he doesn't need to speak, and those engineers won't let her do it randomly. At this time, Jin Xiao Xiao just nodded and said nothing. In fact, in her opinion, this broken warship is too backward in many places, and it can have better results with a slight transformation. That's why she couldn't help but propose to participate in the warship transformation. If those places don't change for a moment, Jin Xiao Xiao feels that she will be in trouble for the next month. Chapter 155 First Battle First Kill. Xiao Chenjiun was very efficient, and he quickly found 7 or 8 teachers with rich experience in flying warships for Shen Fei to teach him many Tun classes. As for the transformation of the warships, it is also in progress. In fact, the transformation of the warship this time does not involve the overall situation, but only makes some adjustments to the control end, so the transformation speed is not slow and is expected to be completed in about a day. Time flies so fast, and in a blink of an eye, it has been a day and a half. The transformation that is expected to be completed in one day has been delayed to 1.5 days, mainly because Jin Xiao Xiao has changed more things. At this time, outside the battleship, Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao Xiao, who was a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Miss Xiao Xiao, I think those engineers are going to eat you. If you really can't do it, just reveal something to them." It's not that easy. The designs I made have theoretical foundations. They are not on the same path as me. Even if I really teach them, they won't understand. Jin Xiao Xiao snorted, and she followed. Besides, this is just the virtual world, and it's useless to teach them. It's true. Shen Fei nodded. Indeed, this is not real history. When they leave, the virtual world will end. Even if Jin Xiao Xiao really leaves advanced knowledge, it will be useless. By the way, Miss Xiao Xiao, you have been in the spaceship for the past half day. Chen Nai said, Chen Cheng is gone. Shen Fei suddenly said. Leave. Jin Xiao Xiao was slightly stunned, and she asked immediately, did you pass through the virtual realm? Yes. Shen Fei nodded. Although we have the hope of defeating the Brahmin now, Xiao Chenjiun obviously did not put all hope in this operation. He still made preparations. In addition to sending away a group of evolvers through the virtual realm, the other frigate No 010 was also full of people. This warship will fly away while we were fighting with the Brahmin. This Legion commander is really reliable in doing things. Jin Xiao Xiao sighed, this kind of strong and reliable person actually died 80,000 years ago. Chen Cheng is still just an ordinary sun realm, and he will become a top powerhouse in 80,000 years. What if Xia Qinjiun lived to 80,000 years later? It's very reliable, but Shen Fei said confidently, I won't lose. Anyway, I have done everything I should do, and it depends on yours next. Jin Xiao Xiao muttered. Leave it to me. Shen Fei smiled slightly, and he didn't say anything more, but turned around and walked towards the No. 009 battleship. After a while, Shen Fei came to the newly renovated main control room. At this time, there is only a separate console left in the main control room, and all operations can be completed here. In addition to the console, there is also a tall figure leaning against it, as if it is thinking about something quietly. This is naturally Xia Qiang. Hearing the movement, Xia Qiang looked up and found that it was Shen Fei. She smiled and said, Brother Shen Fei has a good relationship with Miss Jin. She has been chatting for so long. Yeah, that's okay. Shen Fei came to sit next to the control console. He quickly became familiar with various control steps, and then asked, Where is Xia Qinjiun? I guess I'm still arranging what happened after he left the Divine Court Star. Xia Qiang said casually. It seems like I'll have to wait a while. Shen Fei forced himself to calm down. Although a large number of dog heads were right in front of him, he also understood that Brahman was not a vegetarian. If he was careless, he might be in trouble. Shen Fei glanced at Xia Qiang, and he suddenly smiled and said, Did Sister Xia Qiang master the power of the soul? No. Xia Qiang shook her head helplessly, she could be said to have no idea. I have a plan. Should Sister Xia Qiang listen? Shen Fei suddenly asked. Oh. Xia Qiang's eyes lit up. You think, a strong man of Xia Qinjiun's level is quite rare everywhere, and his understanding of the power of the mind must be extraordinary. Shen Fei smiled and said. When we eliminate the Bra people this time, you can take the opportunity to ask Xia Qinjiun to give you some advice. You don't seem to have the same status as your sister. It's still rare for you to give such a strong man, right? If you don't say it, I really didn't think about it. Xia Qiang nodded suddenly. Xia Qinjiun once said that his spiritual power is thousands of times stronger than the normal 9th level evolver of the Sun realm. His spiritual power is so powerful, which shows that he is very good at this aspect. I guess, even if it is an empire in reality, there will not be many such people. Xia Qinjiun's guidance is definitely precious. I just said casually. It's not certain whether Xia Qinjiun agrees. Shen Fei smiled slightly. In fact, he was also trying to get into Xia Qinjiun's idea. He finally met such a strong man and gained a lot of favorable feelings. How could he not pay attention to it? This is it. Xia Qiang fell into deep thought. She was thinking about how to impress Xia Qinjiun later. If I really defeat the Bra people this time, I will teach you everything I want to learn. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, Xia Qinjiun walked into the main control room. Shen Fei and Xia Qiang looked at each other, and the two of them felt a little embarrassed. What a good man, their conspiracy was actually heard by the main owner. Legislative Commander. Xia Qiang wanted to explain, but Shen Fei suddenly spoke, "Then let's thank the Legion commander in advance. This is all a trivial matter." Xia Chenjiun walked to the main console and said in a deep voice. "Next, the fate of the entire Divine Court Star will be on the three of us, let's start." "Good." When Shen Fei heard this, his face became solemn. He followed the steps he had learned before and began to start the battleship step by step. In this process, Xia Chenjiun was also observing Shen Fei's operations. Although he was not very skillful, his operation accuracy was very high. Shen Fei's learning ability is indeed a bit exaggerated to be able to control the warship within 1.5 days. 1 minute later, a huge hole suddenly appeared on the ground somewhere in the Shenting star, and soon, a giant object slowly rose from it. This is naturally the No. 009 battleship Shen Fei is controlling. Already come to the ground and ready to take off. Shen Fei operated quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the warship accelerated at a terrifying speed. The acceleration of the warship is indeed terrifying. If it takes dozens of seconds to accelerate from 0 to the speed of a normal warship that can escape from the orbit of the planet, the No. 009 battleship controlled by Shen Fei only takes less than 1 second. In fact, speed is also the biggest improvement that Shen Fei can bring to warships. For example, defense and attack are actually relatively easy to improve attributes. The technology is not enough and you can use more energy to make up. However, speed requires higher technology. Every little improvement. However, Shen Fei has forcibly improved it to countless levels. Call. The warship soared all the way and soon arrived thousands of miles above the God Court star. At this time, in the main control room of the battleship, buzz, buzz, buzz. Flashes of alarms sounded. What's going on? Xia Qiang's face changed slightly. Don't panic, this is the early warning system installed by Jin Xiao Xiao. We were locked by the Brahmin. Shen Fei said. Can you avoid it? Xia Qiang asked again. There is no need to hide, the warships have strong defense now. Shen Fei quickly controlled the warship and opened the spaceship defense system. In the blink of an eye, an invisible energy shield appeared on the surface of the warship. Next moment, boom, boom, boom. Several beams of light that were much more terrifying than the attack that destroyed Jingye City, had already traveled through the universe and landed on the No. 009 frigate that had not yet completely left the orbit of the Divine Court star. But the attacks only caused the energy layer on the surface of the frigate No. 009 to tremble slightly, and then it returned to normal. And, through the early warning system, we may capture the attacker's position. Shen Fei said quickly, and soon his eyes lit up slightly. Jin Xiao Xiao did not deceive him. Through the attack just now, he had locked in an enemy frigate. The first goal is you. Shen Fei controlled the warship toward the locked enemy ship without hesitation, and began to gather energy and prepare to launch an attack. Speaking of which, although this spacecraft was from 80,000 years ago, it was a warship loaded with naval guns. Even if the naval gun is bad, it is still there. It is not something that ordinary energy weapons can hit the battlefield. In addition, Shen Fei's attack power has increased by more than 50 times. Brah, wait for me to die. Shen Fei looked, on his face a hideous smile appeared. At the same time, in the orbit of the outer periphery of the Divine Court Star, inside a Brahmin frigate. Report to the captain, the damage to the enemy ship is less than 1/10,000, and it is currently heading towards our ship. Report to the captain, the enemy ship is less than 10,000 miles away from our ship, and an attack trend has been detected. Report to the captain, the speed of the enemy ship is still increasing, and the regular speed has reached 70 km per second. One sound after another sounded, and for a moment, the Captain Brahmin, who was sitting there leisurely drinking a dark yellow drink, jumped up from the spot instantly. Just now, they detected a warship flying out of the Divine Court Star, so he ordered the other party to be destroyed very casually. He didn't take it seriously at all. How is this possible? The entire human fleet was destroyed in an instant. Where did they come from, such a warship? The Brahmin captain questioned in disbelief, but unfortunately no one could answer him. Of course, the Brahmin captain quickly calmed down. Start the defense system immediately and hide our location. Don't panic. Human technology is far worse than ours. As long as we hide it, they will not be able to find us. The captain said quickly, and some brasses also began to operate. In fact, most of the bras are like the captain and are not too nervous. In the past 2 days, they were outside the Divine Court Star. Although some individually powerful lives emerged in the Divine Court Star, they were completely crushed by them in terms of hard power, and they were simply asking for it. Although the warship that suddenly rushed out was strange, it was impossible to do anything to them. However, just when everyone feels that it is not a big problem. In the universe, a terrifying black light column suddenly exploded, and the target was the Brahmin warship that was about to hide. In an instant, the entire warship was submerged in it by the black light column, and the energy shield on its surface was even more shaky. No, the battleship's defense damage is 60%. No, 80%. 100%. A more and more panic sound suddenly rang. In this moment, rumble. A terrifying vibration came out, an endless black energy swept over, and then all sounds came to an abrupt end. Chapter 156, The Skyrocketing Attribute Points. You kill the target and get all attributes +3. You kill the target and get all attributes +3. You kill the target and get all attributes +1. You kill the target. For a moment, countless text information appeared in front of Shen Fei's eyes. I just know. Shen Fei's heart was full of excitement. The Bra soldiers who appeared on the God Temple Star had all cast their way down by these frigates, but these frigates could not cast all the soldiers, right? We must keep some strength in the frigate to respond. Sure enough, Shen Fei exploded a frigate and immediately harvested a large number of attributes. There were 2 crystal dog heads alone, as many as 9 golden dog heads, and the purple dog heads were even more terrifying. Suddenly, your all attributes reach 81.0, the fourth stage attribute superposition is completed, and you get 16 free attribute points. Attribute overlay is completed. Shen Fei suddenly widened his eyes. You know, his average attribute was only more than 50 points before, but he jumped to 81 points at once. After thinking about it, Shen Fei still threw all the 16 free attributes to the speed. Your current attributes are: Attack, 81.0. Speed, 113.0. Defense, 81.0. Physical Constitution, 81.0. Understanding, 81.0. Evolutionary Talent, 81.0. It's so scary. Shen Fei glanced at his attributes at this moment and immediately took a breath in his heart. Just as Shen Fei was immersed in the pleasure of his sudden increase in attributes, Xia Chenjiun and Xia Kaiyang also saw the blown Brahmin frigate through projections inside the battleship. Although this is just one of the many frigates of the Brahmin, it can't help but make people shine. This was too fast. It took only a short moment from the launch of the warship to the destruction of the enemy ship. Although it has taken advantage of the sneak attack, it is enough to prove that the warships driven by Shen Fei do have the strength far exceeding the enemy frigates. Okay, just fight like this. Xia Chenjiun couldn't help but say. No problem. Shen Fei was even more confident at this moment. After killing a frigate, his full attributes increased by nearly Onet Herd, which means that he has become stronger by Onet Herd. Brad, who wasn't his opponent, was even worse now. However, just when Shen Fei was full of confidence, suddenly an alarm sounded again in the spacecraft, and it was an extremely dense alarm. Many frigates. Shen Fei glanced at the message from the early warning system. At this moment, at least hundreds of frigates were aiming at him. The Bras really hit a lot of troops around the God Court Star. Shen Fei suddenly became nervous. This was just one side of the orbit of the Divine Court Star. There were so many frigates on this side alone, so you can imagine other places. Although the No. 009 warship now has terrifying defense power with his blessing, strong defense does not mean invincible defense power. Every time it is attacked, it will consume the energy reserves of the No. 009 frigate. If a large number of enemy ships were really allowed to gather fire, the defense would collapse in less than a minute. Of course, Shen Fei was just nervous and not panicked. He immediately controlled the warship and began to turn, high and super high speed. A warship usually has two speeds. One is on a fixed track. The speed of the road is constantly accelerating and finally reaches the level of near light speed, which is an unconventional speed. The other is the regular speed. At conventional speeds, warships can not only fly in a straight line, but the key is to be able to arc, curve and even make various difficult flight actions. There is no doubt that in war, it is impossible for someone to give you time to accelerate orbit, and keep flying in a straight line. It will definitely become a target. Therefore, conventional speed is the key indicator for measuring the speed of a warship. The frigate No. 009, after receiving the speed of Shen Fei, its regular speed has reached more than 200 km per second. To be honest, this speed is not the limit, but Shen Fei no longer dares to speed up. At the beginning of the design, the No. 009 frigate did not consider that the warship would perform various difficult movements at this extreme speed. Although there are some protection systems for drivers inside, this speed has long exceeded the limit of the protection system. The current situation is definitely a huge test for the physical fitness of the driver or the person riding on this warship. Xia Qinjiun is very powerful, and this speed is nothing for him. Xia Qian can also counteract various tearing forces by relying on blurring, but Shen Fei can't do it, he can only resist by himself. To be honest, the spacecraft still plays a certain protective role. If he had no protection from the spacecraft and had Shen Fei take various large-scale steering and flips alone at a speed of 200 km per second, he would probably ascend to heaven in an instant. Of course, although Shen Fei did not soar the speed of the spacecraft to the extreme, it had already crushed the Brahman's spacecraft. Under the terrifying speed and Shen Fei's operation, the attacks that came from Bra people were finally dodged by Shen Fei. The warships can withstand the remaining 10%. Of course, Shen Fei did not sit still and wait for death. He leaned against a warship far beyond the Brahman warship, and soon approached a Brahman frigate again, and condensed the attack and destroyed it. The attribute point really dropped sharply. Shen Fei glanced at the attribute point he had obtained and sighed in his heart. After the fourth stage of attribute superposition is completed, the original crystal dog head becomes a golden dog head, the golden dog head becomes a purple dog head, and the purple dog head becomes a green dog head. The Brahman should have become stronger by relying on genetic technology. The upper limit is not high, so it is difficult for a truly strong person to appear. Therefore, it is natural that Shen Fei has obtained a sharp drop in the attribute point. However, the average increase has been more than 4 points. If you really want to say it seriously, it is not a small amount. One ship is more than 4 points, then I will destroy 10 ships. Isn't it just 40 points? This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind, and he immediately cheered up. No, start doing it. In the starry sky near the Divine Court Star, countless attacks were roaring, and countless light spots continued to burst out. No one dares to believe that in such a fierce air battle, one of them was just a frigate that looked very ordinary. What's even more terrifying is that this frigate took advantage of this war. Not only did it not suffer much loss, but it continued to take away enemy ships in repeated counterattacks. In just a few minutes, 5 enemy ships had been destroyed. Just 5 frigates were like drizzle to the Brahman and were not worth mentioning at all. But the continuous losses of the frigate made the Brahman focus here. There is nothing else. The Bra people unanimously agreed that the warship that came out of the God Court Star hid a big secret and had research value. Not to mention anything else, keeping the warships at a speed of more than 200 km per second in battle is something that the Brahman's most cutting-edge technology cannot do. Use the photon system and catch it. After the discussion, the Brahman quickly made a decision. Chapter 157 The Strength of the Main Ship. Shen Fei was still driving the No. 009 battleship. Although there were more and more Brahman frigates gathered, Shen Fei's driving skills were becoming more and more skillful, and the situation was always one-sided. But suddenly, buzz! About 300,000 miles away from the battlefield, the universe fluctuated, and then, a huge creature that was only one smaller than the Shenting star appeared there. And at the same time as the giant, there were 4 golden light columns that seemed to penetrate the universe. 4 pillars of light stood in all directions of the battlefield and spread rapidly, turning into 6 golden walls. These 6 golden walls were closely combined, and immediately surrounded the entire battlefield. This is... Shen Fei was shocked and quickly controlled the battleship to condense energy to attack the surrounding energy walls. But when the terrifying attack that could instantly annihilate the Brahmin frigate hit the golden wall, it only splashed out ripples and then disappeared into visible. The main ship of the Brahmin took action. Shen Fei immediately understood in his heart that he used the spacecraft's reconnaissance system to investigate and soon discovered that a giant appeared 300,000 miles away. Of course, the reconnaissance system of the No. 009 frigate is too backward, and it cannot detect too specific details, so you can only find a rough idea, but this is enough. That kind of behemoth must be the main ship of the Brahmin. Have you discovered the main ship of the Brahmin? Xia Qiang suddenly felt energetic and finally it was her turn to perform. I discovered it, but it was a bit far away, which was 300,000 miles away, and the warship was trapped and could not get out at all. Shen Fei said and looked at Xia Chenjiun. Although 300,000 miles are only a short distance on the scale of the universe, but when it comes to individuals, this is a distance that is difficult to cross in a short period of time. You know, even if it is light, and it takes half a second to run this distance. The main ship appeared, but did not attack you immediately, but instead trapped you. They were obviously interested in this frigate, said Xia Chenjiun. Maybe, we can take this opportunity to go directly into the main ship. Of course, if an accident occurs, I can also take you directly over, but this requires some risks, so we might as well wait for a while. Shen Fei didn't say anything. He looked at Xia Qiang, and then nodded. Xia Chenjiun's meaning is very clear. If he could take advantage of the opportunity of the Brahmin trying to study this frigate and get into the other party's main ship, it would be better. After all, there is no risk. If it really doesn't work, Xia Chenjiun will take them for another wave. After all, Xia Chenjiun is a strong man close to the starry sky level, and 300,000 miles should not be far for him. And just as the 3 of them were talking, outside the battleship, the mutation regenerated. In the space surrounded by 6 energy walls, countless flashing spots kept falling. In an instant, Shen Fei found that the speed of the warship was decreasing. The outside space seemed to have become sticky, but under the same power, the speed was greatly reduced. And this viscosity degree increases sharply with the passage of time, which leads to the speed of the spacecraft becoming slower and slower. The Brahmin actually has such a method. Shen Fei sighed in his heart. Of course, he was just sighing, not surprising. How could a single-body powerful man like Xia Chenjiun kill him if the Brahmin only mastered the most primitive attack method? Unless he was killed instantly, Xia Chenjiun could still run if he couldn't beat him. With such a small body, I don't know how flexible he is than the Brahmin warship. Therefore, it is not surprising that the Brahmin has such a method, but Shen Fei even understands that this method is probably just one of the many methods of the Brahmin. It seems that I can't resist any more. Shen Fei simply left the main console with both hands and began to show off his bad behavior. At this time, Shen Fei suddenly felt that there was an extra hand on his shoulder. Just in case. Xia Qiang's voice sounded in Shen Fei's ears, and then Shen Fei felt a familiar feeling coming. His perspective began to rise, everything around him lost its color, and he could even see countless lines. Shen Fei knew that he had entered a virtualization state with Xia Qiang. Time passed, and about a minute passed quickly. At this time, the No 009 warship finally stopped completely, and at that moment, a black wave suddenly passed through the warship. And this fluctuation was extremely clear, and Shen Fei and Xia Qiang could see it clearly. What is the black light that swept through just now? Xia Qiang asked. It's a very strong light of destruction. Xia Chenjiun said in a little shocked manner. Xia Qiang did not help him to fade. With his strength, he felt that many cells in his body were greatly damaged by the light just now. The Bra people are stronger than I thought. If they were outside, they had the strength to kill me. It seems that I might have died in this incident. This thought suddenly flashed through Xia Chenjiun's mind. Of course, neither Shen Fei nor Xia Qiang knew what Xia Chenjiun was thinking. After hearing Xia Chenjiun's words, they were both thinking. What Shen Fei thought was that thanks to Xia Qiang's caution, otherwise he would have really suffered. He really didn't expect that the Brahmin's attack could penetrate the defense of the warship and directly attack them inside the warship. Of course, this kind of attack is estimated to have speed defects, otherwise the Brahmin would not have waited until the warships completely stagnated before launching such an attack. The Bra people launched this attack, probably to exterminate all humans in the warship. It seems that all they want is a warship. Xia Qiang looked at Xia Chenjiun and said, the Bra people are not stupid either. They have seen the power of the evolutionists in the Divine Court Star, so they should not let us enter the main ship easily. Bai's bath. Bai was punished frequently. He said immediately. Then I won't be lucky. According to the original plan, I will take you over, but the obstacles encountered on the road require your ability to take me over. Remember, when I tell you that you need to be decisive. I understand. Xia Qiang nodded. Shen Fei watched the two communicate, and he didn't say a word. At this point, his mission had been completed, and we will see Xia Qiang and Xia Chenjiun's performance next. She led Xia Qiang to lead the people to make a fool of herself. She did not have the speed of Xia Chenjiun, and it was impossible for her to fly to the main ship of the Brahmin in a short time. And if it takes too long, the Bras have plenty of time to react, and it is impossible for them to get close. Therefore, Xia Chenjiun must take them to rush over in one breath. Only when encountering obstacles are encountered will Xia Qiang be required to mobilize his ability. Of course, Shen Fei must follow him in this process, otherwise he would be left here alone, which would be to give Brahmin a head. It's great to be able to see the main ship of the Brahmin. If you are lucky, you can pick up 2 dog heads. Shen Fei thought with some expectation in his heart. Chapter 158. Is this the virtual realm? In the starry sky outside the god Taiwan star. Outside the battlefield surrounded by 6 walls, 3 figures suddenly appeared here. This is naturally accompanied by Xia Chenjiun, Shen Fei, and Xia Qiang. At this time, Xia Chenjiun carried the two of them separately, and Xia Qiang's arm was always placed on Shen Fei's shoulder to ensure that he could directly lead the two into a virtual state at critical moments. Xia Qiang, your ability is indeed great. That cage is not weak, and it can't stop us at all. Xia Chenjiun said with some emotion, but he didn't say much, but followed his thoughts. Wow! Wow! 2 silver-white energy emerged, wrapping Shen Fei and Xia Qiang in. This is... Shen Fei and Xia Qiang were slightly stunned, but before they could say anything, the next moment... Call! The two of them felt that everything around them began to blur in an instant. In a vague way, they saw the divine court star that was rapidly moving away and the behemoth that was constantly approaching. This speed is really exaggerated, much faster than I was driving the No. 009 frigate. Shen Fei was a little shocked. The gap between the Sun Realm of the Sun Realm was so great. The weak Sun Realm, like Zhu Yan, would not have the talent of the Void Realm. Shen Fei could kill him with one knife, and Zhu Yan would even owe Shen Fei half of the damage. But at this moment, the powerful Sun Realm like Xia Chenjiun made Shen Fei feel incredible at this moment. The speed at which Xia Chenjiun exploded at the beginning was at least thousands of kilometers per second, and it was still increasing. It was obviously not Xia Chenjiun's fastest speed. Of course, at this speed, Shen Fei and Xia Qiang were generally impossible to withstand it. Fortunately, a layer of silver-white energy condensed by Xia Chenjiun protected them. Virtualization. Suddenly, Xia Chenjiun's voice sounded. In an instant, Xia Qiang activated her ability without hesitation. She was not thinking randomly like Shen Fei. She was ready to go from the beginning. Xia Qiang knew very well that her reaction speed was too slow compared to that. If she was still distracted, it would be too fatal. And just as the three of them completed their virtualization, in an instant, a terrifying black light pillar had penetrated the place where the three of them were just here. But when the black light column dissipated, a stream of light headed towards the main ship of the Brahmin at an extremely fast speed. As he approached, Shen Fei took advantage of the starlight and saw clearly the appearance of the Brahmin main ship. It was a pentagonal behemoth, with a dark grey overall color, with a pitch-black hole on each of the 5 corners, which was extremely deep. The attack just now did not take effect, so the Brahmin naturally could not guess the truth that the three could escape immediately. They thought in their hearts that the attack was not powerful enough to kill the three. So, the Bras began to brew more terrifying attacks. In a short period of time, the Brahmin used 3 more powerful attacks, especially the third attack. Xia Chenjiun said bluntly that if it were the first 2 times he could withstand it alone, but for the third time, he had to dodge. If you can't hide, you will be seriously injured if you have a better luck. Fortunately, with Xia Qiang's ability, he doesn't need to resist. Of course, in the gap between the Bras attacks, Xia Chenjiun also led Shen Fei and Xia Qiang all the way forward. Before they knew it, they had already crossed more than 200,000 miles, and the huge Bras main ship was already in front of them. At this moment, the Bras finally changed their tactics. They no longer tried to kill the 3 people directly, but used the means of siege to trap the 3 people. For example, black mist containing the ultimate low temperature, and super ropes made of materials that are tens of millions of times harder than ordinary alloys. Unfortunately, all the means are useless. As for flying away, it is even more impossible. Xia Qinjiun's explosion speed can reach thousands of kilometers per second in an instant, and it can be increased by a lot with acceleration. The main ship like the Brahman may give it enough time to accelerate. It can surpass Xia Qinjiun's speed, but the explosion speed is absolutely impossible to compare with Xia Qinjiun. So, in the end, the three of them came outside the main ship of the Brahman. Of course, normally, even if someone approaches the main ship, the Bras will not panic because they have sufficient means to deal with enemies close to the main ship. For example, at this moment, a flashing black arc has appeared on the surface of the entire main ship. You can tell at a glance that the arc is amazingly powerful. Unfortunately, Xia Qiang's emptiness was so rogue. She took the two of them directly through the outer wall of the warship, which was 10 kilometers thick on the surface, and entered the interior of the warship. This should still be the periphery of this main ship. Legion Commander, why don't we go deeper? Xia Qiang looked at Xia Qinjiun and asked. This main ship is only one smaller than Shenting Star, and it has only passed through a shell that is 10 kilometers thicker. That is indeed the outermost. Okay. Xia Qinjiun did not object, and he followed and said, "It just so happened that I have a question on the way, and I would like to ask you." Question. Xia Qiang and Shen Fei didn't think much about it, and they nodded directly. Xia Qiang did not hesitate. She kept her blurring and began to quickly move towards the depths of the warship. Shen Fei always knew that Xia Qiang's Void Realm talent could television, but today he realized that Xia Qiang's teleportation was far less perverted than Wang Xianying, and she could only teleport within a space with a radius of 10 kilometers. However, although Xia Qiang's teleportation distance was short, her teleportation frequency was not low, so for a moment, the three of them were also rapidly penetrated into the warship. League Commander, did you say you have any questions before and want to ask? Suddenly, Xia Qiang asked. This is related to what I do next. Xia Qinjiun nodded. This warship is very precious. If possible, I will only kill the Bras inside and try to save it. Upon hearing this, Xia Qiang and Shen Fei both nodded. It is very normal to think that the technical content of this main ship is obviously not low. If the main ship can be obtained intact, its effect on the Empire will be unprecedented. Now the opportunity is in front of you, it is impossible for Xia Qinjiun not to try it. But, I don't know if it makes sense for me to do this. Xia Qinjiun suddenly took a deep breath, and he followed word by word. Asked. I want to ask, everything we are going through now is in the virtual realm, right? For a moment, the expressions on Shen Fei and Xia Qiang's faces were stopped. A figure in the virtual realm suddenly asked if they were in the virtual realm. The commander of the army, the leader of the army, was a mysterious person, and the surname of the army, and the surname of the army, and the surname of the army, and the commander of the army, and the commander of the army, was a very important part of the army. Your ability is fine, there are traces to follow, it should be a high-dimensional ability. This ability may indeed appear in reality, but in fact it does not violate the rules of the universe. But Shen Fei's ability is exaggerated, unreasonably increasing the performance of a warship dozens or even hundreds of times. Xia Qinjiun said. All I can think of is the only talent in the virtual realm. Hearing this, Shen Fei was silent. The fact is that his abilities can be used in reality, but Xia Qiang's abilities cannot be used in reality. Also, your companion named Jin Xiao Xiao, the technology she masters is not something that can be found in this era. Xia Qinjiun sighed. I'm not blind, how could I not see it? Legislature, here is indeed the Void Realm. Shen Fei suddenly said. At this time, he already understood that denial was meaningless. Besides, Shen Fei also wanted to know what the character in the virtual realm would react when he suddenly knew what he would be in the virtual realm. Chapter 159 A High-End Dog Head. Sure enough, is it the virtual realm? Xia Qinjiun's expression was a little inexplicable, but he was actually not much surprised because he had already guessed it. League Commander, what are you going to do now? Xia Qiang asked. Of course, this main ship was dismantled. Xia Qinjiun smiled. Even in the virtual realm, I have to be responsible for the Divine Court Star. It is impossible for me to really let the Bra people storm. Besides, in reality, I may have died in this incident. I have to avenge me in reality. Hearing this, Shen Fei and Xia Qiang both breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xia Qinjiun did not intend to make a fuss. In fact, if Xia Qinjiun really plans to make a fuss, he will not have had a hard time coming here from the beginning. He will probably show up with a few people on the Shenting Star. Legislative Commander, how do you know that you actually died in this war? Shen Fei was a little confused. Even if he appeared in the virtual realm, it did not mean that he would die. Isn't Chen Cheng living well? Huh? Do you know my affairs? Xia Qinjiun was even more surprised. After a little thought, he suddenly asked. Can you bet that the girl sleds the vinegar and snatches the vinegar? Of course it's the Empire. To be precise, it's the Empire 80,000 years later. According to historical records, you were killed by the Bra people when the residents of the Guardian Court Star retreated. Shen Fei nodded, but he was also a little surprised. Judging from Xia Qinjiun's meaning, the adventurers in the Void Realm may not have come from the Empire, but may they come from other places? Are you 80,000 years later? Xia Qinjiun fell into deep thought. Perhaps it was God's will, which happened to make him meet the Void Realm adventurer from the Empire. The Empire in 80,000 years later may have the possibility of resurrecting me. When Xia Qinjiun thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Who would want to die if he could live? You just asked me why I knew I was dead in reality, right? Xia Qinjiun suddenly looked at Shen Fei. Right. Shen Fei nodded. In fact, it is not complicated. In normal virtual realm life, even if they know the existence of virtual realm, even if they find many unreasonable things, they will never realize that they are in the virtual realm. Xia Qinjiun explained. And after a person dies, if there happens to be a virtual world related to him in the virtual realm, then his consciousness will certainly be able to enter this virtual realm. Only such virtual realm characters can realize that they are in the virtual realm. Ah! Shen Fei and Xia Qiang were both surprised. Is there such a thing? In other words, is Xia Chenjiun in this virtual world a Xia Chenjiun with realistic consciousness? This matter is actually more complicated, but there is no time to explain now. When the battle is over, we will return to the Divine Court Star and speak slowly. Xia Chenjiun suddenly spoke. Shen Fei and Xia Qiang also came to their senses. They were still in the main ship of the Brahmin, and now is not the time to talk about these things. Just here, you two maintain the vagueness, let me leave it next. Xia Chenjiun said, and he immediately let go of Xia Qiang and Shen Fei. After separating from Xia Qiang, Xia Chenjiun naturally immediately withdrew from the virtual state. In an instant, countless attacks around him roared at him. In fact, during the period when the three of them entered the Brahmin main ship, the Brahmin kept staring at them and tried to use various means to stop them from moving forward, but unfortunately they were useless. Of course, although Xia Chenjiun has withdrawn from the virtualization state at this moment, these attacks cannot do anything to him. The attack inside the main ship is completely different from outside the main ship. Bra, die! Xia Chenjiun raised his hands slightly, and suddenly, endless light burst out from his body. These lights were like the sharpest blades, and everything was instantly shattered wherever the light went. No exception is the whistling attack or the extremely hard hull around it. In just a moment, a terrifying hole centered on Xia Chenjiun and with a diameter of nearly 100 kilometers appeared in this main ship. Call! With a roar, Xia Chenjiun had disappeared from the spot, leaving only Shen Fei and Xia Qiang staring at each other. This lethality is a bit terrifying. Shen Fei looked around. This was the main ship of the Brahmin. Needless to think about it, the materials for building this main ship were impossible, but Xia Chenjiun destroyed everything within 100 kilometers in just one outbreak. Sister Xia Qiang, let's follow you and have a look. Shen Fei looked at Xia Qiang, and I haven't forgotten the idea of picking up a head. Good. Xia Qiang nodded without hesitation. It was her dream to become a strong man like Xia Chenjiun. She also wanted to see more of the scenes when such a strong man took action. Call! 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 Xia Qiang took Shen Fei and followed Xia Chenjiun's footsteps and teleported forward. Unfortunately, Xia Chenjiun's speed was too fast. Along the way, Shen Fei and Xia Qiang only saw a bunch of broken walls. The demolition speed is really exaggerated. Shen Fei was a little amazed. No matter how strong the Brahmin was, he lacked strong single combat power. Once he was penetrated by a strong man like Xia Chenjiun, he would have no power to resist. After a moment, Shen Fei and Xia Qiang suddenly stopped. Is this place not demolished? Shen Fei and Xia Qiang came to an extremely vast space. Most of the buildings in this space are still intact, but according to Xia Chenjiun's route, he must have passed by here, but he did not demolish it. I remember Xia Chenjiun said that after entering the main ship of Brahmin, he would first find the main energy of the main ship and cut it off to prevent the Brahmin from jumping into the wall and taking action against the Shenting star. Xia Qiang suddenly said. In other words, this is the main energy source of this main ship, and it seems to be extinguished now. Shen Fei looked at the instruments that had mostly dimmed in this vast space, and he immediately understood in his heart. Xia Chenjiun did not choose to blow up the place directly, probably just in case. He knew what the main energy of the Brahmin was. Although detonating it might instantly destroy the entire warship, Xia Chenjiun himself might not be able to withstand it, so he was obviously quite cautious when dealing with it. It is not surprising that Xia Chenjiun can quickly find the main energy of this main ship. As an evolutionist close to the starry sky level, Xia Chenjiun must have a very powerful mental power. In reality, Feng Yi can understand the means of using the power of the mind to explore, so Xia Chenjiun may naturally master it. Moreover, the range he can detect must be very large. Let's go, there's nothing good to look here. Xia Qiang said. Shen Fei didn't say much. He looked around casually, and then he was about to nod. But the next moment, Shen Fei's gaze froze slightly. It was a huge piece of metal that had been cut off, and the metal block fell from the sky and hit a Brahmin. Half of the Brahmin's body had been completely smashed. On the surface, he is dead. But Shen Fei understood that this guy was not dead at all because there was a big dog head floating on his head. Moreover, this dog head is not simple. As crystal clear as crystal, it also exudes some other colors. Is it a colorful dog head? Shen Fei was shocked. You know, Xia Chenjiun is just a colorful dog head. Of course, the light emitted by the dog head on Xia Chenjiun's head is dazzling, and the head of this Brahmin just vaguely shines. But no matter what, this is indeed an existence that transcends the crystal dog head. Not to mention, Shen Fei has just stacked the attributes once, and the more advanced dog heads that appear now are more valuable than before. Are you really seriously injured? Or is this guy pretending to be dead? This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind, but at the same time, he also had great desire for this dog head. The dog's head is in front of him. How could he be willing to accept it if he doesn't try? If the other party is really seriously injured, it is naturally the best. If he can easily accept the dog's head and pretend to be dead, then ask Xia Qiang to help him. If he is not an opponent, let Xia Qiang take him to escape. Chapter 160 Everything is for the dog's head. What are you looking at? Xia Qiang suddenly realized that Shen Fei's eyes were looking in a direction without moving. I found that there was a Brahmin still alive. Shen Fei pointed ahead. Already alive? Xia Qiang was slightly stunned. Under Xia Chenjiun's terrifying attack, there were still Bra people who could survive? You can't let him go here, otherwise he will ruthlessly ignite the main energy here later, and it will be awful to blow Xia Chenjiun to death. Shen Fei said with concern. Is Xia Chenjiun so easy to die? Xia Qiang was slightly confused. Do you want to see what you are talking about? If Xia Chenjiun detonated it on these energy faces, he might indeed be in danger, but how far is Xia Chenjiun from here now? With Xia Chenjiun's speed, even if there is a real explosion, he can definitely detect it in advance and avoid it, right? Seriously speaking, the main energy explosion is just pure energy accumulation, and it has no technical content at all. If the energy accumulation is so unsolvable, what are the uses of various technologies? Who knows? Is the energy of such a large main ship simpler? Shen Fei asked back. Then kill him. Xia Qiang was too lazy to argue with Shen Fei. Thinking about it carefully, it is indeed a bit risky to have a living Brahmin here, and it is natural to kill this Brahmin. However, in Xia Qiang's opinion, this was just a small matter, because she had some understanding of the Bra people before, and there was no strong presence among the Bra people. This Bra people were seriously injured again, so it should be a small matter to kill him. Then I will take action later. Sister Xia Qiang, please be careful. If I am not his opponent, please help me at any time. Shen Fei said. Huh? Is this person very strong? Xia Qiang was a little surprised. She knew that Shen Fei's Void Realm talent had a derivative ability to judge the strength of his opponent. Since Shen Fei said that, it proved that the injured Brahmin was probably not weak. I don't know how strong it is, but it is definitely much better than the Brahmans who appeared in the Divine Court Star. Shen Fei nodded. It can only be said that this is worthy of being the main ship of the Brahmin, and there is such a strong Brahmin. Of course, this guy may be the upper limit of Brahmin's genetic modification technology, but he is still far behind the evolutionists, otherwise Brahmin would not be killed by Xia Chenjiun at this time. Xia Qiang quickly let go of Shen Fei, and Shen Fei also retreated from his virtual state. Shen Fei stepped on the floor made of metal and took a deep breath. It has to be said that the Bra people are worthy of beings with similar forms of life to humans. They not only need to breathe, but also inhaling oxygen. But the Brahmin's demand for oxygen concentration is a bit different from that of humans. However, in terms of Shen Fei's physical strength, this is not a big problem. I have really entered the Brahmin main ship. Shen Fei felt a little throbbing in his heart. Strictly speaking, he had never entered the Brahmin main ship before, because he had been in a state of blur with the help of Xia Qiang and could not touch anything. And now, he really came in. Fortunately, Xia Chenjiun is now killing, and the Brahmin is unable to protect himself. Otherwise, if he appears here alone, he will face countless dangers immediately. Of course, Shen Fei quickly suppressed the strange feeling in his heart. He clicked on the evolutionary certificate, and the Angle Light No. 1 energy cannon suddenly appeared in his hand. Regardless of whether that guy is pretending to be dead or not, it is definitely correct to have a shot from a range first. However, just as Shen Fei was about to condense energy, he suddenly realized that this was the main energy of the main ship. His attack attributes had reached hundreds of points at this moment. The range of this gun was too large. What if the main energy here was detonated? No, no. Shen Fei put away the energy cannon with his backhand, and another antimatter bomb turned in his hand. Antimatter bombs are much better. The killing diameter is only 10 meters. Even if there is attribute bonus, the range will not be too large and will not affect other places. Antima bomb. Xia Qiang, who was beside him, glanced at the things in Shen Fei's hand and his heart suddenly jumped. This guy's Void Realm talent is really outrageous. He can drive warships above and throw bombs below, which is really a bit explosive. Shen Fei did not hesitate too much. He directly charged his strength and threw the antimatter bomb in his hand out. Boom! A roar, and an incredibly fast black shadow flew out instantly. In just a blink of an eye, the antimatter bomb reached the head of the Brahmin, who was lying there motionless. Buzz! A white light suddenly burst out at this moment. But, almost at the same time, the Brahmin who was originally lying there suddenly opened his eyes. The Brahmin's body was like flowing water, and instantly slid out from the huge metal block pressing him. Then his body rolled and surged like waves, heading towards the distance quickly. Shen Fei narrowed his eyes and looked at the white light that exploded. The next moment, his mind moved slightly. In an instant, countless energy exploded in Shen Fei's body, and his body directly surged a lot. Then, a black armor appeared on the surface of Shen Fei's body. What's wrong? Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei with some surprise. This guy is not dead. Shen Fei said solemnly, although the antimatter bomb exploded on the other party's head, he did not receive any information about the attribute increase. There is no doubt that this Brahmin is not dead. And can it withstand antimatter bombs? This is not an ordinary antimatter bomb, but a bomb that uses antimatter to annihilate the normal matter. Logically speaking, even if Xia Qinjiun does not take any precautions to be bombed, it will not be unscathed. Unless, the body of this Brahmin is not a positive substance. And just as Shen Fei spoke, a figure suddenly appeared from the bursting white light. However, this figure was extremely terrifying at this time. It was a huge meat ball, which was rapidly eroded by white light and expanded rapidly. The expansion speed exceeded the erosion speed, so the flesh ball was not washed away by the white light filled with antimatter, but was still growing rapidly. This guy, are cancer cells becoming sperm. Shen Fei immediately understood why the Brahmin was not killed by an antimatter bomb. However, with such crazy division, where did so much material come from his body? And just as Shen Fei was surprised, the huge meat ball suddenly rushed out of the range covered by white light. Puff! A crack appeared on the surface of the huge meat ball, and then a figure covered in mucus crawled out of it. It was the Brahmin before. I feel that he is more disgusting than crystal core life. What do you think? Shen Fei turned his head to look at Xia Qiang. Are you sure you want to fight him? Xia Qiang asked. Shen Fei didn't say anything. He glanced at the dog's head with a crystal color on the other party's head, and then he pulled out the knife with an organic toxin with his backhand. Everything is for the dog's head. Call! Shen Fei burst out and rushed up without hesitation. Chapter 161 The Pole Reversal. Call! Call! Shen Fei's figure turned into after-images and appeared in front of the Brahman in an instant. And while Shen Fei was sprinting at high speed, he instantly slashed out with a knife. Before, after killing outside the Divine Court Star, Shen Fei's attribute points have nearly doubled, which means that his strength has also nearly doubled. Now the power contained in his full sword is already 40,000 tons, which can be said to be extremely terrifying. However, just as Shen Fei's sword was about to touch the figure full of mucus, suddenly, the other party's body looked like he twisted like a snake and flashed through Shen Fei's knife. Call! 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 Shen Fei took action one after another, but the Brahmin's body kept twisting, easily flashing through Shen Fei's continuous attacks. Suddenly, Brahmin's body rotated, and one of his legs thrust hard on Shen Fei's chest like a whip. In an instant, Shen Fei flew backwards. Bang! It was not until it hit a metal wall that Shen Fei stopped. So strong! Shen Fei was a little solemn at this time. He had long guessed that this guy would be quite terrible, so he asked Xia Qian to pay attention. Once he couldn't beat him, he would take him away. After all, his attributes in the fourth stage have just been superimposed. The current crystal dog head is theoretically only evil higher than the previous crystal dog head, and there is a little glow in the crystal dog head, which is naturally even higher. It is impossible not to be strong. Call! Shen Fei tried hard and pulled himself off the wall. With the armor on his body, he was not injured. Although the Brahmin was very strong, he was not strong enough to Shen Fei could not resist. You are too far from the human who destroyed this place. The Brahmin looked at Shen Fei, and he felt inexplicably relieved. The human that suddenly appeared before was so terrifying. When the other party arrived, he led the men who were guarding here to rush up. As a result, they only saw endless light, and then everyone except him died. He was swept by the terrifying light at that time and fell to the ground with serious injuries. As for the metal rapids that fell from the sky later, the injuries he brought to him were only superficial injuries. As one of the most successful genetic warriors in the transformation, his physical recovery has long been extraordinary. He only needs a few seconds to fully recover from that kind of surface injury. The reason why he kept falling to the ground was that the internal injuries brought to him by the white light were too terrifying, which led to him not recovering. Just now, when this human appeared, he was desperate and thought he had met another terrifying guy. But now it seems that this person is really average. It's enough to deal with you. Shen Fei naturally didn't know what the Brahmin was thinking, but he didn't feel inferior. At this time, Shen Fei was also observing the Brahmin. The Bra people he met before were all wearing armor, but the Bra people in front of him were naked, which should be the true appearance of Bra people. Like humans, Bra people have heads and limbs. But the Brahmin's skin is turquoise, and the Brahmin's eyes are very big, occupying one third of the head. And his huge eyes were covered with black matter, which looked very deep. Human, if I hadn't been injured, you would have been dead just now, and you would have been crazy. The Brahmin shouted coldly, and the next moment, he suddenly rushed up. Call! A trace of metallic luster appeared on the arms of the Brahmin, as if two sharp blades were whistling at Shen Fei. I'm pretty irritable. Shen Fei met him without fear, and the invisible power appeared on his sword, instantly increasing his speed and attack power of the knife by about 30%. The Wilderness God Sword. Bang! 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 Shen Fei's sword collided with the Brahmin dozens of times in an instant, and the terrifying power from the Brahmin made Shen Fei retreat continuously. Although Shen Fei used the power of his mind to bless the sword technique this time, he only made him persevere for a while. As the Brahmin slashed Shen Fei's body with two sharp arms, he flew backwards again. But in just a moment, Shen Fei rushed up again. "You have that little strength? Are you tickling me?" Shen Fei mocked. The mystery in the body of life is endless. You can't go far after relying on external objects. But Bra spoke calmly. "Is this the reason why you don't use weapons?" Shen Fei sneered. The Brahmin is of course an absolute strong man in his own civilization, and he can easily suppress those soldiers wearing armor without using weapons. But what if you meet someone who is evenly matched? Although Shen Fei is in a very embarrassing situation now, he is not injured at all under the protection of his armor, and the knife in his hand is even more poisonous. This guy was able to escape from the explosion of antimatter bombs by relying on a large number of splitting methods. Is he afraid of the super toxin that can be called the nemesis of organic matter? As long as Shen Fei succeeds once, the situation will probably reverse instantly. This is the charm of a weapon, which can defeat the strong with the weak. "I will drag you out of that set of armor and crush you a little bit." Baren's voice was full of coldness, and he was really trying to peel off Shen Fei's armor. Unfortunately, this set of armor is completely fitted to Shen Fei with special technology. Unless Shen Fei takes the initiative to decompose it, or has absolutely crushed Shen Fei with strength, it is impossible to remove it. Boom! 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 Shen Fei was bombarded by the Brahman again and again, and he rushed up again and again. During this process, although Shen Fei kept looking for opportunities to give the other party a knife, it was a pity that the Brahman's body was too weird and Shen Fei could not cut him. However, as the battle continued, Shen Fei did not feel depressed, but instead the Brahman's heart began to become heavier and heavier. Because he felt that Shen Fei was getting stronger. Brahman was sure that this was definitely not an illusion. Shen Fei was not only getting stronger, but also getting stronger was very large, probably like a complete set of numbers. In terms of power, Shen Fei did not use the power of his mind. He could reach 40,000 to 50,000 tons with one sword, but with the power of his mind, he could increase the attack by 30%, and a sword would increase 50,000 to 60,000 tons. And now Shen Fei's peak sword can even exceed 70,000 tons. Such a huge increase in strength can be felt as long as you are not a fool. Then the question is, what caused Shen Fei's strength to improve so quickly? If we continue to fight, will Shen Fei continue to make progress? You can't get along with him anymore, retreat first. The Brahmin suddenly made a decision in his heart. Just now, he rushed up and kept ravaging Shen Fei because he felt that Shen Fei was much weaker than him and wanted to kill Shen Fei to vent his anger. But now, he felt the threat. Of course, Xia Chenjian's previous appearance also made the Bra people understand that their main ship must be unable to be saved. The only thing he can do now is to find a small spacecraft that is still intact and escape from the main ship. The Brahmin instantly made a decision and decided to retreat. He no longer hesitated. After bombing Shen Fei away again, he turned around and fled outside at an extremely fast speed. Don't run! When Shen Fei saw that the Brahmin wanted to run away, he suddenly became anxious. If such a big dog head is really gone, what will be so great? But in a short period of time, Shen Fei could not think of any way to stop the other party. Just when he subconsciously wanted to chase him, suddenly. Wow! A huge semicircular energy ring fell from the sky and instantly surrounded the two people. Bang! The escaped Brahmin punched the energy wall blocking the front, but it only splashed waves of ripples. Brother Shen Fei, let's see you next. Xia Qiang's voice came from outside. When Shen Fei heard this, he was overjoyed and suddenly reacted. Jin Xiao Xiao said that she borrowed a lot of money to Xia Ji. Since Xia Ji and Xia Qiang have come to this virtual realm world, they must have used this money to buy virtual realm props. After all, both of them are average in strength. Before entering this virtual realm world, they cannot know that the task of this virtual realm world is just survival. If they don't buy some powerful virtual realm props, they dare to come to the 3-star virtual realm world? Leave it to me. Shen Fei said with surprise in his heart. The next moment, he held the knife and rushed towards the Brahmin again. At this time, Shen Fei was full of confidence. It's strange to say that in reality, he has fought through the virtual realm simulator of the Law Enforcement Bureau, but his spiritual power has not increased at all. But this time he fought against this Brahmin, his spiritual power grew very fast. Shen Fei felt that his wild god sword was almost complete. Among them, in addition to Shen Fei's recent surge in understanding, there must be more critical reasons. However, Shen Fei didn't have time to think about these things now. He only knew that if he continued to fight like this, he would continue to make progress. The dog head in front of him was dead. Chapter 162 All Attributes 10. Inside the key energy barrier thrown by Xia Qiang, Shen Fei fought harder and harder, and after trying several times, the Brahmin found that he could not break the energy barrier in a short period of time. He had no idea of escape. Then let's get rid of you first. The Brahmin also began to attack Shen Fei with all his strength. Boom! 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 Shen Fei was still at a disadvantage, but he kept rising and resisting, and a knife carried the will to kill the dog's head in front of him, and its power and speed became stronger and stronger. Sudden. Die for me. Shen Fei was in a state of mind and swung a sword that surpassed the peak again, and it was far beyond. The power of this knife has exceeded 100,000 tons. Boom! The moment Brahmin took the next knife, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. What's going on? Shen Fei's power is already comparable to his. Ha ha ha, you don't seem that powerful. Shen Fei laughed wildly. While his strength was comparable to that of the Brahmin, his speed of firing actually exceeded that of the opponent's attack. Of course, because Shen Fei suddenly became so much stronger by relying on the power of his mind, his movement speed was still slower than the other party. The time was too short. Shen Fei had never figured out how to use the power of his mind to increase his speed. But that's enough. Swish! 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 Shen Fei burst out hundreds of swords in a row. Although the Brahmin tried his best to dodge and block, he still hit his shoulder with a sword. The Brahmin didn't care about this. "You are so happy too early, and this strength has improved." The Brahmin sneered and wanted to say something, but the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. With his recovery ability, not to mention just a small wound, even if he had broken hands and feet, he could recover in the blink of an eye. But now, the wound has not recovered. No, not only did he not recover, but this area in his body had lost consciousness. Poisonous. The Brahmin was shocked and angry. Is this human so despicable? It would be fine to use armor that is harder than a turtle shell in battle, but it would even poison it. Laugh. The Brahmin did not hesitate at all. He directly inserted his backhand into his shoulder and instantly dug out a large piece of flesh and blood. It's useless, toxins have entered the manganese. Shen Fei looked at the other party leisurely, but the next moment, his brow frowned. The Brahmin opened his mouth and suddenly, he spit out the rocks. In the blink of an eye, rocks were piled up in front of him. How did this guy transform his body? Shen Fei was shocked. This guy could have proliferated infinitely in the blink of an eye and wiped out the antimatter bomb. Now he could forcefully spit out the lithologized tissue in his body. Of course, Shen Fei was shocked for only a moment. He could see that although this Brahmin could counter this super toxin, he was definitely not at ease. Take his life while he is sick. Without hesitation, Shen Fei rushed forward with his knife. And this time, it was Baren's turn to be embarrassed, and he is now in health. The inside was upside down by organic toxins and had no ability to fight Shen Fei head-on. So, the bras just blindly dodge. But Xia Qian threw out the energy barrier, which was very small. Just this little range, where could he hide? In just a moment, Shen Fei caught up with the Brahman again. After successively shooting, he hit the other party with another knife. In an instant, the situation of Brahman became even worse. But Shen Fei did not relax at all. He beat the dog in the water and stabbed the opponent one after another. Until the toxins on the knife were almost consumed, Shen Fei finally stopped. Of course, the Brahmin had already fallen to the ground at this moment, and he no longer had the ability to spit out the rocks. Suddenly, boom! Nabra's body expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it soared to more than 10 meters high. This is a Ro mountain more than 10 meters high, but at this moment, the surface of the Ro mountain began to turn grey and white rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the entire Ro mountain completely turned into a stone mountain. You killed the target and obtained all attributes plus 12. Your current attributes are: Attack, 113.2. Speed, 141.4. Defense, 112.1. Physical Constitution, 115.7. Understanding, 111.4. Evolutionary Talent, 112.3. Fuck, all attributes plus 12. Shen Fei was shocked when he looked at the words appearing in front of him. This kind of dog head is simply outrageous. Compared with it, the crystal dog head looks so dull, and the golden dog head is also ordinary. As for the purple dog head and the blue dog head, it is even more worth mentioning. However, luck accounts for most of the luck that can kill this dog's head this time. Shen Fei knew in his heart that this Brahmin first encountered Xia Chenjiun, and was probably beaten up by Xia Chenjiun. Even if he was lucky enough to die, he would probably be seriously injured. In addition, although he did not kill the opponent with an antimatter bomb before, he could probably have a certain weakening effect. Besides, the Brahmin didn't know whether it was conceited or stupid, and he actually disdained to use weapons. If he had a set of armor like the Brahmin soldiers that Shen Fei had encountered before, it would be almost impossible for Shen Fei to kill him. However, no matter how strong he is, he will die in my hands. Shen Fei smiled in his heart, and at the same time he couldn't help but appreciate his attributes. Less than 10 minutes ago, when he left the Divine Court Star, his total attributes were only more than 50 points on average. But what about now? It soared to an average of more than 110 points. This growth rate is simply a great example of the difference. But to be precise, it's thanks to meeting Xia Qiang in this Void Realm world. Shen Fei suddenly sighed. He dared to drive a warship and come up desperately to fight the Brahmin Hedan. The key is that Xia Qiang will guarantee him the guarantee. Once there is danger, he can save his life at any time. Otherwise, he would definitely not dare to do that. No matter how fragrant the attribute is, Shen Fei doesn't want to give his life casually. Not to mention entering the Brahmin main ship this time, if Xia Qiang was not there, not to mention whether he dared to come in, even if he came in, he would probably not be as comfortable as he is now. It would be great if I could often meet her in the virtual realm in the future. Shen Fei glanced at Xia Qiang. At this time, the other party had already put away the Void Realm props she had thrown out before. Xia Qiang walked to Shen Fei and looked him up and down at the same time. Brother Shen Fei, your strength should be at the 3rd or even 4th level of the Sun Realm, right? Xia Qiang asked in disbelief. When they met in the world of Crisis of Changes half a year ago, she was at the 3rd level of the New Moon. Although Shen Fei was strong, she could barely fight the weakest Sun Realm. At that time, she even tried a few moves with Shen Fei. Although he was abused, he was at least a fight. Now that half a year has passed, she is still at the 3rd level of the New Moon, but she has opened up a few more internal cycles. However, Shen Fei's strength has improved by at least hundreds of times. When Shen Fei was fighting with the Brahmin just now, she could hardly see anything clearly, but she could only hear the sound of uninterrupted collisions, which was ridiculous. Talent issue. Shen Fei smiled slightly, and he followed. Sister Xia Qiang doesn't have to feel pressured. After all, a genius like me is indeed not comparable to ordinary people. Xia Qiang was silent for a moment. Is her talent weak? She has opened up more than 70 internal cycles in 2 years. Moreover, before the imperial examination, she lacked resources. If she insisted on saying it, her talent would be even higher. Besides, I am not as strong as you think. I am definitely not an opponent in the 4th level of the Sun Realm, so I will only fight against the 3rd level of the Sun Realm. Shen Fei ticked his mouth. The Sun Realm Evolver has a really big gap between each level. The physical strength alone is 10 times different, not to mention that the power of the evolutionary magic will also increase with the increase in strength, otherwise, Xia Qinjian's strength would not be so exaggerated. Of course, Shen Fei was also modest. After multiple amplitudes, most of the third level of the Sun Realm are definitely not his opponents. He is not unable to compete with the weaker fourth level of the Sun Realm. Let's go, let's see how Xia Qinjian is doing. Xia Qiang suddenly spoke, she wanted to calm down first. Chapter 163 Hope for Resurrection. The Brahmin main ship, the most core main control room. In the huge space, there were Bra people's corpses. A rough figure showed that there were at least 100,000 people. At this time, there are only 2 lives here. One was Xia Qinjian, who killed all the way through the main ship and finally came here, and the other was the Brahmin sitting there expressionlessly. In fact, this is the main ship of this Brahmin. The captain is also the commander of the Brahmin army this time. He is not a powerful genetic engineer, but just an ordinary Brahmin with certain strength. Faced with Xia Qinjian, he certainly has no power to fight back. The reason why this Brahmin is still alive is naturally because Xia Qinjian did not kill him. When Shen Fei and Xia Qiang followed Xia Qinjian's destruction all the way to the main control room, they saw Xia Qinjian saying something to a Brahmin. Before the 2 of them could get closer, the Brahman suddenly laughed to the sky. "Human, thank you for giving me so much time to start the self-destruct program." The Brahmin sneered. "We lost this time, but you can't imagine anything. Don't think that everything will be fine if you defeat me. All I lead is a small part of the power of our great Bra civilization. When the army really arrives, it will be the time when the sisters beat the turtle." Ha ha ha. In a crazy laugh, the Brahmin suddenly fell down, his body twitched, and he suddenly disappeared. "League Commander, is this?" Shen Fei and Xia Qiang came over and asked a little strangely. "Which show is this?" "I deliberately said that such a large main ship would have to be completely dismantled. It would take a long time. Now that it has started the self-destruction program, it will not be able to use me." Xia Qinjian stood up with some sigh, and said, "Let's go." "Is this over?" Shen Fei and Xia Qiang looked at each other and were both disappointed. Xia Qiang was disappointed that she had not seen Xia Qinjian really take action with all her strength. Shen Fei was disappointed that he did not find the second dog head. This main control room is no less important than the previous main energy source. There is a powerful Brahmin in the main energy source. It should be there in the main control room, right? Unfortunately, Xia Qinjian's move was quite straightforward and did not leave any living. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in a blink of an eye. As soon as the main ship of the Brahmin was destroyed, the frigates that had originally gathered around the God Ting star immediately fled the star field without looking back. The God Ting star crisis was naturally solved. And 3 days later, the Divine Court star, which became chaotic due to the sudden arrival of the Brahmin, also roughly restored order. Under such circumstances, Shen Fei and others who received the escape mission were naturally extremely relaxed. The big boss has been killed, and there is no need to escape. And on this day 3 days later, Xia Chenjiun invited all the sisters Shen Fei, Jin Xiao Xiao, and Xia Kaiyang over. I'm going to invite you here this time. There are 2 main things. Xia Chenjiun said straight to the point. First, I promised Xia Kaiyang and Shen Fei that as long as I can win this battle, I will teach you everything I want to learn. Of course, Xia Ji and Jin Xiao Xiao, you two can also learn together. Hearing this, a hint of joy suddenly appeared on Shen Fei and Xia Kaiyang's faces. This kind of guidance from a strong man is extremely precious to them. Jin Xiao Xiao and Xia Ji's reactions became much calmer. Although the guidance of such powerful people was quite precious to them, they did not reach the point that made them excited. Of course, both of them thanked each other, and it would be no harm to listen to it. It would be useless to not listen. As for the second thing, Xia Chenjiun took a deep breath and asked, I want to confirm again that you are indeed from the Empire 80,000 years later, right? Right. Shen Fei nodded. Jin Xiao Xiao and Xia Ji were not surprised when they heard this. They had heard Shen Fei talk about Xia Chenjiun long ago. If they were surprised, they would have been surprised. I hope you can do me a favor. Xia Chenjiun said, take me a message to the senior leaders of the future empire. My main consciousness is in this virtual world. Ah! Shen Fei and the other 4 were a little surprised, but before they could ask, Xia Chenjiun followed and said, of course, if you can't reach the top leaders of the empire, you can find a way to spread the news. Legislative Commander, I'm going to say that we still have some status in the future empire. It's not difficult to bring this news to the top leaders of the empire. However, what's your purpose? Xia Ji asked. Although I'm not that afraid of death, if I have hope of living, I still want to survive. Xia Chenjiun sighed. Hearing this, the few people were confused for a while, and then they reacted later. Xia Chenjiun means that he died 80,000 years ago, and he still has hope of living now? Resurrection from the dead? Yes, I have hope of resurrection. Xia Chenjiun naturally knew the questions in his hearts, and he directly expressed the answer with great certainty. Is it because your main consciousness is in this virtual world? Xia Kaiyang asked. This is not difficult to guess. It is impossible for any person who appears in the virtual realm to have hope of resurrection. The only difference between Xia Chenjiun and the ordinary virtual realm mission is that he can realize that this is the virtual realm. In other words, his consciousness after death is attached to Xia Chenjiun in this virtual realm world. Right. Xia Chenjiun nodded and said, my consciousness is in this virtual world, and it can also be said that the origin of life is here. As long as the conditions are sufficient, I do have the possibility of resurrection. However, the stronger the resurrection, the more resources it takes to consume. I don't know if the Empire is willing to resurrect me, an old antique from 80,000 years ago. Xia Chenjiun sighed. As far as the contribution of the Legion Commander is concerned, the Empire is definitely willing to spend the price for you. Xia Ji smiled and said, besides, even if the Empire doesn't want it, is your younger brother Xia Chengfeng still unwilling? Chifeng is still alive. Xia Chenjiun's eyes lit up suddenly. In fact, Xia Ji suddenly stood up, and she gave Xia Qiang a look. Seeing this, Xia Qiang immediately understood what Xia Ji was going to do. Xia Qiang is a little bit after you, he also stood up. Since the Xia family, I have met the ancestors. Xia Ji gave a slight gift, and Xia Qiang also followed the gift. Although Xia Qiang has a low sense of identity with this family, she came to participate in the family assessment and even agreed that she was also a member of the family. Since that is the case, this real ancestor still has to recognize it. Xia Qiang, Xia Xiet. So that's it. Xia Chenjiun suddenly realized in his heart, but he also said, we have been separated by too many generations, so there is no need for our ancestors. You can just call me League Commander. Yes. Xia Ji immediately agreed. In fact, the term ancestor has long been completely eliminated, otherwise, there would be ancestors everywhere in the family. Xia Qiang and the others actually have this kind of relationship with the army commander. Shen Fei reacted later at this time. Miss Xiao Xiao, why aren't you surprised? Shen Fei glanced at Jin Xiao Xiao and found that she was sitting there, her expression on her face had not changed much. The Xia family runs through the history of the empire. In history, 80% of celebrities with the surname Xia can be trapped in this family. Jin Xiao Xiao explained. Although she did not understand the history of the Xia family like Xia Ji, and the history she had learned did not specifically indicate that Xia Chenjiun was a member of the Xia family, she had already had this kind of guess in her mind. At this moment, it only proves this speculation. Is it so scary? Shen Fei immediately took a breath. It's really terrifying. Jin Xiao Xiao nodded with a deep sense of agreement. This family is quite low-key, but even if the power is just exposed, it is enough for people not to be despised at all. So, is Xia Chenjiun's resurrection a foregone conclusion? Shen Fei looked at Xia Chenjiun. What did the strong man 80,000 years ago return to reality? Xia Chenjiun is known as an evolutionist who is infinitely close to the starry sky level, so he must be not far from the starry sky level. If he can reach the starry sky level after he is resurrected, he may also play an important role in the war against Crystal Core Life, right? Chapter 164 Xia Chenjiun's arrangement. Xia Chenjiun didn't say much about resurrection, he just needed to ask a few people to help him bring some news. Immediately afterwards, Xia Chenjiun asked how many people wanted to learn. Without surprise, Xia Qiang said that she wanted to know how to quickly comprehend the power of the mind, while Shen Fei wanted to learn the skills of using the power of the mind. For example, use the power of the mind to increase your own movement speed, defense, and even more advanced skills. Xia Ji and Jin Xiao Xiao didn't have much demand, and they said they could just listen. Shen Fei, your request is easy, I can teach you later. Xia Chenjiun said. However, by the way, the personal color of using the power of the mind is generally very serious, and it is normal to be difficult to teach others. I cannot guarantee whether I can learn it. I see. Shen Fei nodded directly. Xia Chenjiun's words did not put him in the slightest psychological pressure. Before, Feng Yi taught him the skills of using the power of spiritual exploration on the Shen Feng, but he also said so, but he learned it very quickly. Not to mention, his understanding has reached hundreds of times terrifying now, and his learning ability will inevitably be stronger. When Xia Chenjiun saw Shen Fei nodding, he didn't say much, but turned to Xia Qiang. As for Xia Qiang's request, Xia Chenjiun pondered for a moment, and then asked. You are eager to master the power of your mind, but you are unable to get started. Yes. Xia Qiang nodded, and Shen Fei looked aside, thinking in his heart that Xia Qiang was eager enough, otherwise he wouldn't have asked if he saw a little hope. Xia Qiang asked him about the Shenfeng before. If you continue like this, you will never be able to master the power of your mind in your life. Xia Chenjiun suddenly said, and in an instant, Xia Qiang's expression changed. The power of the mind is actually not difficult. You only need to have a little talent, let it go, and you will be able to master it soon. Xia Chenjiun followed and said. And if you insist on thirsty, it will make you farther and farther away from this power. Is it easy? Xia Qiang smiled bitterly, she was almost tortured. A few months ago, she had 72 internal circulations. Now several months have passed, but she has not made any progress because she has no spiritual power. I think the Legion commander is very right. Shen Fei suddenly said, for example, before I mastered the power of my mind, I didn't know what it was, but I naturally mastered it. For example, Chen Cheng said that he was pursuing the power of his mind in the Crescent Realm, but he could not break through. He even gave up breaking through the Sun Realm directly. After breaking through the Sun Realm, he lost the idea of pursuing the power of his mind. Instead, he suddenly mastered the power of his mind and made rapid progress. He was only at the second level of the Sun Realm, but with the help of the Sun Realm, his strength was almost at the third level of the Sun Realm. Chen Cheng. When Xia Qiang heard this, a thoughtful look appeared on her face. She later heard Xia Ji talk about this person and knew that the other party was the future director of the General Law Enforcement Bureau. Unexpectedly, such a person could not control the power of his mind in the Crescent Moon realm. Of course, Xia Qiang didn't think much about it. She looked at Xia Chenjiun and asked again, League Commander, what should I do specifically? Should I just do nothing and wait for it? Of course not. Xia Chenjiun pondered for a moment, and he followed, let's do this, now the God Court Star is in chaos, and there are many places that require manpower. I will arrange some tasks for you to do. You cannot use the talent of the virtual realm for these tasks, and it is best not to rely on external forces, just rely on your own task. Xia Qiang was slightly stunned. She had no idea what Xia Chenjiun was doing this, but now she could only choose to believe Xia Chenjiun. Since it was a task, then do it. League Commander, Sister Jin and I don't have the power of our hearts. Do you have to arrange some tasks for us? Xia Ji suddenly smiled. Yes, Xia Chenjiun looked at Xia Ji and Jin Xiao Xiao, and he said directly, Xia Ji, you don't need special tasks. I'll arrange for you to preside over the disaster relief work. Ah! Xia Ji was slightly stunned. As for Jin Xiao Xiao, you stay here to study with Shen Fei. Xia Chenjiun said again. Upon hearing this, Jin Xiao Xiao was also stunned, and Shen Fei was also a little confused, but Xia Chenjiun obviously had no intention of explaining. Soon, Xia Chenjiun helped Xia Qiang and Xia Ji arrange the mission, and the two of them left the 3rd Legion's garrison with confusion on their faces. Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao were taken to a training room by Xia Chenjiun. Before I officially start teaching you the skills of using the power of your mind, I need to understand the strength of your power of your mind. Xia Chenjiun looked at Shen Fei and said, "Can the strength of the mind be measured?" Shen Fei asked. "The power of the mind is actually a very ethereal and illusory thing. How to measure it?" "It is of course difficult to measure directly, but it can be measured indirectly," Xia Chenjiun said. "You should know that the higher your basic strength, the weaker the bonus of the same spiritual power on you. So, I only need to know your basic strength and then know your power under the bonus of the power of the mind, and then I can judge the strength of your mind." "So that's it." Shen Fei suddenly realized that this could indeed estimate the strength of the spiritual power. There are also instruments for measuring strength in this training room. Although they are not as advanced as the 3rd evolutionary school, they can measure the power of tens of millions of tons, so it is still okay to measure Shen Fei's power at this moment. It is similar to what was measured in the outside world before. Without using a tribute bonus, Shen Fei's fist force is between 100 tons and 150 tons. Using the power of the mind, Shen Fei's fist power actually reached an astonishing 400 tons. This means that his spiritual power gave him an astonishing bonus of more than 4 times under normal circumstances. Of course, if Shen Fei uses the Wild God transformation, the bonus of the spiritual power will be reduced sharply. According to his previous combat experience with the powerful Brahmin, the bonus at that time could almost double. Of course, although the bonus multiple has become smaller, it is with Shen Fei's higher foundation. If the two are compared, the power of the spiritual power is actually similar. Your spiritual power is not weak. In the usual division, it is almost 2-star level. Xia Chenjiun glanced at Shen Fei's data and said directly. 2-star. Shen Fei said in confusion. It is a very simple and rough division method. Xia Chenjiun said. Take the spiritual power required to break through the 2nd level of the Sun Realm as 1 star. Every 10 times increase, it will be increased by 1 star. Each star is actually the standard for breaking through the Sun Realm. If the power of the Sun Realm reaches the 2nd level of the Sun Realm, it will reach the standard for breaking through the 3rd level of the Sun Realm. The 3-star spiritual power is the standard for breaking through the 4th level of the Sun Realm and so on. I see. Shen Fei nodded thoughtfully. Although this division method is simple and crude, it is really clear. Chapter 165 Harvest and End. After helping Shen Fei test the data, Xia Chenjiun immediately helped Jin Xiao Xiao to measure the data for no reason. Although Shen Fei didn't know what Xia Chenjiun was doing, Jin Xiaoxiao's data surprised him. Like Shen Fei, Jin Xiao Xiao, who is the 3rd level of the crescent moon, has reached more than 90 tons, although her highest power is not as high as Shen Fei. This is far from the average level 3 of the new moon, which also shows that Jin Xiaoxiao's evolutionary talent is also very top-notch. Of course, Jin Xiao Xiao does not have the power of the mind, so she cannot measure the data supported by the power of the mind. That's why Shen Fei felt that Xia Chenjiun's behavior was inexplicable and completely unreasonable. Afterwards, Xia Qinjiun began to formally teach Shen Fei various techniques for using spiritual power. In fact, the skills of using the power of the mind cannot be dictated. They can only let Shen Fei experience it personally and then understand it from it like Feng Yi did last time. Shen Fei had no problem, and he understood all kinds of skills very smoothly. He quickly learned the method of using the power of the mind to support defense and speed. After seeing Shen Fei's extraordinary talent, Xia Qinjiun decided to teach Shen Fei his unique tricks. That is, spiritual attack. The difficulty of learning mental attacks is much more difficult than other techniques, or the two are not on the same level at all. Using the power of the mind to bless various attributes is essentially a variant of the Sword of the Wasteland and is all a blessing to oneself, so it is of course easy to learn. But mind attack is not only a pure use of spiritual power, but also affects other people, which is very difficult. Even Shen Fei didn't learn it after learning for most of the day. However, there is nearly a month left before the end of the Void Realm world, and there is plenty of time. Xia Qinjiun asked them to go back first and come and learn the next day. Miss Xiao Xiao, have you gained anything? On the way back, Shen Fei couldn't help asking Jin Xiao Xiao. Jin Xiao Xiao did not understand the power of the mind at all, but Xia Qinjiun still repeated the steps he taught him on Jin Xiao Xiao. Isn't this a waste of time? The harvest is strictly speaking. Jin Xiao Xiao snorted and she said, this Xia Qinjiun is similar to my mother. She is all the mysterious and mysterious guys. She can clearly explain it clearly, but he just doesn't say it. Shen Fei was slightly stunned. Really rewarding? Just follow Xia Qinjiun to learn with peace of mind. I heard from Xia Ji that Xia Qinjiun is very good at spiritual power, and his spiritual power is thousands of times stronger than the normal 9th level of the Sun Realm. Jin Xiao Xiao glanced at Shen Fei and said, from my understanding, even in the Empire, it is rare for people who have this kind of spiritual power to be able to have this kind of spiritual power. This is definitely a good opportunity. So strong. Shen Fei was shocked. No wonder Xia Qinjiun was called an evolutionist close to the starry sky level. It turned out that it was because of the power of the mind. According to Xia Qinjiun, his spiritual power has reached a terrifying 11-star rating, which is 1 billion times stronger than Shen Fei's mental power at this moment. Shen Fei even suspected that Xia Qinjiun's spiritual power might be stronger than ordinary starry sky level evolvers. He did not make any breakthrough. It may be that the conditions required to break through the starry sky level are not only the spiritual power, and Xia Qinjiun's other conditions did not meet the standards. It's so scary. Shen Fei took a deep breath in his heart, and at the same time made a secret decision to learn Xia Qinjiun's tricks. As Jin Xiao Xiao said, such an opportunity is so rare. Time is passing by, and in a blink of an eye, nearly a month has passed, and before I know it, time has come to the end of the virtual world. Half a month ago, Shen Fei had learned the strange method of mind attack. The power of this move also satisfies Shen Fei. Generally speaking, if a person with a weak will is attacked by Shen Fei, he will fall into a fainting directly, and those with a firm will often be greatly disturbed, such as dizziness, slow reactions, etc. This move will have miraculous effects in close combat. Strictly speaking, This move can only be used for sudden attacks in close combat, because Shen Fei's mental power is not strong, and the current impact range is only about 3 meters. Of course, a mere shortcoming is nothing, because it really works miraculously in melee combat. And when the virtual realm was about to end, Xia Chenjiun gathered the 4 of them again. This month, you 4 have gained something, but you can only come here. I hope we will see you again in the future. Xia Chenjiun sighed. League Commander, if you really resurrected, will you have this month's memory? Xia Ji asked. I don't know. Xia Chenjiun shook his head and said. But this time the virtual realm world is over, and next time the virtual realm world opens again, I will definitely not have the memory of this period. At that time, he will still be the commander of the 3rd Legion of the Divine Court Star who is facing the invasion of the Bra people, and he will most likely die at the hands of the Bra people. This is the virtual world, repeated cycles. When the 4 of them heard this, they were silent. Legislative Commander, no matter what, I will always remember your guidance to me this month. Xia Qiang stood up and bowed deeply. Xia Qiang is really grateful to Xia Chenjiun at this moment, because she miraculously got into the power of her mind a few days ago. Xia Chenjiun arranged for her to do dozens of tasks during this period. Although each task was strange, the effect was surprisingly good. The power of the charming crickets and oars is because you have this potential, and I just gave some guidance. Xia Chenjiun did not take any credit. This is also a fact. He cannot just pull someone from the street to understand the power of his mind. If he wants to understand the power of his mind, he must first have this potential. Afterwards, Shen Fei, Jin Xiaoxiao and Xia Ji also expressed their gratitude. It goes without saying that Shen Fei is the one who gained the most among the 4. Although Jin Xiaoxiao and Xia Ji did not understand the power of their minds, they also gained something. I have to say that Xia Chenjiun has done a very good job in teaching students according to his aptitude. He is definitely a good teacher who has been delayed by evolutionists. Soon, the last period of time in the virtual world passed, everything in the virtual world began to become blurred, and white light enveloped everything. In the blink of an eye, only Jin Xiaoxiao was left beside Shen Fei. It's over. Shen Fei sighed in his heart, hoping that he would still remember everything when he saw Xia Chenjiun next time. And at this moment, lines of text also appeared in front of them. Congratulations, you have survived for 1 month and the basic task has been completed. The following are the rewards. 1. You get a ticket to the mysterious virtual realm. 2. You can obtain 0.12 tons of source material, or you can use this 0.12 tons of source material to exchange for the items you get in the virtual realm. You have 30 seconds to consider. After 30 seconds, you will default to choosing 0.12 tons of source material. Mysterious Void Realm Ticket. Shen Fei was slightly stunned. What's this thing? However, Shen Fei's attention to Void Realm tickets did not last long, and he quickly shifted his focus to source quality. But was he dazzled? If you remember correctly, the unit of measurement of the source quality he obtained before was all grams, so why did it become tons this time? Ton. Shen Fei repeatedly confirmed it, and soon he was sure that he was not wrong. For a moment, Shen Fei couldn't help but open his mouth wide. This time, I'm really rich. Chapter 166 Selling the Source Quality. Real Empire, Earth. This is a building that is made of crystal-like materials. The whole building is like a fist, and it looks full of majestic atmosphere from a distance. This is the only first-level law enforcement bureau in the Empire and the general administration of law enforcement of the Empire. At this time, on the top floor of this building, Chen Cheng, who is currently the director of the General Law Enforcement Bureau, was frowning at a virtual screen in front of him. Crystal Nuclei Life has made more and more small moves, and the workload of the Law Enforcement Bureau has increased by tens of thousands during this period. Time. It's a pity that the way Crystal Core Lives survives is parasitic. Their nests may be hidden in any inconspicuous civilization. It's too difficult to find them. Chen Cheng sighed. If they could find the nests of Crystal Core Lives, they wouldn't have to be so passive. However, the Crystal Nuclear Life Lair is likely to be in the Koniboya Galaxy Cluster. I hope they can gain something. Chen Cheng quickly calmed down, and he didn't think about it anymore. Just then, Chen Cheng suddenly looked up and a figure in a silver-white battlesuit appeared in front of him. Brother Xia, have you gone to the front line? And how did you contact me with spiritual projection? Chen Cheng asked in surprise. The front line is now in a state of complete silence, and the general contact information cannot be used. The figure explained, and he followed. Brother Chen, do you still remember the Shenting Star incident? Divine Court Star. Chen Cheng's expression changed slightly, and he nodded and said, "Of course I remember. I am one of the few survivors in that incident. Although Commander Xia Chenjiun's army sacrificed his life to protect many elites from leaving, most of them died in the hands of the Bra people in the end. I was able to return safely by relying on the Void Realm. Now, a virtual realm world related to the Divine Court Star has appeared, and my brother's life is in it," the figure said. "I want to ask you to go and bring out my brother's life mark." "Did you discover the origin of the life of Captain Xia Chenjiun?" Chen Cheng's face first showed a hint of surprise, and he nodded immediately and said, "Since it is a virtual world related to the Divine Court Star, I don't need to enter the real body, so there is no problem." The situation in the Empire is tense now. As the director of the General Administration of Law Enforcement, it is definitely impossible for him to leave casually, not to mention that he had completely lost contact with the outside world during his time in the virtual world. If something happened during this period, it would be too late to regret. But since that virtual world is related to the Divine Court Star, there must be a Chen Cheng so that he does not need to enter the real body, so this is just a small matter. "Thank you." A smile appeared on the figure's face. "The commander of Xia Chenjiun's army is kind to me, and this little fact is not worth mentioning." Chen Cheng sighed and asked immediately, "When will that virtual world open?" "This is a newly discovered initial virtual world, with sufficient source material, and it should be opened for the second time soon. At that time, I will contact the 8 thieves of the Viagra again." "Are the resurrection resources enough?" Chen Cheng asked again. "There is no problem with other resources, but what my brother is most prominent is the power of the mind. The stone of the mind he used to resurrect him should not be too casual. I am investigating whether the virtual world related to the stone of the mind has been opened recently. As the figure said, Chen Cheng nodded thoughtfully. The stone of the heart is not a rare thing, but as the saying goes, the right one is the best. Although the difference between suitable one and inappropriate one will not be big, it is the brother who resurrected himself, and of course he understands the caution in this. At the same time, at the center of Iovison, Shen Fei walked in with a box about the size of a human head. At this moment, it was the second day after leaving the Void Realm. Jin Xiao Xiao, Xia Qiang and Xia Ji had left Muo. After a night of rest, Shen Fei also came here to sell all the source materials he obtained. Before in the virtual realm, Shen Fei did not choose to exchange source material for anything, so he exchanged all the 0.12 tons of source material he got this time. Mr. Shen Fei, you are here again. Judging from your appearance, you have gained a lot this time. A beautiful woman with a hot figure received Shen Fei. This is actually the artificial intelligence of the Void Realm Adventurer Center. Her name is Shen Shui No 7. In fact, Shen Fei's previous few times came to sell quality products, and they were all received by this artificial intelligence, so they are considered old acquaintances. Well, you have a good attitude. Shen Fei smiled and handed the box in his hand. And just a moment. Oh my god, 120 kilograms of source material. A very anthropomorphic expression of surprise appeared on Shen Shui No 7's face. This time the harvest is a little bigger. Shen Fei stretched out his finger and gestured. Mr. Shen Fei, you really surprised me. I remember that you have been a Void Realm adventurer for less than a year, but the source quality you have obtained exceeds all the gains of most Void Realm adventurers' entire career. Shen Shui No. 7 said in an exclaim. When Shen Fei heard this, he just smiled slightly. Are you planning to sell all of these 120 kilograms of source materials? Asked Shen Shui No. 7. Sell them all, but I plan to sell them to you in the name of others. Shen Fei said. I understand, you want some people to become star-rated citizens. Shen Shui No. 7 nodded directly. Normally, 10G source quality is enough to make people become a 1-star citizen, but the premise is that you must have the ability to obtain source quality in order to become a 1-star citizen with just 10G source quality. For example, if an adventurer in the virtual realm comes to sell the source quality, there is no need to prove it too much, because the adventurer in the virtual realm has the way and channel to obtain the source quality. But what if it is an ordinary person? Of course, you cannot become a star citizen based on 10G source quality alone. This is caused by the Empire's unique star citizen lifting system, that is, if parents are N-star citizens, and children are N1-star citizens. If a 1-star virtual adventurer wants his children to become 1-star citizens, he must work hard to upgrade to 2-star rating. There is a problem here. If any ordinary person can become a 1-star citizen with 10G source quality, then this 1-star virtual adventurer only needs to prepare 10G source quality for his children. Women can easily become 1-star citizens, and it doesn't matter whether this Void Realm adventurer himself is 2-star. This is obviously contrary to the imperial system, so generally, people who do not have the ability to obtain source quality sell source quality, and if they want to improve their citizenship level, the requirements are higher. To be precise, the requirement is 10 times higher than that of the adventurer in the virtual realm. That is, only 100 G source quality can become a 1-star citizen, and only 1000 G source quality can become a 2-star citizen. In fact, 100 G source quality is enough to make a Void Realm adventurer a 2-star citizen, so if it is just to improve the status of children, no one will choose to hand over 100 G source quality to their children to sell to the Empire. It is easier and more direct to sell it yourself. But some Void Realm adventurers want to improve their status with relatives and friends around them, so they need to sell the source quality in the name of others. The Empire does not forbid such behavior because you pay enough. It is not easy for ordinary adventurers in the virtual realm to collect 300 grams of source quality, but Shen Fei's gains this time were too big, and 300 grams of source quality was very easy for him. Huang Zitong is undoubtedly one of the 3 people Shen Fei wants to help, and there are also Shen Fei's friends Lin Ruyan and Dongfang Shuo. Needless to say, Huang Zitong has been several months since she graduated. If she no longer becomes a star citizen, even if she has been transformed into a semi-intelligent, she still has to serve in the army. As for Lin Ruyan and Dongfang Shuo, they plan to get married after graduation, so they don't need to become star-rated citizens. But becoming a star citizen is much better than an ordinary citizen, at least freedom will not be restricted. Shen Fei is preparing to give the 2-star citizens the matter of helping them star citizens as a wedding gift to them. I believe they will be very surprised then. Chapter 167 Source Energy Cultivation Room. Mr. Shen Fei, you are already a noble 5-star citizen. In the entire Ganshui city, there are only 36,123 people with a citizen level that is comparable to or higher than you. In addition, you sold a total of 120 kilograms of source materials this time, and a total of 120 billion imperial coins have arrived in your account at Imperial Bank. And Mr. Shen Fei, as our noble customer, we will try our best to meet your request. We will not officially notify Lin Ruyan and Dongfang Shuo after 5 months and 12 days, that they have become 1-star citizens. Shen Shui number 7 kept talking, and Shen Fei's smile gradually expanded. Shen Shui City is a city in the solar system, but there are only more than 30,000 people with a citizenship level or higher than him. What if he put him in a remote place, would it be great? It's a good person. However, now that the life of the crystal nucleus is raging, it is safer for the solar system. Shen Fei had no idea of leaving the solar system in his mind. He went to Titan last time, which impressed him. And, this achievement is not enough, and it's too early to be proud now. Shen Fei quickly sorted out his mood, and at the same time he also checked the evidence of evolution. Sure enough, the news that 120 billion yuan has been sent. I have to think about how to spend this money. While thinking, Shen Fei quickly left the center of the Void Realm adventurer. However, at this moment, Shen Fei's evolutionary evidence suddenly flashed. Shen Fei glanced at him and found that it was Jin Xiao who contacted him. It should be something about that virtual realm ticket. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind. This time, the ticket they received for the Void Realm in the Void Realm was actually a mysterious Void Realm ticket, which made Shen Fei confused. What the hell is the mysterious virtual realm ticket? It's even more confusing than the initial virtual realm ticket. Jin Xiao Xiao, Xiaozhi, and others also knew nothing about this. Fortunately, they are all people with backgrounds and don't know it themselves, so they just need to go home and ask their elders. Shen Fei didn't think much about it, and he quickly clicked on the proof of evolution. Suddenly, Jin Xiao Xiao, who had just woken up and had her hair loose, appeared in front of him. Miss Xiao Xiao, good morning. Shen Fei greeted him. Why are you laughing so happily? What's the good thing? Jin Xiao Xiao asked curiously with one hand. I sold the source quality I got this time, and the 120 billion yuan just arrived. Shen Fei smiled and said. Miss Xiao Xiao, do you think I can be unhappy? 120 billion. Jin Xiao Xiao curled her lips. She had to admit that Shen Fei's gains this time were big enough, and that the money could be a major upgrade for some weapons on her mecha. This time, in this virtual world, her contribution is far less than that of Shen Fei, so the source quality she obtained is not as much as Shen Fei, only 30 kilograms. Of course, this is actually a very terrifying number. If they had not been to the initial virtual world this time, they would not have had such gains. Tell me the serious business. Jin Xiao Xiao suddenly said, I have good news to tell you. Good news. Shen Fei was stunned, and he asked immediately, that mysterious Void Realm ticket is very precious. Not this, I'll talk about this later. Jin Xiao Xiao said. It was us who brought back the news about Xia Chenjiun, and the Xia family decided to let us enter the Source Energy Cultivation Room. Source Energy Cultivation Room? What is that? Shen Fei was a little confused. Source energy is an energy that is extremely easy to absorb by the human body. Even the primary source energy is 10 times better than evolutionary potions. Jin Xiao Xiao said. And the source energy cultivation room is where the energy source continuously generates source energy. Is that true? Shen Fei was slightly shocked. Source energy is actually nothing. Jin Xiao Xiao said. The Empire has actually been producing this energy, and he can use it for some important people. If I want to use it, I can actually apply. It is a bit waste to use it in the New Moon realm. I originally planned to save a quota and wait until the Sun realm. Well. Shen Fei was silent immediately. The primary source energy was 10 times better than the evolutionary potion. What is that? What are the benefits of the source energy cultivation room? Shen Fei asked. The benefits are so great. I heard that it is very attractive to starry level evolvers. Jin Xiao Xiao said solemnly. Hearing this, Shen Fei was shocked. By looking at Xia Chenjiun's performance, you can tell how strong the starry sky level evolvers are. Does this thing have a huge attraction to the starry sky level evolvers? However, for us in the Crescent Moon realm, this source energy cultivation room has only one benefit. Jin Xiao Xiao stretched out a finger and said. That is to greatly increase the speed of our opening up of internal circulation. This is just the effect of the source energy itself, right? Shen Fei asked directly. Since the effect of the source energy is much better than evolutionary potions, it will of course increase the speed of opening up the internal circulation. Source energy is just one of the reasons. Jin Xiao said. In the source energy cultivation room, our spirit will remain at its peak for a long time, and our concentration will be greatly improved, which will naturally make it easier to open up the inner cycle. In addition, what a craftsman! There is a limit to the internal circulation every day, right? But in the source energy cultivation room, this limit will also be greatly improved. For example, in the past, you could only open 1/10 of an internal cycle a day, but when you arrived at the source energy cultivation room, you might be able to open an internal cycle a day, and the gap was so big. Ah! Shen Fei's eyes suddenly widened. Can he actually raise his limit? In fact, this limit is also a kind of self-protection for the human body. The process of opening up internal circulation is essentially a process of constantly transforming the body, but if it is too much, it will easily cause irreversible damage to the body. So this is a slow process, and therefore the limits of the human body are brought to the limits. But can this source energy cultivation room break this limit? Too outrageous! The source energy cultivation room is very precious. The source energy cultivation room built by the empire is basically used by the powerful people of the empire. Occasionally, people who have made great contributions can use it. Jin Xiao sighed. I didn't expect that the Xia family actually had an energy cultivation room and let us in so generously. I guess it might be because of the crystal core life. The strong men of the Xia family are already on the front line, so we can get this opportunity. Shen Fei nodded, but he didn't care much about why the Xia family was so generous now. He was thinking more that he might be able to take this opportunity to reach the 4th level of the new moon in one breath. Not impossible. His spiritual power has reached 2-star rating, and Wild God Sword has actually been greatly improved. With such an outrageous effect as the Source Energy Cultivation Room, he may be able to really open up 108 internal cycles in a short period of time. Even if I can't reach the 4th level of the new moon, I'm afraid I won't be too far from the 4th level of the new moon. A smile appeared on Shen Fei's lips. At the 4th level of the new moon, even if you don't use attribute bonuses, you are still a master. If there is another attribute bonus, it will be so terrifying. Please leave. I wonder if you have heard of the Shandong earthquake. I was woken up in the middle of the night yesterday and was so scared that I never fell asleep again. I am still nervous and have recovered from my state. Chapter 168 Go. Afterwards, Jin Xiao told Shen Fei about the mysterious Void Realm ticket. Void Realm tickets are issued uniformly by the system within the evolutionary certificate. Generally speaking, except for the fixed star rating, the Void Realm tickets can be obtained by Void Realm adventurers. Of course, there are exceptions. According to Jin Xiao, the virtual world represented by the mysterious virtual realm ticket does not belong to the conventional virtual realm world, but a special virtual realm world with a reward nature. Entering this virtual world will not be too dangerous, but you will have the opportunity to get many benefits. Of course, this kind of ticket for Void Realm is not obtained casually. Only when Void Realm adventurers perform very well can they have hope. There is no doubt that the mysterious virtual realm tickets obtained by Shen Fei and Jin Xiao were not obtained for luck, but because of their performance in the Shenting Star. I see. Shen Fei suddenly realized that their performance this time was indeed a bit outrageous. The mission only required them to survive for 1 month, but they defeated the Brahmin. Although it was with the help of Xia Chenjiun's power, they were undeniable in it. Without them, Xia Chenjiun would not be able to deal with those Bra people. If you insist on saying it, I got my ticket because we are teammates, and part of your performance has been judged on me, so I also got a ticket for the mysterious virtual realm. Jin Xiao Xiao said. Miss Xiao Xiao, we are teammates, so it is appropriate to help each other. Shen Fei said with a smile. Jin Xiao Xiao snorted in her heart when she heard this, but she didn't say much. She would compensate Shen Fei if she had the chance in the future. Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao talked for a while, and soon, they hung up the communication. Go back first. Shen Fei didn't think much about it and planned to go back and make arrangements. This time I went to the source energy cultivation room for a full 3 months, which was much longer than when I went to the virtual world. You should know that the time flow rate in the virtual realm world is faster than in reality. The time flow rate in the virtual realm world that Shen Fei has encountered so far is 3 to 1 compared to reality. He often stays in it for a month, and only 10 days have passed in reality. 3 days later. On a luxurious private spacecraft. Sir, this is the sweet drink you want. A dress Kodafan's neat maid brought a drink to Shen Fei. Thanks. Shen Fei thanked him. After taking the drink, he leaned comfortably on the soft seat behind him. Shen Fei looked at the luxurious decorations around him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this is the life of a truly rich man. This is the spaceship sent by the Xia family to pick him up. Since boarding the ship, Shen Fei has deeply felt the difference between this spaceship and a news private spaceship. There is no comparison between the two. Just as Shen Fei was thinking, suddenly, the metal door of the room slowly rose and followed 3 figures in. It was Jin Xiao Xiao, Xia Kaiyang, and Xia Ji 3. Are you here too? Shen Fei was a little surprised. This spaceship first went to Jupiter to pick us up, and then came to Muo to pick up the insult. Bye now Liao Fai. Shen Fei, you made a lot of money this time, right? What's the point of staying in Muo? Why don't you move Jupiter to you too? It's convenient for us to meet in the future. I am the law enforcer of the virtual realm of Mu Vyson, so it is not convenient to leave. Shen Fei shook his head. What's the difficulty? Just help you transfer to Jupiter. Xia Ji said directly. Is it so familiar to you? Shen Fei was a little surprised and confused. Xia Ji, why do you insist on letting Shen Fei come to Jupiter? Jin Xiao Xiao suddenly spoke, with a little dissatisfaction in it. Sister Jin, I don't mean to compete with you for someone. Don't get me wrong. Xia Ji smiled. What are you talking about? Jin Xiaoxio's face suddenly tightened, and she looked at Shen Fei at the same time. Isn't Shen Fei a teammate you bound in the virtual realm, Sister Jin? What I mean is that I won't compete with you for this teammate. Xia Ji explained with a confused look on his face. You mean this? Jin Xiao Xiao nodded immediately. Shen Fei looked at the 2 people talking and didn't know what to say. It seems that IQ and EQ are indeed not linked. Can't Jin Xiao see that Xia Ji is playing? A cup of coffee. Xia Qiang had already sat down at this time and asked the maid on the side for a cup of coffee. A moment later, Xia Ji and Jin Xiao also sat down separately. Although Miss Xiao has explained the reason to me, I have to say that your Xia family is really generous. Shen Fei looked at Xia Ji and said at the same time. Strictly speaking, this news has little to do with Shen Fei and Jin Xiao. After all, they actually did nothing, it was just a coincidence. And in the end, the two of them told the senior officials of the empire that they did it, but Xia did it. Sister Jin tells you that it was our family's decision. Xia Ji smiled and she followed, it's impossible. The family is not that generous. The UN Energy Cultivation Room is not an ordinary resource. What's going on? Jin Xiao was a little confused. This was the news he received. The source energy cultivation room we went to was used by Xia Chengfeng before, and it was also his words that the family followed the flow and had our chance this time. Xia Ji explained. Xia Chengfeng. When Shen Fei heard this, he suddenly realized that Xia Ji had mentioned in the virtual world before that this was Xia Chenjiun's younger brother. That's right. It's probably only he who attaches so much importance to Xia Chenjiun. Just for one piece of information, they entered the precious source energy cultivation room. Where is the source energy cultivation room? Shen Fei asked again. This time he got on the spaceship, and no one told him where he was going. That's completely confidential. You just need to follow me anyway. Xia Ji smiled and said, don't worry, no one will harm you. Shen Fei nodded. Jin Xiao and Xia Ji both boarded the ship, so there must be no problem. If there are any problems with this, how can it be? The spaceship was not long before flying. Shen Fei drank 2 drinks and heard the prompt that the spaceship had landed. The 4 of them walked out of the spacecraft, and what caught their eyes was a wide square. On the square, there were these 9 conspicuous white light balls. Apart from these 9 light balls, there is only one man lying on a recliner. However, the man seemed to be asleep in the last second, but suddenly appeared in front of the 4 people the next second. The man looked at the 4 people and soon he nodded. You have 3 months to go to the number 9 practice room. The man left this sentence and instantly returned to the recliner in the distance, looking like he was asleep again. Are you that sleepy? Shen Fei muttered in his heart, but he didn't say anything. After all, he was in someone else's territory. Chapter 169 Breakthrough. Where is the number 9 training room? Shen Fei looked at the entire square and finally fixed his eyes on the light balls. There are only these 9 light balls in the entire square. Could it be that these light balls are the source energy cultivation room? Come with me. Xia Ji said, and she took the 4 of them forward directly. Sure enough, Xia Ji directly brought a few people to the light ball on the far right and walked in directly. And just as a few people stepped into the light ball. Wow! Everything in front of him changed in an instant. It was a vast plain covered with flowers and plants. The quiet wind blew on Shen Fei's cheeks, but it could not soothe his shock at this moment. Is this the source energy cultivation room? Shen Fei asked in a daze. He thought the source energy cultivation room was a room, but he didn't expect it to be like this. It's just that. Jin Xiao seemed to have known for a long time. While she was talking, she took out a small metal box and handed it to Shen Fei. What is this? Shen Fei was a little embarrassed, take it in confusion. If you don't want to stay in the wild for 3 months, just open it and it will form a villa for you to live in. Jin Xiao explained. Shen Fei looked at the side when he heard this and found that Xia Ji also handed Xia Qiang a small box. Good guy, they don't know anything about their feelings, right? A moment later, Shen Fei opened the metal box that Jin Xiao gave him. In just about 3 seconds, a luxurious villa rose from the ground. After Shen Fei entered it, he simply became familiar with it and planned to start opening up an internal cycle. After all, he has been looking forward to the effect here for a long time. Hopefully, don't let me down. Shen Fei sat cross-legged in the villa lobby. Soon, Shen Fei felt a constant stream of energy entering his body. Is this the source energy? Shen Fei was immediately excited and controlled them to open up the inner cycle. In the blink of an eye, time came 1.5 hours later. Has the 37th internal circulation been opened up? Shen Fei was shocked. Without hesitation, he opened up the 38th internal circulation in a blink of an eye. The source energy around it seems endless. As much as Shen Fei consumes, he will have a source energy flowing into his body for his use. Moreover, when Shen Fei opened up the internal circulation, he felt that it was much easier than the outside world. It took about 2 hours this time, and Shen Fei opened up the 38th internal cycle. So fast! Shen Fei was a little excited. The reason why he reached the 12-star spiritual power so quickly is certainly not to be ignored, but the effect of source energy is also fully reflected. Not to mention, Shen Fei opened up 2 internal loops in succession, but he didn't even feel the limit. He could continue. Then keep going. Shen Fei couldn't wait to start the development of a new internal cycle again. Time is passing, and in a blink of an eye, 2.5 months have passed. This day, Shen Fei, who was sitting cross-legged there, suddenly stood up, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and gradually expanded. He couldn't help but open his arms and felt his changes at this moment. The accumulation of the first 144 internal cycles has resulted in this moment of qualitative change. The entire body structure was connected in an instant, and an extremely terrifying force surged out of the body. This is the power accumulated in the internal circulations again and again, but this power cannot be exerted before the internal circulations in Article 144 are completed. But now, once the internal cycle of Article 144 is completed, this power is naturally released. This is the 4th level of the crescent moon. Shen Fei quietly felt that according to the information, the power of the crescent moon level 3 to the crescent moon level 4 will increase by up to 7 times. Shen Fei felt that his improvement this time must have reached this number. In this way, my normal power will be nearly 1,000 tons, and the transformation of the wilderness god will naturally become even more terrifying. Shen Fei waved his fist without using any attribute bonus. His strength can easily suppress Zhu Yan's level of Sun Realm. This source energy cultivation room is so outrageous. The 108 internal cycles were opened in just 2.5 months. Shen Fei was a little amazed in his heart. You know, the more difficult it is to open up the internal cycle. Shen Fei sighed for a while, and he quickly left his villa. At this time, on the flat ground outside, 3 figures were sitting around a table, and they were holding a deck of cards in their hands. Obviously, he is playing a chess and card game. This is naturally Jin Xiao and the others. Although the source energy cultivation room can greatly increase the limit of opening the internal circulation every day, it is not really no limit. In the past 2.5 months, the few people who have nothing to do after opening the internal circulation have naturally had to find something to do. Playing cards together is just one of the entertainment activities. At this time, Jin Xiao and his friends saw Shen Fei coming out, and their faces looked surprised. "Why did you come out so early today?" Jin Xiao asked. According to the experience of the past 2.5 months, Shen Fei has been opening up an internal circulation much longer than them every day. Logically speaking, Shen Fei should be still opening up an internal circulation now. In fact, the evolutionary talents of humans are different. Shen Fei's evolutionary talents attributes have reached more than 110 points. His cultivation limit is already high, and the effect of obtaining the source energy cultivation room bonus is also better, so it is naturally longer to open up the internal cycle. So, when the few people saw Shen Fei, they naturally felt strange. "I have made a breakthrough, and the development of the internal circulation has come to an end for the time being." Shen Fei sat down and said directly. "Breakthrough? The 4th level of the new moon." Xia Qiang's expression changed slightly, and she was also a little surprised. She thought she was the one who had the most hope to break through the 4th level of the crescent moon here. After all, before entering here, she had already opened up 72 internal cycles. The cultivation effect in this place is indeed good. Shen Fei nodded. Shen Fei, a girl, is crazy and cute, and is a slap in a lawsuit. Xia Ji sighed, "It is absolutely rare to reach the 4th level of the new moon at this age." "Go to the award." Shen Fei smiled and asked immediately. "Is this game going to end? Add me one." "It's coming soon." Xia Ji wanted to say something, but at this time, Xia Qiang suddenly put the card in her hand on the table. "You 3 are playing, I'll go back first." Xia Qiang didn't say much, and she got up and left. At this time, Xia Qiang suddenly woke up. After comprehension of the power of the mind in the previous virtual world, she became a little lazy. In the past 2.5 months, she had been playing with Xia Ji for so long. You know, she is different from Xia Ji. Can't you still meditate when you open up the inner cycle to the limit? This energy practice room, it is necessary to keep people at their peak for a long time. Meditation in this state will definitely be more efficient. Then the 3 of us. Xiao Ji was about to say something when he saw Jin Xiao Xiao put the cards on the table. "I'll go back first." Jin Xiao Xiao didn't say much, and also stood up and left. "I'm not surprised by my sister, she's just like that. I didn't expect that Sister Jin was also stimulated by you," Xiao Ji said to Shen Fei in surprise, and she followed. "That won't work, let's play the two of us." "No, I'll go back too." Shen Fei shook his head, and he got up just now when he sat down. "Damn, you want to roll it, right? You can't die if I see you." Summer solstice. Shen Fei returned to the villa, and without saying a word, he sat down and began to meditate. In fact, last time in the Brahman spacecraft, Shen Fei had already understood that his spiritual power grew much faster in combat than meditation. He meditated for several months before, and his spiritual power increased by more than 20%, but after a battle, his spiritual power increased by more than triple. It can be seen that fighting is more suitable for Shen Fei than meditation. So, Shen Fei hasn't meditated in the past 2.5 months because he feels it's unnecessary. But the performance of Xia Qiang and Jin Xiao Xiao changed his mind. If you want to write it, everyone will write it together. How could Shen Fei be afraid of challenges? According to the meditation method of Ling gave him, Shen Fei began to skillfully outline the star in his mind. And soon entered deep meditation. But I don't know when, the dazzling stars that were meditating in Shen Fei's mind disappeared, and replaced by a giant running on the earth. The giant had countless light spots on its body, and the light spots formed a cycle. Chapter 170 Unexpected Gains. I don't know how long it took, but Shen Fei suddenly opened his eyes. What is that? Shen Fei recalled what had just happened in surprise. He was meditating, but why did the giant representing the transformation of the wasteland suddenly appear in his mind? However, the giant just now is obviously different from the giant I saw in the statue of the wilderness god. It has only 144 internal circulation routes. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind, and he also understood that this giant should have been generated by his cognition. Shen Fei thought about it for a while, and soon closed his eyes and felt it. He found that his understanding of the transformation of the waste god seemed to have improved. Before, when opening up the inner loop, Shen Fei followed the translation and opened it according to the internal loop route learned from the statue of the wilderness god, and did not understand why at all. Now, it seems like I understand a little. Shen Fei pondered and recalled, not just because he understood it, but because he had an overall grasp of the 144 internal cycles he had now opened up. If the statue of the wilderness god only gave him 143 internal loop, then Shen Fei would be sure to analyze how to open the 144 internal loop based on the previous 143 internal loop. That's how it feels. Actually, I know how to open up the 145th inner loop. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind, but he did not have the idea of opening up the 145th inner loop now. First of all, this is just his feeling. If he feels wrong and opens up a wrong inner cycle, it will be done. Secondly, through what just happened and what Jin Xiao Xiao said before, This source energy cultivation room has a huge attraction to starry sky level evolvers. Shen Fei finally realized that this source energy cultivation room is indeed not simple. Assisting in opening up internal circulation should be just one of the most inconspicuous functions of the source energy cultivation room. Just now, he might have accidentally touched other functions of the source energy cultivation room, which led to his unexpected gains. And since there is a first time, there may be a second time. If he had known that the source energy cultivation room had this effect, then Shen Fei would not have wasted his time having fun before. However, it's not too late now. After all, there is still the last half-month left before 3 months. Opening up the inner loop can be done wherever you want, but this effect may be enjoyed here, so there is no need to worry about it. With the remaining half-month, it is impossible to open up the inner loop, and you must continue to meditate. Hopefully, that effect can be triggered again. Shen Fei did not hesitate, and soon closed his eyes and began to meditate again. The dazzling stars were once again outlined in Shen Fei's mind, and he soon fell into deep meditation. I don't know when the dazzling star slowly disappeared, and Shen Fei once again saw the giant running on the earth. The giant ran or jumped, and countless mountains and earth flashed rapidly under his feet, and a large number of light spots flashed on his body, forming an internal circulation. Gradually, the light spots on the giant began to gradually increase, and new internal loops began to generate. The giant's appearance gradually changed, and not long after, he completely turned into Shen Fei's appearance. It was a dazzling sight. Half a month has passed. Shen Fei, who had been staying in one breath for half a month, left the villa reluctantly. At this time, Shen Fei saw that Jin Xiao and Xia Qiang happened to walk out of their villas not far away. You three are really tacit understanding. They waited until the last moment to come out. Xia Ji, who had been waiting outside, looked at the three of them and couldn't help but say yin and yang. Oh my god, in the past half-month, these three people have been staying in the villa, and there is no one out. She is alone and almost died speechless. It should have been like this long ago. Xia Qiang is very calm. To be fair, after the extra half-month of meditation, it would not have much effect on her, and her spiritual power did not increase much. But it made her regain her previous fighting spirit, which is the most valuable thing. My spiritual power is introductory. Suddenly, Jin Xiao spoke. In an instant, Shen Fei and the other two focused their eyes on Jin Xiao, and their eyes were filled with surprise. Sister Jin, you actually... Xia Ji looked at Jin Xiao with disbelief and made a move. Then there were so many people present, but I haven't mastered the power of my mind yet. It seems that nothing is difficult. Jin Xiao smiled. You have already started. Of course you said it is not difficult for Xia Ji to be speechless in his heart. Miss Xiao, congratulations. Shen Fei smiled and said, but he was also thinking in his heart that if Jin Xiaoxio's spiritual power can get started so quickly, is it related to his pressure? If so, then I will have to put more pressure on her in the future. This is also an unexpected surprise. When I go back this time, I will apply for some source energy to strive to reach the 4th level of the new moon as soon as possible. Jin Xiao glanced at Shen Fei, but she didn't say much. Summer solstice. Shenfei, you are at the 4th level of the crescent moon, and you haven't come out for half a month. What are you doing? Are you opening up the internal cycle of the 5th level of the crescent moon? Do you want to hit the 5th level of the crescent moon? Xia Ji suddenly looked at Shenfei and asked at the same time. It's nothing, it's just meditation. Shenfei said lightly. After hearing this, Xia Ji felt relieved inexplicably. However, Shenfei followed and said, but I always have accidents in my meditation. Accident? Jin Xiao Xiao and the other two were slightly stunned. What could be unexpected in meditation? When I was meditating, my evolutionary method always appeared in my mind. I clearly didn't know how the internal circulation after the 4th level of the crescent moon was opened, but at this moment, I figured out 7 or 8 things alone, and I didn't know whether it was accurate or not. Shenfei explained thoughtfully. Hearing this, there was a look of confusion on the faces of several people. You have figured out a new route to open up the internal circulation. Are you dreaming? However, at this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly rang. Ha ha ha, I heard something interesting as soon as I came in. With that sound, the next moment, a sleepy man appeared in front of the four. This man is naturally the one who was guarding outside the 9-source energy cultivation room before. Grandpa Ling, what do you mean by interesting things? Is it Shenfei? Xia Ji asked curiously. Little guy, I'll give you some advice. The man looked at Shenfei. Please say it. Shenfei nodded immediately. He didn't care about the name of this man. Although this man appears to be quite young, he must be an old guy in fact. After you go back, don't rush to break through the Sun Realm. The man said with a smile, no matter how difficult it is, you have to try whether you can reach the 5th level of the new moon. 5th level of the new moon. Shenfei was slightly stunned. 5th level of the new moon. Xia Ji, Xia Qiang, and Jin Xiao Xiao all looked at Shenfei suddenly. The 5th level of the crescent moon is a legend for normal evolutionists. Even people with identities like Xia Ji and Jin Xiao Xiao never thought of breaking through the 5th level of the new moon. It is difficult for external resources to help the breakthrough of the 5th level of the new moon. I see. After Shenfei came to his senses, he nodded immediately. In fact, if this man doesn't say that, he is also going to sprint towards the 5th level of the crescent moon. Otherwise, wouldn't he be useless to have his terrifying evolutionary talent and understanding? However, the other party's sudden words gave Shenfei a great confidence. This shows that from an outsider's perspective, he has a great chance to reach the 5th level of the new moon. This also shows that Shenfei has not spent any effort in the past half-month of meditation. Chapter 171 Competition. The four of them quickly left the UN Energy Cultivation Room together, and then boarded the spaceship when they arrived, and embarked on the way back. On the way back, the atmosphere was a bit dull. Shenfei also knew why. There was no way. It was normal to be stressed when he was with a genius like him. Half an hour later, Shenfei finally returned to Io. However, Shen Fei did not rush home, but went to the third evolutionary school without stopping. Regarding the route of the internal circulation of the fifth level of the crescent moon and the possibility of reaching the fifth level of the crescent moon, Shen Fei can't wait. However, just when Shen Fei stepped into the school, he strangely discovered that there were not many people in the school that was usually full of students. Sudden. Wow! A phantom appeared in front of Shen Fei. The phantom has long hair and is wearing a mechanical blue tights, which looks stunning. There is no doubt that this is Mr. Xiaoyu from the third evolutionary school. Long time no see, Teacher Xiaoyu. Shen Fei greeted with a smile. I haven't seen you for a long time, Shen Fei, you are a bad student. Even if you are already an adventurer in the Void Realm, you can't just come to school 4 times this year. Xiaoyu said with a tense face. Well. Shen Fei scratched his cheek. He came to the school 4 times, basically to find an Ling to watch the statue of the wilderness god, otherwise he would not have come even these 4 times. By the way, Teacher Xiaoyu, why are there so few people today? Shen Fei quickly changed the subject. My sister is still 2 months away from graduation. Today is the day for the evolutionists of various pulses. Xiaoyu explained, and she asked immediately. In previous years, every evolutionist competition, you went to watch the most active ones. Why did you even forget this? Yet. Shen Fei was slightly shocked. He tried hard to recall it. It seemed that such a thing was true. The number of students in the third evolutionary school is as high as 1 million, and there are about 50 or 60 evolutionists who graduate every year. These 50 or 60 people are in the virtual realm. There are only a few adventurers, or even if someone passed the imperial examination before, he might have died before he became a star citizen. In this case, most evolvers need to join the army. In order to screen out talents, every year as graduation approaches, the third evolutionary school will organize a competition between evolutionists. Evolutionists who won high rankings in this competition often pay more attention to the army after joining the army. You are also an evolutionist, you can also participate in this competition. Xiaoyu said. Teacher Xiaoyu, I'll forget it. Shen Fei shook his head. What did he do to participate? Is it bullying honest people? If you shouldn't say it, it would be nice to have a second-level new moon among the third evolutionary school. After all, evolutionary potions are very expensive and most students will definitely not be able to afford them. The speed of resuming energy by themselves is simply no mention of. Even if there are adventurers in the virtual realm, it is impossible for Shen Fei to gain huge gains every time in a short period of time. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded, and she didn't force Shen Fei to do so. After all, Shen Fei didn't need to enter the army, and this competition was indeed meaningless to him personally. However, at this moment, Shen Fei seemed to have thought of something, and he suddenly asked, Teacher Xiaoyu, I have heard a rumor before. Is this a matter of this competition related to the funds that the various evolutionists can obtain in the next year? It's a little impact. Xiaoyu nodded. I have another question. Teacher Enling, what is the relationship with the God Transporter? Shen Fei asked again. Enling is the person in charge of your god transporter lineage. Xiaoyu answered directly, but she said immediately. If you are going to participate in this competition for Enling, I don't think it is necessary. This competition is for you evolutionists personally and is the stage for you to show yourself. Xiaoyu looked earnest and seductive tone, but Shen Fei just smiled slightly. Teacher Xiaoyu, I understand that I actually want to have a good exchange with all my classmates. Shen Fei said, I, Shen Fei, participated in this competition. The third evolutionary school's evolutionary pilot is placed on the school's central square. This square is extremely vast and can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. In the center of the square, there are dozens of rings, and battles are taking place. This competition between the evolvers is very cumbersome, and each participating evolver needs to fight each other once. The winner will get 2 points and 1 point in the draw. The loser will not get points. Finally, it will be ranked according to the points. However, although the competition system is cumbersome, the battles between the evolvers often do not last long, and there will be dozens of battles at the same time, so this competition will not last long every year, and it can basically end in 1.5 a day. At this time, Xiaoyu brought Shen Fei to the registration point. What surprised Shen Fei was that Huang Zitong was the one who arranged the battle order here. Huang Zitong's current computing ability is stronger than mine. I asked her to arrange this competition. Xiaoyu explained next to her. Teacher Xiaoyu, you are using a private car, you have to pay for it. Shen Fei muttered, this is his personal intelligence. When he heard this, Huang Zitong, who was originally surprised to see Shen Fei come back, suddenly looked stunned. Shen Fei, what were you talking about? Huang Zitong blamed, Teacher Xiaoyu taught me so many things, it's time for me to help. Cough, just kidding. Shen Fei coughed dryly, and he followed, Zitong, please help me sign up. You want to participate in this competition? Huang Zitong looked at Shen Fei with some surprise. Right. Shen Fei nodded directly. You Huang Zitong and Shen Fei have been with Shen Fei for so long, and they also have some understanding of Shen Fei. If he participates, isn't that bullying? In addition, since you are arranging the competition, please help me arrange a few more people in that competition. Shen Fei suddenly said. How can this work? Huang Zitong was shocked, and Teacher Xiaoyu was still watching here. However, Huang Zitong immediately realized something was wrong. Teacher Xiaoyu stood there and didn't respond, as if she didn't hear Shen Fei's words just now. Only you can hear what I just said. Shen Fei's voice sounded again. In fact, this is spiritual transmission and a lower-level technique of spiritual attack. After mastering the spiritual attack, he naturally knew this technique. But Huang Zitong was still a little hesitant, it was too messy. Hurry up, I will reward you when I go back. Shen Fei urged. You reward me. Huang Zitong spat in her heart, but she didn't hesitate anymore. Instead, she gritted her teeth and quickly calculated the time for the next battle between many evolvers. You have to fight multiple people at the same time, right? Okay, let's arrange it all for you. Half an hour later. On the most central arena, more than 50 evolvers are standing here, and everyone is looking at each other in a daze. What's going on? Isn't this a fight against me? It should be me. Fuck, look at the serial number, it's my turn. Everyone communicated with each other, and the scene was messy for a while, and the third evolutionist students gathered here to watch the game were also whispering to each other about what was going on. On the other side. Student Huang Zitong, what's going on? Xiaoyu's phantom appeared in front of Huang Zitong and asked with a serious expression. Teacher Xiaoyu, Shen Fei said he wanted to fight multiple people by one person. Huang Zitong said, lowering her head in shame. She was a little confused for a moment. He was fascinated and actually listened to Shen Fei's words. I am really sorry for Teacher Xiaoyu's trust. He said you would help him. Xiaoyu was a little puzzled. It's over now, why don't you watch them finish this game first? Huang Zitong whispered. How to fight this? Xiaoyu said, but before she could continue to say anything, suddenly. Everyone, don't guess, your opponents are me. A loud sound sounded, instantly overwhelming the countless noisy sounds at the scene. Who is talking? Most people instantly looked in the direction of the sound, but unfortunately there were many figures and they could not see them at all. At this time, Shen Fei stood among the many evolvers, and he also found that he seemed inconspicuous and no one else could notice him. Huang Zitong has to be cleaned up and ask her to arrange more. I didn't ask her to arrange them all. Shen Fei was speechless, but Shen Fei didn't think much about it at this moment, and he was just moved. In an instant, countless energy exploded in Shen Fei's body. Boom! Shen Fei's body emitted light, and in the light, he also expanded rapidly. In a blink of an eye, Shen Fei's height exceeded 5 meters. So much has it been added. Shen Fei also discovered his own changes. This was the first time he had used the transformation of the wilderness god since he reached the 4th level of the new moon. He had used the transformation of the wilderness god before, and although his height had also changed, there was no such big change. Even Shen Fei was surprised by himself, and others were even more surprised. After all, it was so eye-catching that a guy over 5 meters tall suddenly popped up in the crowd. Stop looking, your opponent is me. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Shen Fei nodded with satisfaction. The effect of this transformation of the wilderness god is still outstanding. I look a little strong now, but you have more than 50 people. Don't tell me, you don't have the courage to come up. Shen Fei started to mock him. At this time, in the audience, the exclusive position of the god-transporting lineage, Enling, who was originally meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. She was not interested in this event, and she came here purely because of her identity issue. But just now, she actually felt a familiar fluctuation of energy. Transformed by the wilderness god. Enling saw Shen Fei, who stood out on the ring at a glance. Is this the 4th level of the crescent moon? Enling suddenly stood up in shock. If you remember correctly, Shen Fei had only been in the 3rd level of the crescent moon for only more than 3 months. Not to mention the issue of spiritual power, 108 new internal circulations were not so easy to open up. However, Ling's shock had not lasted for long, and a scene that surprised her even more was happening. On the ring, under Shen Fei's verbal attack, someone finally couldn't help but rush forward against the huge size gap. But before these people could get close to Shen Fei, they suddenly felt like they had suffered some heavy blow. Their footsteps stopped and they fell down immediately. One after another, like dumplings. What kind of attack is this? Ling was a little confused. The transformation of the wasteland cannot have such ability. With Shen Fei's current strength, he does not need to use technological weapons in this competition. So how did he make so many evolvers faint for no reason? Is it the power of the mind? Ling was shocked. As far as she knows, the power of the mind can indeed be aggressive, but even she doesn't know how to do it. Where did Shen Fei learn it? Director An, this is the Shen Fei from our god-transporting lineage. Suddenly, a hint of excitement sounded in disbelief. It's him. Ling nodded and said, you watch here, I'll go there. Okay, okay. Chapter 172, The Key to Breaking Through the Fifth Level of the New Moon. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the last evolver on the ring fell down. It's boring. Shen Fei removed the transformation of the wilderness god. These evolutionary classmates were indeed too weak, and Shen Fei's power had exceeded 6,000 tons under the transformation of the wilderness god. He may kill such a terrifying power by using a little more force. Even if he cannot kill him, he may seriously injure him. So he chose to end the battle with his mind attack. Shen Fei. Suddenly, a voice rang under the ring. Teacher Onling. Shen Fei turned his head and looked at the figure in white below, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Half an hour later, after dealing with the follow-up of the farce, Ling took Shen Fei to her office. I didn't expect that you would reach the fourth level of the new moon so soon. Ling asked Shen Fei to sit down and said at the same time. After a period of buffering, Ling has recovered now, and she was shocked just now. It's because I went to the source energy cultivation room once. Shen Fei said. Source energy cultivation room. Ling's eyes were filled with surprise. She looked Shen Fei up and down, and then asked, are you really the eldest young master? Shen Fei was a little confused, but he immediately realized that this must have been what Anu said. Anu's strange brain circuit actually thought that the Shen Fei she knew was not the same person as the Shen Fei mentioned by Ling, but Ling guessed that the two Shen Fei had long guessed that Shen Fei was the same. Ling looked at Shen Fei. She had known that the Shen Fei that Anu had met in the virtual realm must be the one she knew. Anu had said that Shen Fei was a young master before, but Ling didn't take it seriously, and just thought Anu had misunderstood. But now Ling believes it a little. How could a normal person behave a chance to go to the source energy cultivation room? Teacher Onling, I'm just lucky. Shen Fei explained, I happened to help a strong family, so I got this opportunity. Strong big family. Ling nodded thoughtfully. There were not many private forces that could have the energy cultivation room. I have only been in the source energy cultivation room once. It is indeed a bit incredible that you have received such an opportunity in the Crescent realm. Enling sighed with emotion. Teacher Enling, what is the use of the source energy cultivation room? I meditated in it for a while, and then my understanding of the waste god transformation has been greatly improved. I even figured out several subsequent internal circulation routes of the waste god transformation by myself. Shen Fei took the opportunity to ask. Since Enling knew the waste god transformation room, he might have a better understanding of its function. At this time, Enling was stunned when he heard Shen Fei's words. Enling looked at Shen Fei and was speechless for a long time. She thought that Shen Fei had reached the 4th level of the new moon in more than 3 months, but she didn't expect that. Enling quickly calmed down, and she followed. The most common function of the source energy cultivation room is Mia. It is to generate source energy, which greatly improves the evolution speed of the evolver. One of its other functions is to help evolvers understand their own evolutionary methods. What's the point? Shen Fei asked again. There is no need to say much about understanding evolution. Shen Fei's improvement in the control of the transformation of the waste god has proved this, but what is the use? Full control one's own evolutionary method, but the necessary conditions for the peak of the sun realm to break through the starry sky level. Anu said, and Shen Fei's face looked a little surprised when he heard this. What are the necessary conditions for breaking through the starry sky level in the sun realm? But, it should be more than that, right? Shen Fei was thinking, this was just a breakout of the starry sky level conditions, and the source energy cultivation room was attractive to starry sky level evolvers. Well, there should be other functions, but I don't know. Enling nodded. Teacher Enling, was the source energy cultivation room you went to break through the starry sky level? Shen Fei asked suddenly. He was always curious about Enling's strength. It's a pity that so far, my spiritual power is still not strong enough to really break through. Enling sighed slightly. She didn't answer positively, but Shen Fei already knew the answer. The source energy cultivation room that Enling went to was indeed to break through the starry sky level. From this, it is not difficult to infer Enling's strength. If you have the hope of breaking through the starry sky level, it must be the peak of the sun realm. Enling also said before that she is the sun realm that breaks through the 4th level of the new moon, so she should now be the 8th level of the sun realm. Although there are 9 levels in total in the sun realm, in fact, only the evolutionists who break through the 5th level of the new moon can reach the 9th level. The 4th level of the new moon is the 8th level of the sun realm, while the sun realm who breaks through the 3rd level of the new moon realm is the 7th level of the sun realm. Shen Fei used to think Enling was very strong, but he didn't expect that he was so strong. If Enling has the strength of his strength, it should be easy to become a middle and high-level officer, right? As a result, I stayed at a small 3rd evolutionist school and became a salted fish. Of course, Enling may be honing her spiritual power. After all, according to her own words, she is only missing the spiritual power of the starry sky level evolvers. Full control of evolutionary methods and the power of the mind. To become a starry sky level evolver, these should be 2 necessary conditions. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind, and at the same time, he also speculated that if the existence of extremely powerful spiritual power like Xia Chenjiun, the power of the mind cannot fail to meet the standards. Therefore, what Xia Chenjiun lacks in breaking through the starry sky level should be the control of evolutionary methods. The empire 80,000 years ago may not have any such thing as the source energy cultivation room. Then, if Xia Chenjiun is really resurrected and he enters the source energy cultivation room, the other party may have broken through the starry sky level immediately. Of course, the premise is that Xia Chenjiun can really be resurrected. Shen Fei pondered in his heart. Do you have the idea of hitting the 5th level of the crescent moon now? Ling suddenly asked. Have. Shen Fei nodded and said, after I came out of the source energy cultivation room, the senior guarding me told me that I must try to break through the 5th level of the new moon. It seems that I don't need to remind you anymore. Ling sighed, you have a great hope of breaking through the 5th level of the new moon. Breaking through the 5th level of the new moon also requires control of the evolutionary method. Shen Fei immediately asked. The powerful man from the Xia family was mysterious, saying that he could try to break through, but he didn't tell him what advantages he had now. Yes, but it's not as harsh as breaking through the starry sky level. You only need to control a small part of it. Yu said. Remember I said before that the number of cycles within the 5th level of the crescent moon is not fixed. Shen Fei nodded. There are 9 internal cycles in the 2nd level of the crescent moon, 36 in the 3rd level, and 144 in the 4th level. No matter any evolutionary method, these are fixed, but the 5th level of the crescent moon is not fixed, which is very strange. The 5th level of the new moon, first, depending on the evolutionary method, there is a difference in the number of internal circulations. Generally speaking, the stronger the evolutionary method, the more internal circulations it is. Ling said, like the wild god change you practice, there are as high as 720 basic internal circulations alone, while the ordinary evolutionary methods such as Zhen Yuansha have only 576 basic internal circulations. 720 items. When Shen Fei heard this number, he felt his eyes turn dark. So many internal cycles are simply a life-threatening person. However, Shen Fei quickly adjusted his mentality and asked, basic internal circulation? Is there anything that is not basic? This is the key to breaking through the 5th level of the new moon. Ling sighed. Even if you open all the basic internal loops after you have finished it, you will still be at the 4th level of the crescent moon. Only by connecting all internal loops can you be at the 5th level of the crescent moon. But, this internal cycle connecting everything is not possible. The evolution method cannot be given, because everyone's body will have subtle differences. When it comes to the 5th stage of the crescent moon level, a little mistake will make a failure. Ling looked at Shen Fei, and she said word by word. So, this last or even a few internal loops need to be created by yourself. I created it myself. In an instant, Shen Fei fully understood. The control of evolution is to create a final inner cycle that meets its own conditions. Shen Fei was able to figure out 7 or 8 subsequent internal loops without understanding the 5th level of the crescent moon, which means that he already has a very deep understanding of the evolution method of the wilderness god change. Therefore, the strong man from the Xia family and Ling all believe that Shen Fei now has great hope of breaking through the 5th level of the new moon. Then I gained so much this time when I entered the source energy cultivation room. Not only did I quickly reach the 4th level of the crescent moon, but I even stepped into the 5th level of the crescent moon. Well, it can be called the 5th level of the half-step crescent moon. Shen Fei sighed in his heart that this unexpected gain was indeed surprising. Now, looking back at the world of falling sky, whether it is Gumo or Anu, both of them should be trying to deepen their understanding of their own evolutionary methods. The place where Gumo is located does not have a source energy cultivation room, so he can only study it by himself, while Anu practices the same evolutionary method as Gumo, so Gumo's research materials will be of great use to her. I don't know if Anu has made any progress. Well, I'll post a video to ask her later. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind. Someone must share this half-step 5th level surprise. Chapter 173 Mission. One day later. Iomatsu, Shenshui City, Floating Island No 0036. Shen Fei sat cross-legged in the room where he usually practiced, with a statue of the desolate god in front of him. Suddenly, Shen Fei opened his eyes. Who contacted me? Shen Fei frowned slightly and looked at the lit-up proof of evolution. Yesterday, after a conversation with An Ling, Shen Fei had a complete understanding of breaking through the 5th level of the new moon. To break through the 5th level of the new moon, one needs to have a partial understanding of the evolution method to create a final inner cycle that suits you. Secondly, the power of the mind must be stronger. After all, Shen Fei has only 144 internal cycles now, and there are still 576 internal cycles left, which requires more refined control. Only with stronger spiritual power can Shen Fei's control be further improved. After talking about the conditions for the 5th level of the crescent moon, An Ling immediately took out the statue of the wilderness god. However, she did not let Shen Fei understand the remaining internal cycle directly in her office, but lent the statue of the wilderness god to Shen Fei. There is no way, there are too many internal circulations left, and Shen Fei cannot fully understand them all in one breath, or it will take a long time even if he understands them. That's why An Ling lent him the statue of the wilderness god and let him come back and slowly understand it. Now that day has passed, Shen Fei has understood more than 200 new internal cycles, and in this process, Shen Fei has also verified the 7 or 8 internal cycles he created before. Shen Fei found that the first 6 internal loops he created were completely correct, but there were many mistakes in Article 7, and the 8th was even more completely wrong. This also made Shen Fei happy. Fortunately, he didn't carelessly develop the internal circulation, otherwise he would be done. Of course, Shen Fei didn't think much about it at this time, and he directly clicked on the proof of evolution. Suddenly, the phantom of a chubby man appeared in front of him. Director Feng. Shen Fei was slightly surprised. Shen Fei, come to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Feng Ziqiang didn't say much, but Shen Fei immediately realized that something should be wrong. Soon, Shen Fei came to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Shen Fei, you are famous in Iomasao now. Shen Fei, who came with Feng Ziqiang, said, you are very popular in the 3rd evolutionary school. Has this spread? Shen Fei suddenly felt a little surprised. It not only spreads, but it is also widely uploaded on the Internet of I.O. I see, this news has hope of breaking out of the Jupiter system. Feng Ziqiang said. Shen Fei laughed helplessly. Bullying a group of weak chickens is not a glorious thing. However, I didn't expect that you are not only strong in the virtual realm, but also so strong in reality. Feng Ziqiang sighed. We have found the treasure. Director, is there a task to ask me to come this time? Shen Fei quickly changed the topic. Of course, Shen Fei was actually looking forward to it. If there is a task, it is best to cut people. His strength has just improved and he is thinking about chopping people well. If it is a criminal, it is the best. When Feng Ziqiang heard Shen Fei's words, his smiley expression suddenly became strange. He nodded and said, there is a mission, but it is not the mission of our participation in the Water City or even Iomasa. This mission comes from the Earth, and it is designated to be a cute cup. Ah! Shen Fei was slightly stunned, and he asked immediately, is it the task of the General Administration of Law Enforcement? This is a document, you can take a look. Feng Ziqiang said, and he waved his hand and pushed a virtual screen in front of him towards Shen Fei. Shen Fei glanced at the content on the virtual screen, and soon a trace of thought appeared on his face. It is really the task of the General Administration of Law Enforcement, and it is designated to do it. But the question is, how could the General Administration of Law Enforcement know that he is the captain of the Little Void Realm Law Enforcement Bureau of the Level 5 Law Enforcement Bureau? Shen Fei does know Chen Cheng, the current director of the General Administration of Law Enforcement, but he knows the other party, but the other party doesn't know him. Let me go to a 3-star virtual world to find an item called Stone of the Mind. Shen Fei looked at Feng Ziqiang and wanted to ask what was going on. Don't look at me, I don't know what's going on. Feng Ziqiang waved his hand directly, and he followed. However, you should know that you virtual law enforcement officers are different from ordinary law enforcement officers. You will have additional rewards and subsidies when you do tasks. Shen Fei nodded. What ordinary law enforcement officers need to do is generally maintain public order, which is relatively difficult. However, law enforcement officers in virtual realms need to face some criminals, which is obviously much more difficult. If you only rely on the salary of the law enforcement officer in the virtual realm, no one is willing to be a law enforcement officer in the virtual realm. After all, adventurers in the virtual realm usually do not lack money. If you enter the virtual realm and earn source quality, your citizen level will also increase rapidly. Therefore, it would be fine if the law enforcement officer in the virtual realm did not do tasks, but just received a dead salary, but once there was a task, there would be additional subsidies. This is also the main reason why adventurers in the virtual realm become law enforcers in the virtual realm. Think about it. Since this task was personally assigned by the General Administration of Law Enforcement, the task subsidy may be quite high. Feng Ziqiang said. The only question now is, will the 3-star virtual realm world be too difficult for you? After all, even if your virtual realm talent is very strong, you are always just an evolver in the New Moon realm. Director, I have been to the 3-star virtual realm world once. Shen Fei smiled. Feng Ziqiang was slightly surprised, but he nodded immediately and said, "Since that's the case, there's no problem. Just do this task. Why, maybe you will know afterwards." "That's right." Shen Fei nodded. There was indeed no need to think too much. As long as he enters the virtual realm, he will not lose money, and he will likely have huge task subsidies when doing tasks. Just this, why are hesitating? But, is the mission tomorrow? Shen Fei continued to browse the document, which showed that the Void Realm train heading to the Void Realm world would arrive tomorrow. In other words, we are leaving soon. In this way, the statue of the wilderness god will not be able to be returned to teacher Enling in a short time. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind. Leaving from the Law Enforcement Bureau, Shen Fei immediately went to the Third Evolutionary School and explained to Enling that he would borrow a few more days of Huang Shen's statue. Enling didn't care about this. She couldn't use the statue of the wilderness god in a short time, and it would be fine if Shen Fei used it for a few more days. After telling Huang Zitong that he was leaving, Shen Fei took a spaceship to Jupiter's Jinyuan city. This time, the Void Realm train can only be taken in Jinyuan city. Soon, Shen Fei arrived at Jinyuan city. The document says that I will have a helper for this mission. Let's first contact us to see who the other party is. Shen Fei walked in the airport in Jinyuan city, and he clicked on the evolution certificate to contact the person. But at this moment, a pair of extremely perfect long legs appeared in Shen Fei's sight. Shen Fei was stunned and his eyes quickly moved up. A beautiful smiling face came into my eyes. Sister Xia Qiang, what a coincidence! Shen Fei greeted him in surprise. Xia Qiang did live in Jinyuan city, but Jinyuan city was too big. He met the other party as soon as he came. It's not a coincidence, I'm here to wait for you. Xia Qiang put her hands in her pockets of clothes, and she said with a smile. Wait for me. Shen Fei was stunned, but he immediately reacted, you can't be the helper of my mission, right? It's really me. Xia Qiang nodded. What's going on? Shen Fei realized it was not simple. It has something to do with Xia Chenjiun. Let's go, let's talk about it in another place. Xia Qiang said, and Shen Fei was a little surprised when he heard this. Does it have anything to do with Xia Chenjiun? No wonder the General Administration of Law Enforcement directly designated him to do this task. Chapter 174 Void Realm Props. At Jinyuanxing, Shen Fei and Xia Qiang walked into a very high-end beverage store. Give me a cup of strong tea and a cup of sweet drink. Xia Qiang said to the service robot. Okay too, please wait. After the robot nodded, he quickly left and prepared to go. Sister Xia Qiang, I know me a lot. Shen Fei smiled. When Xia Qiang heard this, she just smiled and asked immediately, don't you want to know why you were going to this time? Listen attentively. Shen Fei suddenly felt a little bit of energy, and he was actually strange. Since Xia Qiang said that this time the incident had something to do with Xia Chenjiun, he guessed that the stone of the heart they went to look for this time should be for Xia Chenjiun's resurrection. But why did he let him go for such a thing? Although his strength is strong, it is still far from some high-level sun realm. If he asks him to go, wouldn't he be afraid of failure of the mission? Could it be that it is just because he has seen Xia Chenjiun in the virtual world? This seems to have little to do with finding Xia Chenjiun's resurrection material. Because the Xia family wants to find the most suitable soul stone for Xia Chenjiun. Xia Qiang did not hesitate, and she explained directly. When Shen Fei heard this, he gradually realized it. The stone of the mind is a unique substance that can accommodate the power of the mind, and the stone of the mind often contains a kind of fluctuation similar to the power of the mind. The most suitable soul stone for Xia Chenjiun is the soul stone similar to the fluctuations of his soul power. Only by having the power of the mind can we distinguish this fluctuation, and only by contacting Xia Chenjiun can we understand what his power of the mind is. And the empire now, in addition to some old guys over 80,000 years old, those who have come into contact with Xia Chenjiun and have spiritual power seem to be Shen Fei and Xia Qiang. Although Jin Xiao Xiao also has spiritual power, she only mastered it after leaving the virtual world. She didn't have time to understand what Xia Chenjiun's spiritual power was. Besides, even if Jin Xiao Xiao knew about it, the Xia family might not be able to invite her. As far as Shen Fei knows, Jin Xiao Xiao has applied for a lot of energy now and is determined to break through the 4th level of the new moon. So, we really have to do this mission. Shen Fei drank the drinks delivered by the service robot in one gulp, and then he got up immediately. Where are you going? Xia Qiang asked in surprise. Jinyuan City Law Enforcement Bureau. Shen Fei smiled and said. The task I got was given to me by the Law Enforcement Bureau. I have to apply for some powerful weapons. How about it? Let's take a look together. What's the meaning? Xia Qiang obviously didn't react. When law enforcement officers in the virtual realm can apply for some virtual realm props depending on the situation. For example, when we were in the crisis of changes, the 3 virtual realm law enforcement officers captured Zhu Yan and put on him after they captured the suppression helmet, which was the virtual realm props they applied for. Shen Fei quickly explained, and he followed. Although I am the virtual realm law enforcement officer of Muovisen, I am taking the tasks of the General Law Enforcement Bureau. Of course, the Jinyuan City Law Enforcement Bureau has to cooperate with me. How about Sister Xia Qiang, go and have a look together. In fact, Shen Fei had this idea from the beginning, and the reason why he did not apply for virtual weapon in the Ganshui City Law Enforcement Bureau was of course because the Jinyuan City Law Enforcement Bureau was more powerful. Jinyuan City Law Enforcement Bureau, but the 4th level Law Enforcement Bureau, the virtual realm props they own must be much better than the Guanshui City Law Enforcement Bureau. This mission does not require other virtual realm props. Xia Qiang pondered and said, when she received this task, the Xia family had sent her the ticket to the Void Realm and the exclusive information about the world. After her research, she found that if she was just looking for a suitable soul stone, it was actually very simple. If there is really a problem, Shen Fei doesn't need to apply for any weapons. The Xia family has long asked a high-level Sun realm to follow them as a thug. Sister Xia Qiang, I'm conservative for no reason. No matter what, I have to be careful, right? Shen Fei smiled, and at the same time he said to himself. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he can also take the opportunity to study which Void Realm props are more useful. He is now holding a huge sum of 120 billion imperial coins. If he really finds that Void Realm props are particularly suitable for him, he can still buy them later. Of course, I asked Jin Xiao to buy it for him. Just in case. Xia Qiang nodded thoughtfully. She looked at Shen Fei with some surprise. Could you be schizophrenia? Why are you so reckless and so cautious? Shen Fei came to the Jinyuan City Law Enforcement Bureau with the task documents of the General Administration of Law Enforcement. Although the people from the Jinyuan City Law Enforcement Bureau looked confused, they still brought Shen Fei and the others to their Void Realm prop library. This is all our virtual realm props. You too, although it is the task of the General Administration, some rules must be followed. You should know it. First, unless there are particularly major tasks, the virtual realm props that can be applied for by a single person in one task are generally 1 to 3. You are the virtual realm law enforcement officers from the General Administration. I will give you face. Each of you can choose 3 virtual realm props. Second, during the task, the law enforcement officer of the virtual realm needs to try to ensure that the props of the virtual realm are intact. If the props of the virtual realm are damaged due to reasons other than the task, the law enforcement officer of the virtual realm needs to compensate on net hurt of the loss after the task is over. Third, the virtual realm props loaned by law enforcement officers in the virtual realm must be returned immediately after the mission is over. Fourth, after reminding the 2 of them, the people from the Jinyuan City Law Enforcement Bureau left here, leaving only Shen Fei and Xia Qiang. He seems a little resentful. Shen Fei looked at the other parties back as he left. Brother Shen Fei doesn't know what he thinks. Xia Qiang smiled slightly. Since you claim to be a law enforcement officer of the General Administration, why don't you choose Void Realm props from the General Administration, but instead come to such a small place? Well, no matter so much, let's see what good things are there first. Shen Fei coughed dryly and walked straight to the prop library. Soon. Oh, this knife is good. Shen Fei was soon attracted by a knife. The knife is 1 meter and 2 meters long and 10 centimeters wide. It is made of special materials and can withstand huge force of billions of tons. The blade has undergone special treatment and can be cut at the molecular level. If the target has strong physical defense, using this weapon can be miraculous. Can it withstand the power of hundreds of millions of tons? Molecular level cutting. Shen Fei's eyes lit up, and he immediately made a decision in his heart. This knife could be one of the choices. If he could have this knife in the previous virtual realm world, then he would not have been so hard when dealing with those Bra people. The opponent's armor would be like paper in front of him, and everything would be broken. In addition, the toughness of this knife is also very suitable for him. After all, Shen Fei now has nearly 1,000 tons of power without transforming, and after transforming, it has more than 6,000 tons. The maximum force that Shen Fei bought before was only 1,000 tons. Before, when those swords were held in Shen Fei's hand, their toughness increased greatly due to the attribute bonus, so they could withstand the power of Shen Fei after the attribute bonus. But now, Shen Fei's basic strength has exceeded the limit of those swords. Even if with attribute bonuses, they can increase the toughness of the knife, and they are no longer suitable for Shen Fei. This knife with a bearing capacity of up to hundreds of millions of tons is not the problem at all. The only problem is that this knife is too small. Shen Fei felt a headache when he thought of his terrifying height after using the waste god to transform. Forget it, let's use it first. Then, I'll ask Miss Xiao Xiao if I can customize a knife that can become bigger and smaller for me. Shen Fei didn't think much about it, and he followed him to other places and selected other Void Realm props. Chapter 175 Star Sea Treasure. 3-star Virtual World Star Sea Treasure. This incident occurred in a place called Hipbart Star Break, which is located at the junction of the 19 countries of the Galaxy Alliance. Here are mixed with criminals, agents, interstellar pirates, bounty hunters. You can see any profession related to violence here. On this day, a group of treasures with mysterious origins flowed into this broken star belt through special channels. With the exposure of the treasure, a bloody battle is about to begin. Core Information 1. This batch of treasures was actually deliberately released by the Silver Star Kingdom, with the purpose of attracting a mysterious figure hidden in the Hybrid Star Band. Core Information 2. The Hybrid Star Band is composed of fragmented star bodies. On these fragmented star bodies, people have built survival bases, but it should be noted that most of these bases are shoddy and ordinary people cannot survive here. Core Information 3. There are 3 super large bases in the Hybrid Star Blade, with more than 1,000 small bases. Each base is controlled by one force, and these forces are also conducting a large number of grey transactions here. Core Information 4. In the treasure released by the Silver Star Kingdom this time, a batch of precious pure energy fell to base No 0209, in the hands of a man named Dickens. A batch of precious antiques fell to base No 0119, in the hands of a man named Tall. A batch of soul stones with special functions fell to base No 0432, in the hands of a man named Fang Duanming. Core Information 5. At this time, Shen Fei, who received the Void Realm props from the Jinyuan City Law Enforcement Bureau, had already boarded the Void Realm train. After the Void Realm train started, Shen Fei reviewed the information about the Void Realm world as usual. After all, it is a business that does not require Shen Fei to spend a penny, and he also obtained the most precious and exclusive information. Exclusive information about the 3-star Virtual Realm world is common, starting with billions. Generally, Virtual Realm adventurers will not buy such things unless they have too much money to spend. Moreover, after reading this exclusive information, Shen Fei also found that there were many gaps in the description of this exclusive information about the virtual world. For example, the Silver Star Kingdom deliberately released a treasure, and the mysterious man he was going to be drawn out was, what is his identity, and whether his strength is strong or weak is not mentioned in the exclusive information. However, after the last time in the Virtual Realm world, Shen Fei was no longer surprised by this. The information in the Virtual Realm world is actually brought out by the Virtual Realm adventurers who entered it before. If the Virtual Realm adventurers who entered this world before have not had any in-depth contact with that mysterious person, then it is naturally impossible for the information of that mysterious person to be found in the information. This virtual world may not be opened many times, so much information has not been collected yet. If I had obtained detailed information from the mysterious man in this virtual world this time, I might have sold it to the Empire. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind. Unknown information is of course valuable. The initial virtual realm world they went to last time should have been sold for a lot of money. Unfortunately, the virtual realm world turned out to be imperial history. The empire knew more clearly than anyone else, and selling intelligence naturally became a bubble. Of course, Shen Fei thought about it this way now. Since the adventurers in the Void Realm before did not understand it, it was not so easy for him to obtain the information from the mysterious man. Moreover, his real purpose of entering this virtual world this time is still the stone of the mind. However, Xia Qiang was right before. This mission is not difficult at all. Although he entered the 3-star virtual realm world this time, the difficulty is too high for 2-star. Shen Fei couldn't help but shake his head in his heart as he looked at the content of the exclusive information. It is clearly written in the exclusive information that a group of stones of the heart have fallen to base No 0432, and are in the hands of a person named Fang Duanming. This means that as long as they enter the virtual world, they immediately rush to base No 0432 and then find Fang Duanming. It is also difficult to have any accidents in this process. Of course, there are strong people in the 3-star virtual realm world. According to the exclusive information, among the 3 super-large bases, there are evolvers at the 5th level of the Sun Realm or above. But the remaining thousands of small bases are not worth mentioning. Generally speaking, it would be good to have an evolver in the Sun Realm. In this virtual world, I feel that there will be many dog heads. After I get the Stone of the Spirit, I can't just let it go. Shen Fei made up his mind secretly. Just look at the intelligence description and you will know that there are a large number of people who are related to violent professions here, but they don't have some strength. Do these people dare to engage in violent professions? In this situation, how could Shen Fei be willing to end it by just getting the Stone of the Heart? Well, the key is to convince Xia Qiang to ask her to help me, so that you don't need to worry about danger. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind. He turned to look at Xia Qiang sitting next to him, and prepared to chat with him for a few words and analyze Xia Qiang's thoughts on this task. However, when Shen Fei was about to say something, he was stopped. However, he found that although Xia Qiang was sitting there, his eyes had been closed. Meditation. Shen Fei instantly judged Xia Qiang's condition, and he was slightly shocked. Just take the Void Realm train for a while and you have to meditate? Okay, okay. Shen Fei kept sneering in his heart, since you are meditating, then I will meditate too. Time passes, and in a blink of an eye, more than an hour passes. At this time, in the virtual realm of all colors, the virtual realm train suddenly passed through a virtual realm world, and Shen Fei and Xia Qiang also entered a white light. Detected virtual world, analysis is underway. Analysis is completed. This world is the world of Star Sea treasure that has been recorded in the virtual realm world. There is no clear camp in this world, and the media entered it as a free man. Task detected, Treasure Raider, please participate in this treasure battle with your teammates. The more treasures you get, the higher your quest evaluation will be. Shen Fei and Xia Qiang looked at the words appearing in front of them and fell into deep thought. No camp? And I released a mission before entering the virtual realm world. This is the first time I have encountered it. Shen Fei said in surprise. It's the first time I've encountered it, but it has nothing to do with us. We just need to get the stone of the heart, Xia Qiang said calmly. Hearing this, Shen Fei nodded without any distortion on the surface, but his heart was secretly ached. Seeing Xia Qiang like this, is she planning to find the stone of the heart and wait for the mission to be over? No, I have to find a way to persuade her. Shen Fei was already thinking about it. Chapter 176 Plan 2. Hey, have you heard of it? A group of lucky people discovered a batch of treasures left by the old Star League Kingdom. And the people who got these treasures have already gone to Hybrid to bring them, right? Oh yes. How about it, do you want to do a vote? In my opinion, there is a problem here. What's the problem? You're not afraid, are you? What are you farting? If I'm afraid, I'm still enjoying life on Borstar now. I can use this place where birds don't poop to accompany you nonsense. Then just do something, anyway, there will be no fake things there. Looking and dying sooner or later on your greed. This is a very old and ragged tavern, but it is quite popular, and many people who look very vicious are drinking big gulps. Moreover, while drinking, these people were talking about their own plans without hesitation. In the corner of this tavern, Shen Fei and Xia Qiang were also sitting there. Neither of them spoke, but instead listened to the extremely noisy conversation in the tavern. This is naturally the world of Star Sea Treasure. After Shen Fei and Xia Qiang came to this world, they immediately rushed to the survival base No. 0432 mentioned in the exclusive information. However, although they knew that the Fang Duanming carrying the Soul Stone was in this base, they were not sure where it was, so Shen Fei suggested to come here to inquire about the news. It seems that it is difficult to get any useful information here. Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei. Is this what you said, that there will definitely be rewards here? After coming here, I heard all the empty words, saying that I wanted to take action, but who would really do something that would spread his plan without reservation? Don't worry, I have plan 2. Shen Fei sipped the wine in front of him very calmly, but he was cursing in his heart, TMD, who told him that there is a possibility of critical information in such places. Sure enough, metaphysics is unreliable and he has to take action in the end. Plan 2? What are you going to do? Xia Qiang asked in confusion. Come with me. Shen Fei didn't say much, he got up and walked to the tavern counter. The owner of this tavern is an old man with a wrinkled back on his back. The other party looked at Shen Fei and Xia Qiang walking over with a smile, and said at the same time. 2 guys, Chenjui 1000 star coin. Shen Fei didn't say much, and he directly placed 2 yellow and green currencies on the counter. In this broken star belt, people use real currency. When Shen Fei and Xia Qiang first came to this world, they met a few guys who covet Xia Qiang's beauty. These star couplets were exploded from each other. To be precise, the travel expenses for the 2 to base No. 0432 also originated from those people. At this time, the old man looked at the money Shen Fei put down, and he nodded slightly, and then he was about to put away the 2 coins. However, at this time, Shen Fei held his hand. The old man tried it and found that Shen Fei was astonishingly powerful and could not be pulled away. "This guest, what do you mean? Are you going to cause trouble?" The smile on the old man's face disappeared immediately, replaced by a terrible gloomy look. "Don't panic, I just want to ask you a question." Shen Fei would naturally not be scared by a mere green dog head. He said with a smile. "Is this tavern yours? What do you want to say?" The old man's eyes froze. "I want to meet the person behind you." Shen Fei whispered that according to the exclusive information, each base has a force rule. This kind of tavern can be safely opened in such a place without any care. Shen Fei would not believe it if it had nothing to do with the forces behind this base. "Young man, I think you are young, don't ask for trouble." The old man sneered. "What if I have to meet?" Shen Fei asked relentlessly. The old man didn't say anything, and the hand he placed behind him turned into a cannon barrel that was 10 centimeters thick. "Call." The old man's arm suddenly stretched out, and the dark and thick gun barrel was about to aim at Shen Fei's head. Unfortunately, the old man's speed was too slow in Shen Fei's eyes. The moment the other party took action, Shen Fei had already captured the old man's arm with his backhand and rotated with the flow. In an instant, the cannon barrel was stuffed into the old man's mouth. "What about now?" Shen Fei asked. "You will regret it later," the old man said vaguely, and his eyes at Shen Fei were still full of threat. And at this moment, "Let him go!" A cold shout suddenly came from behind Shen Fei. Shen Fei turned his head and saw that the person who shouted coldly was a young man. The other person looked very ordinary, but his clothes were very particular, and he had a temperament that was incompatible with the place. Of course, in Shen Fei's eyes, this is a purple dog head. "Are you the one behind this tavern?" Shen Fei asked, quite surprised. In terms of his current attribute superposition stage, Xia Qiang, who has reached the 4th level of the crescent moon, is the purple dog head. Moreover, because Xia Qiang has the talent of the virtual realm, this purple dog head is still very empty. A normal purple dog head should be at the 5th level of the new moon or the 1st level of the sun realm. The 5th level of the new moon is too rare, so this young man is likely to be in the sun realm. Base No 0432 is just a small base. An sun realm evolver is already very strong, so Shen Fei guessed that he is the person behind this tavern. "No, that's my adoptive father." The young man pointed at the old man and said, "You want to see the ghost fire people? I know where their nest is, and I can take you there." "Ghost fire? Is it the ruler of this base?" Shen Fei asked. "Not bad." The young man nodded. "Very good, I promise that as long as you can take the right place, I will let you father and son go." A smile appeared on Shen Fei's face. Unless there are large numbers of green dog heads, their attractiveness to Shen Fei has been greatly reduced. What he longs for must at least be the golden dog head, right? Xia Qiang kept watching Shen Fei's actions. At this moment, she basically understood what Shen Fei wanted to do. In fact, she prefers her to use her Void Realm talent to explore it little by little. Although this is slower, the advantage is that it is stable enough. The advantage of Shen Fei's approach is that it is indeed possible to find a target quickly, but it is too reckless. What a reckless man! Xia Qiang shook her head in her heart, but deep down in Xia Qiang's heart, she was actually a little envious. Because what supports Shen Fei in doing this is his strong strength. Although Shen Fei is only at the 4th level of the new moon in reality, he is a real strong man in the virtual realm. Only with the support of his strong strength can Shen Fei be so unscrupulous. And this has always been what Xia Qiang longs for. Xia Qiang didn't think much about it, so soon she followed Shen Fei and left the tavern under the leadership of the young man. Of course, the owner of the tavern was also taken away by Shen Fei as a hostage. Chapter 177 You really killed him? Tisk, the boss was taken away. It seems that this meal is free today. Ha ha ha, everyone drink it, let's drink it. There are a lot of good wines that Lao Yang has hidden. In the tavern, many joyful laughter suddenly rang. Before, when Shen Fei suddenly took action, everyone was silent and minimized their presence because the tavern owner was stronger than them. Shen Fei, who instantly subdued the tavern owner, did not dare to make any moves. But now that everyone has left, there is nothing to be afraid of. To be honest, the woman just saw me and I was ready to move, and I almost couldn't help but take action. Now it seems that I saved my life. Someone sighed. That's right, old Yang is not weak. Didn't you see that he was subdued in an instant? And that boy Yang Ji is so stupid that he usually pretends. Isn't he too scared? Yang Ji is a kid who is so sensible. Don't look at him pretending, but it's really clear who can mess with whom he can't mess with. Base No 0432, there has been no such strong outsider for a long time. My sister suddenly came here. Could it be for the rumored treasure? Don't say it, it's really possible. Then will we still grab the treasure? Someone asked suddenly, but the result was a silence. After a while, someone suddenly snorted coldly, "Humph, grab it. What's there to dare not grab it? This thing doesn't depend on who is strong. Maybe we are lucky, so we will be the first to meet it. When I go far away, who can do what I can do to me?" Yes, yes, this thing doesn't depend on who is stronger. We'll go after we finish this drink. A bunch of people became more and more excited as they were talking excitedly. Suddenly, two figures of a man and a woman appeared outside the gate of the tavern. This is a handsome man and beautiful woman. The man is burly, wearing a black windbreaker and a huge sword that looks very wide-looking. The woman is a little shorter, but she is very beautiful. She is wearing a white long dress and has a weak temperament, looking charming. You just said that the owner of this tavern and his adopted son were taken away. The somewhat burly man raised his eyebrows and asked. Where did the boy come from? Do you know how to be polite? Oh, little beauty, do you want to have a drink with your brother? Laugh. A black shadow flashed by, and the man who had just spoken was instantly broken into two pieces. Call. The burly man returned to his previous position and put the giant sword back with his backhand. Next time I speak, I'll pay attention to my brain. Kuowu said. The man looked at the man who was still struggling in two pieces and said coldly. At this time, everyone in the tavern had no sound. Another strong man. This thought flashed through everyone's mind. A moment later, the man and woman walked out of the tavern. I didn't expect that someone would take the lead. The woman who looked a little weak sighed. I originally thought that this batch of soul stones was the easiest treasure to find. Few people know that Yang Ji, who will grow into one of the top 10 powerful people in the Star League in the future, actually came from such a chaotic place, and it was this batch of soul stones that really made him start his career. Those two people sound like adventurers in the Void Realm, but they just asked Yang Ji to take them to find local forces. Obviously, it is not clear that Yang Ji knows where Fang Duanming is. We will catch up now, and there is still a chance. The burly man smiled. Also, we just took this opportunity to test the strength of these two adventurers in the virtual realm. If we have the chance, we will get rid of them directly, so as not to make trouble for us in the future. There are few people who dare to come to the 3-star virtual realm world. Although you have broken through the Sun realm, don't be careless. The woman reminded. Haha, I am different from those miscellaneous fish. Don't worry, miss. The man laughed. On the other side, Shen Fei and Xia Qiang led the adoptive father and son to an alloy gate located underground. On the way, Shen Fei already knew that the old man was called Old Yangtu, and he was a very senior mechanical transformer, while the young man was called Yang Ji, a 4th-level evolutionist in the Crescent Moon. To be honest, Shen Fei was still a little surprised. A 4th-level evolutionist in the new moon could become a purple dog head, which shows that Yang Ji is very not simple. You should know that Xia Qiang also has the talent of the virtual realm, so he can only become a purple dog head with the strength of the 4th level of the new moon. Of course, this has little to do with Shen Fei. No matter how simple Yang Ji is, he is just a weakling in Shen Fei's eyes. At this time, Shen Fei looked at the alloy gate, and soon he noticed a purple flame sign on the alloy gate. This is the old nest of the ghost fire you mentioned. Shen Fei looked at Yang Ji. Yes. Yang Ji nodded. I hope you didn't lie to me, otherwise. Shen Fei sneered, and he stepped forward directly, and kicked the alloy door with a sudden kick. Boom! In an instant, the alloy door weighing tens of thousands of tons flew backwards. At this time, under the attribute bonus, Shen Fei could easily exceed 100,000 tons of power without the transformation of the wilderness god, which could be said to be truly terrifying. Seeing this scene, Yang Ji and his son, who were not far away, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, I didn't have the idea of dying before. Judging from this guy's terrifying power, I'm afraid he is at least a strong man in the 3rd and 4th level of the Sun realm, right? This kind of existence is quite rare among the 3 large bases. But if you bring these two people here, Gihuo will not give up easily. Old Yang sighed deeply. He had survived at base No 0432 for decades, and he knew Gihuo's ruthlessness. At worst, we can leave base No 0432. Ghost fire is not easy to mess with, and we can't afford to mess with this person," Yang Zhi said. Old Yang didn't say anything else, just take one step at a time. "Come on." Shen Fei's voice came from the front, and the two of them did not hesitate anymore, but followed directly. They had no idea of running away, and the gap in strength was too big. Unless Shen Fei was restrained by something, they could not escape. The place where Yang Zhi brought Shen Fei to was indeed the old nest of ghost fire. Faced with Shen Fei who entered violently, the ghost fire people would naturally not be polite at all. Unfortunately, they met Shen Fei. The most powerful leader in the entire ghost fire organization is in existence at the second level of the Sun Realm. Shen Fei easily suppressed it. At this time, "Do you want to survive?" Shen Fei looked at the ghost fire leader who was trampled on his feet with a grim smile. "Sir, please tell me if you have any requests." The leader of ghost fire was very sensible. He immediately realized that Shen Fei had found him and should have something to let him do. "Very good. Now you can mobilize all your personnel and resources immediately to help me find a guy named Fang Duanming," Shen Fei said. "Yes, yes." The leader of the ghost fire nodded immediately. But at this moment, "Fang Duanming," a somewhat surprised voice sounded. "Hi." Shen Fei turned his head and looked at him. He asked directly, "Yang Zhi? What do you know?" "If you refer to the Fang Duanming who just arrived at base No 0432 today, I do know where he is," Yang Zhi said directly. Hearing this, Shen Fei's eyes flashed with surprise. "Do you know?" Shen Fei asked again. "Yes." Yang Zhi nodded with certainty, and he followed, "I can take you there, but I have a small request, please consider it." "Oh?" you said. Shen Fei nodded calmly. "I hope you can kill him." Yang Zhi pointed to the ghost fire leader who was trampled under Shen Fei's feet. In an instant, Shen Fei was slightly stunned, and the expression of the leader of the ghost fire organization changed drastically. "Yang Zhi, at base No 0432, I have done everything in burning, killing, looting, but I have never been sad for you." The leader of the ghost fire cursed, and he looked at Shen Fei immediately and said repeatedly, Sir, don't believe him. He must be talking nonsense. You want to find someone. At base No 0432, we ghost fire is the best at." The leader of the ghost fire kept talking, but Shen Fei looked at his head with a thoughtful look on his face. It was a golden dog head. Laugh. A knife that could not see the shadow suddenly broke out, and the ghost fire leader disappeared in an instant. This knife instantly caused everyone around him to fall into silence. Yang Zhi and his son didn't expect that Shen Fei would be so decisive, and Xia Qian was even more confused. You really killed him? Xia Qian couldn't help asking, are you really not afraid that Yang Zhi was telling a lie? All we need is the Ghost Fire organization. The big leader is dead. Isn't there still 2 leaders? Shen Fei smiled and said. Besides, I think what Yang Zhi said is true. What do you think, Yang Ji? Shen Fei looked at the other party. I've definitely said no lie. Yang Ji quickly promised, and at the same time he felt a little cold in his heart. Shen Fei was too decisive. He understood that if he could not find the man with Shen Fei would definitely kill him without hesitation. Chapter 178 First Battle. In the underground alloy passage leaving the Ghost Fire organization, Shen Fei, Xia Qiang, and Yang Ji, a total of 4 people were walking slowly out. While walking, Yang Ji said, "My job at base 0432 is to help others sell some things that are inconvenient to sell. This morning, a man named Fang Duanming came to me and said he wanted to deal with an item. I promised him to inspect the goods tonight." 1. Shen Fei pondered for a moment in his heart, and then asked, "Do you know what Fang Duanming asked you to deal with?" "It is a special item called the Stone of the Mind," Yang Ji said honestly. "He asked for a very high price, but I don't think about this thing. It's really amazing to be able to integrate into the power of the mind, but in the Hybrid Star Breaking Belt, there is no market for this thing. It seems that Fang Duanming is indeed the one we are looking for." A hint of joy appeared on Xia Qiang's face, and she followed. "However, Fang Duanming cannot have only one soul stone on his body, he must have more. I'll know when I find him." Shen Fei didn't say much, he glanced at Yang Ji. He was lucky this time. He just found a passerby to lead the way in a tavern. Unexpectedly, the other party knew where the goal was. It's really a long time since he had such luck. However, just as everyone was talking, suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from the opposite side of the passage. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures of a man and a woman appeared from the darkness. The man was burly and wearing a black windbreaker, with a wide sword behind him, and a powerful aura on his body. The woman was wearing a white long dress with a weak look on her body. "It seems we are lucky." The burly man's eyes finally stopped on Yang Ji, and a smile appeared on his face. "No, I should say that I am the one who has good luck, right?" Shen Fei looked at the dog's head on the burly man's head, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. With a brilliant brilliance. What a colorful dog head! Moreover, looking at the proportion of the color in the dog's head, this man is similar to the Brahmin he killed in the previous virtual world. In other words, the value of this colorful dog head is probably plus 12 points in all attributes. "Although I don't know what you are talking about," the burly man sneered, "but hand over Yang Ji, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "Come for Yang Ji." Xia Qiang frowned slightly. She looked at Shen Fei and wanted to ask Shen Fei for his opinion, but now a long knife had appeared in Shen Fei's hand. "Sister Xia Qiang, I'm optimistic about Yang Ji." Shen Fei didn't say anything nonsense, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. A colorful dog head was enough to make Shen Fei feel drooling, but this guy was still here to make trouble. What else can I say? Let's talk about it after killing it. The two sides were only about 100 meters apart. Shen Fei broke out in an instant, and within a few seconds, he arrived in front of the man and the woman. The weak woman was still standing there, and at this extreme speed, she could react at all. The burly man's pupils instantly magnified. Call. He subconsciously drew out the giant sword behind him and blocked him. Boom. The burly man first felt a terrifying huge force coming from the sword body, and then the huge force suddenly disappeared. However, the terrifying power disappeared, not because Shen Fei stopped this attack, but when the sword collided, the giant sword was cut in half like tofu. With a knife that can cut at the molecular level, coupled with Shen Fei's terrifying power that exceeds 100,000 tons at any time, it is difficult for Shen Fei to cut it now. As soon as the sword was broken, there was no point of force. The burly man naturally could not feel Shen Fei's power in an instant. Of course, the burly man could not feel the power, but his neck felt the terrifying chill from the blade. The burly man subconsciously wanted to hide, but at the critical moment, an invisible force suddenly attacked. The burly man suddenly felt dizzy in his head and his movements were half a beat slower. As he saw, his head was about to separate. At critical moments. Buzz. A wisp of black energy suddenly rose in front of the burly man. Boom. A terrifying knife hit the black energy firmly, and the energy trembled, but it finally blocked Shen Fei's sword. Of course, although Shen Fei's sword did not break through the protection of that energy, the power of more than 100,000 tons did not disappear. Boom. The burly man was directly bombarded by a terrifying impact force. He suddenly hit the passage wall next to him. The alloy wall was deeply sunk in an instant. In the blink of an eye, only a human-shaped hole was left on the wall. It actually blocked it. Is it an evolutionary method? Shen Fei was slightly surprised. He was thinking about this set of combos before entering this virtual world. As long as someone dares to fight him in close combat, he uses the knife in his hand to cut off his weapon by accident, followed by a spiritual attack to make him dizzy. Under this combo, even if his strength is comparable to Shen Fei, if he does not have particularly strong ability to save his life, he will die instantly. But I didn't expect that this combo would fail for the first time. At this time, the weak woman who was with the burly man then reacted and she subconsciously exclaimed, "Ah, Chu Ming! Stop calling, he's not dead yet." Shen Fei turned his head and glanced at the woman who was close to him. The next moment, he suddenly swung his sword. Although it was just a purple dog head, Shen Fei was too lazy to think about it if he had a casual knife. With Shen Fei's speed, it was impossible for ordinary purple dog heads to react at such a close distance. But when Shen Fei's sword was about to cut the woman off, a ray of black energy that was exactly the same as the burly man's body appeared on the surface of the other party's body. Boom! The knife was also blocked, and the woman was instantly bombarded. Shen Fei was slightly surprised. If this black energy was an evolution method, then the burly man had a colorful dog head. His evolution method must be extremely strong. It is normal to be able to block Shen Fei's attack, but why can a purple dog head block it? Is it a technological weapon? Shen Fei subconsciously became alert. If these two people had a technological weapon on them, there might be a second one. If there was a high level of lethality like an antimatter bomb, if he was careless, it would be impossible for him to fail. However, just as Shen Fei was secretly alert, suddenly, "I'm Mom Bridge!" A roar came, followed by boom, boom, boom. Countless terrifying lightning gushed out from an alloy wall. The next moment, boom! An alloy wall instantly melted into liquid state, and then a huge black shadow rushed out of it. The black shadow is more than 5 meters high, and there are countless thunder and lightning around it, as if the god of thunder came to the world. This is... Shen Fei was slightly stunned when he looked at the tall figure. Could it be the transformation of the wilderness god? Chapter 179 Fierce Battle and Winner. Die for me! Without giving Shen Fei any time to react, the burly man who had expanded to 5 meters high had already rushed up roaring. His speed was amazingly fast, which made Shen Fei, who was particularly good at speed, his pupils shrank. In just a moment, the fist, half the size of Shen Fei, arrived. At this moment, Shen Fei's thoughts moved slightly, and a wisp of black also emerged on his body, and a set of black armor covered Shen Fei's body in the blink of an eye. Boom! A terrifying punch hit Shen Fei firmly. In an instant, Shen Fei flew backwards hard. He hit an alloy wall and left a deep hole on it. Call! The Thunder Giant did not stop at all. He rushed up again. The alloy wall that had just been knocked out of a huge pit by Shen Fei was easily torn apart in the blink of an eye. The Thunder Giant stepped into it, and it seemed that he was preparing to beat the dog in the water. But only the next moment. Boom! A muffled sound suddenly came, and the Thunder Giant who had just tore into the alloy wall suddenly flew backwards from it and hit the alloy wall on the other side. The next moment, a figure walked out of it. The figure is also 5 meters high, and his body is covered with black alien beast armor, looking full of power. This is naturally Shen Fei, who used the transformation of the wilderness god. At this time, the Thunder Giant also stood up again. He looked at Shen Fei with a look of shock in his eyes. "I didn't expect that you would do this," said the Thunder Giant coldly. "That's what I want to say." Shen Fei was also a little surprised, but he didn't think too much about it. The evolutionary method of the transformation of the waste god is not exclusive to him. It will be a matter of time before he meets people who also practice this evolutionary method. Besides, it is not necessary that it will become bigger, but it will be transformed by the wild god. I don't know what the lightning on this man is doing. Or it's like this guy is an adventurer in the virtual realm, and thunder is his talent in the virtual realm, and becoming bigger is the transformation of the wilderness god. Shen Fei looked at the man and thought in his heart, and he felt that he was almost inseparable. Although he just had a fight, Shen Fei felt it very clearly that this person's strength and speed were far inferior to him in the basic state, and this person should be at the 3rd level of the Sun realm. But now after he turned into this Thunder Giant, his power and speed were approaching after he transformed with the wilderness god. It would be outrageous if a single ability had such a large increase. The two abilities are easier to explain. At this time, Shen Fei and the Thunder Giant were staring at each other. At this moment, both of them wanted to squeeze each other's heads. Shen Fei really wanted the dog head of this Thunder Giant, and the Thunder Giant was angered by Shen Fei's behavior of slashing the weak woman with just one knife. Shen Fei had undoubtedly touched his reverse scale. Next moment. Boom! Boom! The two of them moved at the same time, and their huge bodies did not slow down the speed of the two, but instead made them faster. A violent collision broke out at this moment. Boom! 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 Two huge figures kept colliding, and in 1,000 times a second, the base of the Ghost Fire organization located underground quickly collapsed. But this did not stop the battle. The two of them broke through the ruins after the collapse of the base and fell from the ground to the ground. Base No 0432 is built on a broken star body that is about thousands of kilometers away. This star body is not so stable. At this moment, under the impact of waves of terrifying forces, the ground is trembling continuously. What happened? People who survived at base No 0432 were a little confused. There was no energy accumulation inside this broken star body, so how could an earthquake occur? Is someone fighting? Soon someone discovered the reason. They captured it through some instruments and finally determined the two sides of the battle, which were two little giants. Every time these two people trampled on the ground and collided, they would create a huge impact. It would be fine if this impact was only 1 or 2 times, but the key is that they would have to collide hundreds or thousands of times in 1 second. The energy contained is too terrifying. This power must be of millions of tons, right? I really didn't expect that such a strong man could appear in this small base. That's the Ghost Fire's nest? The Ghost Fire organization is probably over. Tisk, you will definitely be overwhelmed by such a battle. Many people were watching the battle from a distance. There were no ordinary people at base No 0432, and most of them were outlaws. So few people were scared at this moment, but they were all a little excited. This kind of war is so rare. And on the other side, Xia Qiang was also watching all this. The power of Shen Fei's full force shocked her, but Shen Fei's opponent was not weak. She was always ready. If Shen Fei showed signs of defeat, she would take action in an instant. She can't fight, but she is first class in saving her life. This is a monster in the Sun Realm. Once you really have all your strength, your destructive power will be amazing. Old Yang head next to him was a little moved. If I break through to the Sun Realm, I will not be much weaker than them. Yang Ji was full of confidence. I have found the energy core of the Sun Realm for you. With your spiritual power, it should not be difficult to break through, but Mei is also rushing to the nearly impossible 5th level of the new moon, otherwise why should we be so passive today? Old Yang looked at his adopted son helplessly. Living in a place like Hybrid Shattered Star Belt, the strength you can get is real, and everything else has to stand behind. Unfortunately, Yang Ji didn't understand this truth before. Yang Ji and his son were also constantly communicating, but they didn't want to escape. Although Shen Fei was restrained at this moment, when the ghost fire's nest collapsed just now, Xia Qiang performed a hollow skill to bring them out without any damage, which instantly shocked the two of them. They couldn't figure out Xia Qiang's true strength, and Xia Qiang had that strange ability. Of course, they didn't dare to escape easily. What if Xia Qiang was as strong as Shen Fei? Time is passing, but the battle has not continued. In less than 10 minutes, the Thunder Giant shrank sharply and instantly returned to normal human size. Shen Fei was not polite and took advantage of the opponent's weakness to directly use a combination of punches, killing him without any power to fight back. Fortunately, the man had the technological props that kept emerging black energy, otherwise he would have been beaten to death by Shen Fei. But even with this prop, the man just holds on for a while. No matter how hard the energy shield is, it cannot resist Shen Fei's blow like a storm. Why? Why can you last for so long? At this time, the man was lying on the ground, unable to help but yell, his face full of reluctance. But he responded to him with another blow, and in fact, Shen Fei was also sneering in his heart. He expected this result from the beginning, so just after the battle, he was too lazy to use other means, just to fist and keep entangling with this man. The transformation of the wilderness god of a normal person is an explosive skill. If it explodes in a short period of time, it will soon be unable to hold on. But the attribute bonus is too perverted. The physical constitution bonus of more than 100 points has made Shen Fei's wild god transformation a permanent skill. Previously, in the world of Crisis of Changes, several combat machines of crystal nuclear life wanted to delay time and drag Shen Fei to death, but in the end they were the ones who were unlucky. The same is true this time. Shen Fei delayed the time and dragged the man to death. Die for me. An expression of expectation appeared on Shen Fei's face. He accepted this colorful dog head. Chapter 180 Overly Simple Task. In the ruins, a shocking muffled sound was still coming, and the ground was still shaking. It was the movement caused by Shen Fei's continuous crushing of the burly man. Stop it, as long as you let us go, I am willing to tell you a secret of using the physical body as the energy core of the Sun Realm. Suddenly, an urgent voice sounded. Stop. Stop. Sudden sounds. Boom. 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 Shen Fei was at this moment without any distractions. His mind was full of dog heads, and his movements were not intended to stop at all. Suddenly, you kill the target, all attributes +1/2. Attack, 126.2. Speed, 154.4. Defense, 125.1. Physical Constitution, 125.7. Understanding, 125.4. Evolutionary Talent, 125.3. Finally died. Shen Fei looked at his sudden increase in attributes and nodded with satisfaction. However, Shen Fei seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned his head to look at one side. A woman in a long white dress appeared there at some time. What did you just say? The secret of using the physical body as the core of the energy of the Sun realm? Shen Fei asked. At this moment, the woman said nothing, and she looked in front of Shen Fei with a dazed where, there is a scattered indescribable thing. There is no way, the third-level evolutionist in the Sun realm is too strong, and ordinary injuries cannot be killed at all. Shen Fei attacked with his fists again, so the scene is inevitably a bit ugly. Don't think about it, don't think about it. The woman said coldly, and the next moment, in Shen Fei's surprised gaze, she turned into a white mist. Shen Fei stepped forward in an instant and punched the white mist at the same time, but the howling fist wind only blew away the white mist, and the figure of the woman disappeared from the spot. Is it a talent in the virtual realm or a technological means? Shen Fei was thinking, but he didn't think too much about it. He just had a purple dog head, which was much worse than that colorful dog head, so he didn't care at all. Call. Shen Fei removed the transformation of the wilderness god and the armor on his body also disappeared. At this time, 3 figures also came over. It was Xia Qiang and Yang Ji and his son. I'm very happy to see that you two didn't choose to escape. Shen Fei looked at Yang Ji and his son with a smile. Hearing this, there was a hint of forced smile on both of them. Brother Shen Fei, are those 2 people adventurers in the virtual realm? Xia Qiang suddenly asked. It's very likely. Shen Fei nodded directly, and at the same time he also glanced at Yang Ji and his son. There is also a virtual realm in this Galaxy Alliance, but these 2 people did not respond when they heard the virtual realm adventurer. It is obvious that this is the most ordinary virtual realm figure. It's not a special existence like Xia Chenjiun. That's very strange. These 2 people have a clear purpose and come straight to Yang Ji. Xia Qiang said thoughtfully, and Shen Fei suddenly reacted when he heard this. He was only caring about the dog's head before and didn't pay attention for a while, but now he thinks about it, it's really strange. This Yang Ji was just a passerby, and there was no information about him in the exclusive intelligence, but why did the 2 Void Realm adventurers come straight to him? I don't know those 2 people at all, and it doesn't matter if they appear. Yang Ji spoke quickly, for fear that Shen Fei would misunderstand. This guy is so terrifying and violent. He is so powerful that he is beaten into a meat mud by him. Do you know what is about using the physical body as the core of the energy of the Sun realm? Shen Fei stared at Yang Ji and suddenly asked. When Yang Ji heard this, a hint of confusion suddenly appeared on his face. He has indeed heard of someone who can make breakthroughs with the physical body as the core of energy, but this is just something he heard. Yang Ji really doesn't know who can really do it. After all, even if the body of an evolver is far beyond that of an ordinary person, it is far from enough as the core of energy. At this time, Shen Fei carefully observed Yang Ji's expression, and he found no abnormalities. Either Yang Ji's acting skills are too good, or he really doesn't know it. However, Shen Fei didn't think much about it. He didn't have much desire for this thing, and he had already had the energy core. Haha, I just asked casually, let's go, let's continue to look for Fang Duanming. As long as I find him, I will let you go. Shen Fei said. Upon hearing this, Yang Ji nodded immediately. Half an hour later, in a very ordinary room. Bang! Shen Fei suddenly pressed a thin man against the wall. Say, where is the stone of the mind? Shen Fei stared at the other party with a fierce look on his face. Under my bed. The thin man pointed in a direction with some difficulty. Upon hearing this, Xia Qian walked over there and quickly dragged out a metal box from it. After Xia Qian opened the metal box, rows of crystal diamond-shaped objects about the size of a thumb appeared in her eyes. Xia Qian picked up one and tried it out, and found that her spiritual power could indeed be easily integrated into it. It's the authentic product, and there must be about tens of thousands of pieces in this box, which should be all. Xia Qian turned his head and said, and Shen Fei was happy at first when he heard this, and then he felt a little dazed. Damn, that's it? Is the mission completed? Although Xia Qian had said that this task was not difficult, it was too simple, right? If it weren't for the two Void Realm adventurers who suddenly found fault in the middle, this task would be even simpler. However, Shen Fei immediately understood that it would not be so simple if they snatched the stone of the mind normally. However, because of exclusive information, they accurately targeted Fang Duanming from the beginning. Before all the local strongmen could react, they found Fang Duanming, which naturally could not be difficult. You boy, won't you find a place to hide so many soul stones? Shen Fei suddenly grabbed the thin man in front of him, or Fang Duanming's collar, and suddenly asked. Fang Duanming was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. Forget it, you go. Shen Fei let go of his hand without any slightest. This Fang Duanming was a weak chicken, not even a green dog head. Shen Fei had no idea to kill him. Well, can you leave me a piece? I'll earn some travel expenses at least. Fang Duanming asked unwillingly. Roll. Shen Fei kicked him out with one kick. Outside the room, Yang Ji and his son looked at Fang Duanming, who was rolling and crawling out of the room, and shook his head secretly. It seems that the two of them have already got what they want. Yang Ji sighed, but at this moment, a communication watch suddenly lit up on him. Yang Ji glanced at the message and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He actually contacted me. Many thoughts flashed through Yang Ji's mind, but soon, he lost the will to continue thinking about it. Think. He is still in danger now, what's the use of thinking more? Although the terrifying man said that he would let the father and son go as long as he found Fang Duanming, it is not certain whether the other party would keep his promise. Chapter 181 Consensus. About 20 minutes later, Shen Fei and Xia Qian also walked out of the room. Shen Fei did not make things difficult for Yang Ji and his son anymore, and let the two leave calmly. At this time, Shen Fei and Xia Qian were walking on the road. Just as Shen Fei was thinking about how to persuade Xia Qian to continue to make trouble with him, Xia Qian suddenly asked. Brother Shen Fei, I didn't expect that you would let Yang Ji and his son leave so easily. Don't you feel that Yang Ji is a bit unsimple? Shen Fei was slightly stunned, and he asked immediately, are you talking about using the body as the core of energy in the Sun realm? Right. Xia Qian nodded. She had already asked Shen Fei about the incident on the road. After careful consideration, Xia Qiang felt that things were not simple. Of course, she would pay attention to this matter. The main reason is that she is very interested in the matter of using the body as the core of the energy of the Sun realm. In the Crescent Moon realm, it is a process of constantly establishing internal circulation, and the more internal circulations, the stronger it is. The Sun realm is a process of continuously improving the energy level in the body. The higher the energy level in the body, the stronger the evolver. The general energy core cannot withstand higher and higher energy levels, so the evolution method of the Sun realm also has a considerable demand for the energy core, and the more advanced the Sun realm evolver, the more you need the higher energy core. Although Xia Qiang has obtained a crystal core of crystal nucleus life, the crystal nucleus is only 1/8 of the real crystal nucleus life, and at most it can persist to the 4th level of the Sun realm. After that, she still needs to find a new energy core. If you master the method of the physical body as the energy core of the Sun realm, you may no longer need to find a new energy core. Of course, Xia Qiang also knew that this was unlikely, but she was still willing to give it a try. Since the Void Realm adventurer suddenly proposed to use this secret to exchange for the chance of her companion's survival, it is unlikely that this matter is groundless. Xia Qiang analyzed. And they came to this virtual world and came to look for Yang Ji as soon as possible, which means that Yang Ji may have this secret hidden. It makes sense. Shen Fei smiled with his hands and saw that Xia Qiang was very interested in this matter. Then this is easy to deal with. As long as Xia Qiang doesn't want to be dependent on her, there will be enough room for operation. Actually, Brother Shen Fei was impulsive. You could stop a little and see that the adventurer in the Void Realm would not be too late to say anything. Xia Qiang suddenly said. But the dog's head is so fragrant, Shen Fei smiled in his heart. Actually, I'm also a little interested in the method that uses the body as the core of energy. Shen Fei looked at Xia Qiang and said. But if we really want to get this approach, we need to do 2 things. First, find this method in this virtual world, and second, get enough source quality to exchange it out. Before Shen Fei could speak, Xia Qiang had already said 2 things thoughtfully. The first thing needs to be said, this method must be found to be meaningful in itself. As for the second, some complex information that needs to be brought out of the virtual world, it also needs to be exchanged for source and quality. For example, the information Shen Fei once exchanged for a new that was related to breaking through the 5th level of the new moon spent 400 G of source quality at that time. If Shen Fei and Xia Qiang only consider leaving with a small spiritual stone, then they don't need to worry about the source quality issue. Because, the task they got this time was to grab the treasures that were traversed in the Hilbert Star Blade. The more they grabbed, the more source quality they got. The Soul Stone is part of these treasures. The source quality they obtained from snatching tens of thousands of Soul Stones is enough to exchange for a Soul Stone. This is also why Shen Fei was worried that Xia Qiang would get up straight after finding the Stone of the Heart, because if Xia Qiang wanted to get up, he could really get up until the end of this virtual world. At this time, when Shen Fei heard the 2 things Xia Qiang said, he immediately smiled and said, Sister Xia Qiang, this is what I want to say. We are really in tune with each other. But I always feel that you have nothing to say. Xia Qiang suddenly looked at Shen Fei. How is that possible? Shen Fei shook his head repeatedly, and he was also secretly surprised. Xia Qiang's feeling was really sharp. He had indeed brewed a lot of words before and wanted to persuade Xia Qiang to do something with him, but there was no need to say it now. Seeing Shen Fei denying it, Xia Qiang was not confused about this matter. After thinking for a moment, she said, "If you want to find that method, you have to start with Yangji. There is a set of intelligence robots among the Void Realm props I selected from the Jinyuan City Law Enforcement Bureau before, so that they can stare at Yangji." Xia Qiang said, and a purple ball suddenly appeared in her hand. After she put a thin glasses on her eyes, the purple ball quickly decomposed into countless tiny particles and disappeared into the air in the blink of an eye. Each of these 100,000 particles is a micro-robot with extremely strong intelligence capabilities. With them staring at them, no matter what Yang Ji does, he can't escape our eyes. Xia Qiang explained. Hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared on Shen Fei's face. "You actually chose this kind of thing?" Shen Fei looked at Xia Qiang with some surprise. Each of them chose 3 virtual realm props, but Shen Fei chose all virtual realm props to improve his own strength. The one Xia Qiang chose obviously has nothing to do with improving strength tai. Isn't choosing the Void Realm prop just to deal with accidents? Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei and said. If Fang Duanming hid the Stone of the Heart in another place before and he refused to explain, we can pretend to let him escape first, and then use this set of robots to stare at the other party. This will greatly increase the possibility of finding the Stone of the Heart. But I didn't expect that Fang Duanming would carry so many soul stones with him. Xia Qiang couldn't help but shake her head. In fact, not only Shen Fei felt that the mission was too simple, but even Xia Qiang had a little bit of the same feeling. Sister Xia Qiang, you are really considerate. Shen Fei sighed in his heart. He didn't think so much. Of course, it was also because this mission seemed not difficult on the surface, so he was too lazy to think more, but instead focused more attention on the dog's head. Choosing virtual realm props that increase his strength is naturally for the sake of the dog's head. However, since the micro-robot is staring at Yangji, our mission is to obtain more source quality, right? There is only one way to obtain source quality. Snatch more treasures. Shen Fei said, and a smile appeared on his face. Very good. They can get the Stone of the Mind so easily because the intelligence is accurate and the speed is fast enough. The real strong men of the Hilbert Star Blade have not yet reacted. But as time goes by, there will definitely be other strong people who are targeting other treasures. That is when he harvests the dog's head. Moreover, with Xia Qiang here, there is basically no need to worry about the failure of the situation because of being too strong. Snatching the treasure is mainly due to you, brother Shen Fei. Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei. Shen Fei felt that Xia Qiang was very important, but he didn't know that Shen Fei was more important in Xia Qiang's heart. Because only Shen Fei has the ability to seize those treasures, she is obviously much worse. No problem, Shen Fei nodded with a smile. 186 Chapter 182 The Terrifying Fifth Level of the Sun Realm. As time passes, Shen Fei and Xia Qiang rely on the information provided in the exclusive information to accurately arrive at each base, quickly searching for those treasures. After 3 days, the two of them found 5 treasures, which was extremely efficient. In this process, Shen Fei also accepted 3 crystal dog heads and 7 golden dog heads, and the harvest can be said to be quite significant. On this day 3 days later, just when Shen Fei and Xia Qiang were still looking for the next treasure, an accident happened suddenly. A figure wearing a slightly mechanical blue coat with 8 curved blades floating behind him suddenly appeared and blocked the way for both of them. Seeing this person, Shen Fei and Xia Qiang looked shocked at the same time. What shocked Xia Qiang was that this person seemed to be mentioned in exclusive information, Kaot, the leader of the Silver Blue Organization, one of the 3 large bases in the Hybrid Shattered Star Belt. Shen Fei did not care about this person's identity at the first time, and what shocked him was the man's dog head. Not only was it a colorful dog head, but it was undoubtedly much more dazzling than the 2 colorful dog heads he had encountered before. Although it is far from comparable to Xia Qinjiun, there is no doubt that this is a dog head with a value above the previous 2 colorful dog heads. Of course, higher value often means stronger strength. And Shen Fei, who also read the exclusive information, quickly recognized the identity of the person. It turns out that it is the famous Silver and Blue leader Kaot. Why did you suddenly look for us? Xia Qiang asked calmly, and at the same time, she had put one hand on Shen Fei and quietly activated her ability to blur. This is to ask your companion, Black Reaper. Kaot looked at Shen Fei with a blank expression. Do you still remember being mistook by Peter Mukong Xiajun? Cold Blade. Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei, and Shen Fei looked puzzled. He has killed more people in the past 2 days. Who knows what their names are? And, what the hell is Black Reaper? Title? Which guy with water in his head actually gave him this title? That's my nephew. Kaot said coldly, and he followed. That day, Lang Blade represented Yin Lan to snatch that pure energy. I knew it was my Yin Yan's person, and you dare to kill him, you are very brave. Ha, don't mention your nephew, even your son, I will still kill him. Shen Fei smiled coldly. Very good. Covey nodded, the next moment. Swish. 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 2 whistling black shadows suddenly burst out and came to Shen Fei and Xia Qiang's necks in an instant. However, the 2 black shadows only passed through their bodies and did not cause any harm to them. Seeing this scene, Kaot's face, who was originally cold, also changed slightly. What's going on? Call. Kaot waved his hand and 2 flying blades returned behind him. I have some skills, no wonder I dare to be so arrogant. Kaot said in a deep voice. Mr. Kaot, I deeply regret your nephew's death. Unfortunately, it is impossible for you to take revenge on us, so let's say goodbye. Xia Qiang smiled slightly, and she immediately took Shen Fei away. But at this time, Shen Fei stopped her. Shen Fei's thoughts moved slightly, and the black matter quickly flowed on him. In the blink of an eye, a set of black armor appeared on his body. At the same time, a massive amount of energy exploded in Shen Fei's body, and his body instantly soared to a height of 5 meters. What are you going to do? Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei with a little confused. Sister Xia Qiang, let me go, let me try the strength of this silver and blue leader. Shen Fei said calmly. He is an evolver at the 5th level of the Sun Realm. Xia Qiang he hurriedly reminded that the gap between the Sun Realm is quite large. Shen Fei can easily deal with the 4th level of the Sun Realm at this moment, which does not mean that he is an opponent of the 5th level of the Sun Realm. I know, but I still want to try it. Shen Fei smiled and said, but if I really can't beat this person, I will trouble you, Sister Xia Qiang. You. Xia Qiang was still a little confused. The key point was that she couldn't think of a reason for Shen Fei to fight this person. However, Xia Qiang didn't ask much in the end. Now is not the time to say more. Besides, as Shen Fei said, as long as Shen Fei is not killed instantly, she can save Shen Fei. Call. Xia Qiang let go of Shen Fei, and Shen Fei also instantly retreated from his virtual state. Okay, Mr. Kaot, it's time to fight Onianon. Shen Fei shook his neck, and at the same time, a black knife that was seriously inconsistent with his body appeared in his hand. However, the problem is not big, just use it. It seems that my attack just now was avoided with the help of your companions. Kaot said coldly, I have to admire your courage. I know that your companions can save your life at any time, but I will kill you before she saves you. Humph. What else Shen Fei wants to say, but the next moment. Swish. 8 black shadows had already appeared in front of Shen Fei. Shen Fei's pupils frustrated, and he subconsciously raised the knife to block it, but his knife just barely touched the edge of a black shadow and was directly shaken by the fierce force contained in it. The 8 black shadows finally hit Shen Fei's body fiercely. Bang! In an instant, Shen Fei turned into a shadow, flying backwards at a speed faster than his own full force. Boom! 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 Shen Fei barely stopped after he collapsed nearly 100 buildings in a row and left a large pit with a diameter of more than kilometers on the ground. What's outrageous is that during this process, Shen Fei also received a prompt to kill the green dog head. It was obvious that a green dog head happened to be hit while he was knocked away and died miserably. Of course, at this moment, Shen Fei had no time to think about these things. So strong! Shen Fei stood up with his chest covering his chest was a little hot, obviously injured. You know, since getting this set of armor from Jin Xiao Xiao, Shen Fei has never been injured again. This is the first time he has been injured. This is the 5th level of the Sun Realm. Shen Fei didn't feel surprised. In the Sun Realm, because every breakthrough is an improvement in the energy level in the body, the strength span is very amazing. In terms of power, from the 3rd level of the Sun Realm to the higher level, the gap between each level is at least 10 times. At the 1st level of the Sun Realm, 1 or 2,000 tons is considered normal, and 3 or 4,000 tons is the most exciting evolutionary talent. The 2nd level of the Sun Realm is usually more than 10,000 tons. At the 3rd level of the Sun Realm, the power easily reaches nearly 100,000 tons. At the 4th level, those with better evolutionary talent have already gained millions of tons of power. Level 5 definitely has more than 10 million tons of power. In fact, if you can reach the 5th level of the Sun Realm, there are few evolutionary talents that are not bad, and it is still a medium situation anyway. Just now, the 8 flying blades controlled by Kaut should be the effect of his evolutionary method, but the evolutionary method is rarely weaker than the evolutionary person himself. The power contained in each flying blade exceeds tens of millions of tons. Under the bombardment of this terrifying force, Shen Fei was only injured, which shows that the armor on his body was extremely perverted. The key is that what this armor is good at is energy defense, and physical defense is just by the way. You have to use that thing. Shen Fei stood up from the ground. In terms of his physique, he recovered in a blink of an eye, which was not harmful at all. But Shen Fei didn't want to be a sandbag for others. Moreover, he had known that the power of the 5th level of the Sun Realm was so strong that he had a reliance on the reason why he dared to stand up and fight him oni on own. 187 Chapter 183 Ultramicro Photon Cage. I didn't expect you to be able to stand. Kaut flew from a distance. He looked at Shen Fei, who was getting up in the ruins, and said something unexpectedly. Not only can I stand, but I can also kill you. Shen Fei sneered. Kill me. Kaut shook his head and laughed as if he had heard some joke. But the next moment, Kaut's brow suddenly frowned, and golden light curtains rose from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they wrapped the two of them in. And inside the light curtain, wisps of light were falling. And as these light spots landed, Kaut also felt a terrifying pressure on him. A little trick. Kaut shouted coldly, and he controlled 8 flying blades and roared at the surrounding light curtain. But attacks of more than 10 million tons fell on the light curtains again and again, but only splashed a little bit of ripple, and then disappeared. It's useless. Without my permission, you can't get out. Shen Fei said with a smile. This is the second virtual realm prop selected by Shen Fei at the Jinyuan City Law Enforcement Bureau, called the Super Micro Photon Cage. In fact, this set of virtual realm props is similar to the move used by Brahman to trap the spaceship he controls in the previous virtual realm world. Within the range covered by this light curtain, everything except Shen Fei carrying special props will be greatly suppressed. And the longer the time, the greater the suppression. Of course, this suppression is also limitless. If this set of virtual realm props is used by others, it may not be able to deal with the 5th level evolvers of the Sun Realm. But in Shen Fei's hands, the power of this set of virtual realm props has greatly increased, and he is confident of suppressing this Kaut. Die, Kaut! Shen Fei shouted excitedly, and saw a pair of metal feathers appear behind him. Wings. The wings were not incited, but Shen Fei flew directly into the sky. This is the third virtual realm prop selected by Shen Fei. Shen Fei knew very well that the biggest difference between him and the Sun Realm was that he could not fly, so he specially selected a virtual realm prop that would allow him to fly. Of course, flying with the help of external objects is not as flexible as the Sun Realm, but it is always better than none. Moreover, Shen Fei's speed attribute is not impossible to act on the virtual realm props, and it is actually not bad. Swish. Shen Fei was not affected at all in the endless light spots. He came to Kao in an instant and slashed him with a vicious sword. Kao frowned, and suddenly, a flying blade that was attacking the surrounding light curtain flew back. This ultramicro photon cage has just been launched, and its suppression force is far from reaching its limit. Kao's speed is still faster than Shen Fei, and its power is far higher than Shen Fei. So, in just a moment, the flying blade intercepted in front of Shen Fei Dao. Bang! Shen Fei was stopped by this knife. What? Shen Fei's face changed. What material is this thing that actually blocked his knife? Black Reaper, I have investigated Mei Nao Jixi. I naturally know that you have a very terrifying knife. Kao sneered. But the surface of my weapon is covered with my force field. Can your knife break through my force field? I'm not called Black Reaper, which bastard gave me the name? Shen Fei was furious and attacked Kao directly. Kao stopped Shen Fei with just a flying blade, and the other 7 flying blades were still bombarding the light curtain. In fact, any energy barrier will be depleted as long as it is attacked. If it was the original form of this virtual realm prop, it would probably not be able to withstand Kao's crazy attack for such a long time. But the problem is that the virtual realm prop not only has the effect of the Shen Fei attribute bonus, but also has improved its defense. So, Kao attacked wildly, and the light curtain kept fluctuating almost the same from beginning to end, without any signs of being broken. At this time, Kao finally realized something was wrong. As the suppression power of the ultramicrophoton cage continues to increase, Kao felt that it was already very difficult for him to use a flying blade to resist the attack from Shen Fei. And if you continue to be suppressed, I can only start with this guy first. Kao suddenly looked at Shen Fei. Before, Shen Fei could stand up as if nothing had happened when he had his full blow, so Kao did not think about solving Shen Fei first. But now, he can't do it if he doesn't deal with Shen Fei. Call! 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 The other 7 flying blades that were attacking the light curtain in the distance flew back roaringly. Kao turned to attack, and the 8 flying blades rushed towards Shen Fei from 8 directions. Boom! 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 Shen Fei used the long-lost 8 desolate swords to resist the 8 blades, but Kao's power speed was still higher than Shen Fei's, so in just a moment, several more 8 blades hit Shen Fei's head. The terrifying force rushed Shen Fei directly to the ground. If it weren't for the light curtain also covering the surface, it would have probably smashed Shen Fei several thousand meters underground. Before Shen Fei could get up, 8 flying blades followed one after another, smashing towards Shen Fei like a storm. Ha ha ha, your strength has become too weak. I was injured before, but now, you are scraping me. Although Shen Fei was extremely embarrassed by being smashed, he still laughed. Strictly speaking, it was not Kao's power that weakened, but the huge binding force in this ultramicro photon cage. The flying blade controlled by Kao was moving in this space. Before he could get close to Shen Fei, he was weakened a lot and then hit Shen Fei, which naturally made him feel painless. Boom! 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 Ka'at attacked for nearly 3 seconds, and his heart became heavier and he found that he was helpless. How could this weapon appear in the Hybrid Star Breaking Belt? Which country's army actually made this thing flow out? Ka'at's heart was full of disbelief. As an evolutionist at the 5th level of the Sun Realm, Ka'at has long stopped taking the technological weapons scattered among the people. But he knew very well that there were still weapons that could easily kill him in the armies of various countries. Of course, Ka'at didn't care about this, because he was just dominating the Hybrid Star Band. But when he killed Ka'at, he didn't expect that this was an ordinary revenge operation that actually caused him to fall to this point. Ka'at felt that he was a little poor. Sudden. Ka'at stopped his crazy attack, and Shen Fei, who was constantly dodging and blocking, was stunned. I gave in. Ka'at looked at Shen Fei and said, I promise not to cause trouble for you again, and I will ask if you have any requests. I know that you have been collecting those treasures before, and I have also obtained a lot of treasures. I put them in the silver blue. If you stop, I can give them all to you. You admit defeat? Shen Fei couldn't help laughing, and suddenly he shouted, Carewit, do you think I'm having fun with you? Today, you are dead, and no one can save you. You must kill me. Ka'at looked ugly, and he followed. Do you really think you can kill me? Your technological weapon can indeed limit my power and speed, but it cannot affect my evolutionary method. I stand and ask you to kill me. Can you kill me? Arrogant. Shen Fei was furious. Who do you look down on? Call. Shen Fei whistles. He rushed up, but Ka'at seemed to be verifying his statement, and he stood there without moving. Boom. Shen Fei slashed Ka'at's head with a huge knife of nearly 1 million tons, but the knife did not completely fall. Less than 3 millimeters away from Ka'at's head, the tip of the knife was blocked from the spot by an invisible force. Seeing this scene, Shen Fei immediately understood in his heart. Just like he could not cut off this guy's weapon, his evolutionary magic field covered his body surface, and he did not break the defense. I said, I'll let you cut, and you can't cut it. Ka'at stood there and said. Now, what I said is still valid. As long as you are willing to stop, I will give you all the treasures I have collected before. Dream, I will kill you today. Shen Fei had no intention of stopping. The value of this dog head is at least plus 20 or even plus 30, which means at least more than 100 attribute points. A huge piece of fat meat was coming to his mouth. Want to let Shen Fei give up? Impossible, absolutely impossible. 188 Chapter 184 All means. You will regret it. Ka'at looked at Shen Fei, who was unable to get in. After threatening him fiercely, the 8 flying blades behind him roared at Shen Fei again. Shen Fei naturally didn't care about Ka'at's threat at all. If he continues to fight like this, he will regret it. But if Ka'at is really let go, then he will be the real regret. Today, even if it is consumed, it will be consumed to death. As time passes, the suppression force in the ultramicro photon cage is finally maximized as it accumulates little by little. At this time, although Kawit is not completely unable to move, his strength and speed have been reduced to less than 1% of his heyday. Therefore, the current situation is completely reversed from just now. Just now, it was Shen Fei who was being beaten like a sandbag, but now it was Kawit who became a sandbag. Of course, I have something in common with now, that is, people who are as sandbags are very hard and no matter how their opponents attack, they can't even get rid of their skin. It's useless. Your attack is too weak. You're just scraping me. At this time, although Kawit was stepped on by Shen Fei, he smiled calmly and mocked him, his tone exactly the same as Shen Fei just now. However, just as Kawit was laughing, the next moment, his smile stuttered slightly, and a muzzle that was 20 centimeters thick pressed against his head. But immediately afterwards, Kawit reacted. Energy cannon? Useless, even a small naval cannon can't kill me. Kawit snorted coldly. Then try. Shen Fei was too lazy to say more, so he started charging the energy cannon directly. To be honest, Shen Fei is not very confident, although his attack attribute has soared to more than 120 points, which is more than 3 times the increase when he first used Annihilation number 1 in the world of Falling Sky. But the enemy is much stronger. Compared with the evolvers at the level of Durgv and Kavitana, Kavit's simple power is nearly 1,000 times, not to mention the bonus brought by the evolutionary method. The good news is that Kawit's evolution method is not a pure defensive evolution method like the Black Heavenly God armor, but a special force field. Although this evolution method is very omnipotent, it is definitely far from comparable to the evolution method like the Black Heavenly God armor in terms of pure defense attributes. It's so naive. Kawit was still sneering, and at this time, a terrifying stream of hot particles suddenly erupted from Annihilation number 1. Just less than 5 centimeters away, a terrifying column of light instantly annihilated Kawit's head. At such a close distance, the terrifying heat and particle flow of sputtering naturally affected Shen Fei and the ultra-miniature photon cage that enveloped here. However, since Shen Fei dared to use the energy cannon, he naturally was not afraid of this. The strongest thing about the armor he is on is not physical defense, but energy defense. Moreover, it is not a direct hit, it is just a sensation and is not worth mentioning at all. Moreover, although Kawit's strength has been greatly suppressed, its speed can still easily reach 10 km per second. Although the speed of the energy cannon after the explosion was near light, it was too long to shake it forward. If you don't hit him with your face, you may not be able to hit him. As for the ultra-miniature photon cage, its defense is actually very strong. With Shen Fei's attribute bonus, he is not afraid of destroying the cage at all. The dazzling light instantly enveloped the entire photon cage. When the light dissipated, Shen Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Kawit's head was still there, but his skin on his face had completely charred and his hair was burned to a point. It works. Shen Fei felt a little happy. Where did you come from this energy cannon? Kawit spitted a ray of black smoke out of his mouth, and he asked in disbelief. If this gun goes down, it is even more terrifying than some small naval guns. What level of energy contained in this energy cannon is? Humph, just be able to kill you. Shen Fei continued to accumulate energy without saying a word. And this time, Kao finally lost so confidence. He began to struggle violently, while controlling 8 flying blades to destroy the number 1 of the angle light in Shen Fei's hand. Unfortunately, Kao is much weaker than Shen Fei now. Shen Fei suppressed him with his backhand, and Yan Guang number 1 was also closely protected by him. Kao's 8 flying blades could not get close to any of them. Soon. Boom. The second shot suddenly burst out, and then 3 guns, 4th guns, 5th guns. Shen Fei's eyes were full of madness. Even if Yan Guang number 1 had already begun to become extremely hot, it could not stop his determination to kill the dog's head. However, until the 8th gun was finished and Shen Fei was preparing to accumulate the 9th gun, his movements suddenly stopped. Angle light number 1, no energy. The energy core of Angle Light 1 can launch 10 full power attacks under full energy conditions. In the previous virtual realm world, Shen Fei only used Yan Guang number 1 twice, and it was actually a sudden thing to come to this virtual realm world, so Shen Fei did not hand Yan Guang number 1 to Jin Xiao Xiao for him to help recharge. After all, generally speaking, 8 attack opportunities are enough. But at this moment, the 2 virtual realm worlds combined have used up 10 cannons. Ha ha ha, there's no energy. At this time, Kao also noticed something was wrong and he smiled proudly. However, as soon as he laughed, Kao coughed violently. Although Kao resisted 8 consecutive terrifying attacks, the price he paid was not small. The flesh on his face was already burnt. The most fatal thing was that in order to resist the 8 attacks, he overloaded the evolution method again and again. If such an attack was done 7 or 8 times, he might really be unable to withstand it. Unfortunately, there is no if. Don't be too proud. Shen Fei snorted coldly, his brain was running rapidly, thinking about a way to kill this guy. After a little thought, Shen Fei eliminated his other major killer anti-mass bomb. The anti-mass bomb is only powerful when it comes into contact with matter directly, but this Kao's body surface is a force field with isolated power, and antimatter cannot contact him at all. Then the antimatter bomb will naturally not be able to take effect. Moreover, antimatter bombs may have an impact on the photon cage. If the antimatter bomb destroys the photon cage, Shen Fei would be stunned. There is no choice but to grind him to death little by little. I don't believe it. It will have no effect on him when he resists the 8th cannon of Angle Light 1. Shen Fei snorted coldly in his heart, and then, the one of the angle light in his hand disappeared, and a knife appeared again. Boom! 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 Shen Fei slashed down with a knife, and each knife contained his most powerful power. His basic power reaches more than 6,000 tons, and after attribute bonus, he can reach nearly 800,000 tons. At the same time, Shen Fei's spiritual power can still bring him more than 20% of the power increase, which is 1,000,000 tons of power under the overall power. If it was 1,000,000 tons of power, Kao didn't care about it a moment ago, but now, he was a little panicked. This power was approaching the limit of his current evolutionary method. However, Kao did not show it. Instead, he said stubbornly, I said it, it's useless. Your attack is scraping me. Kao knew very well that any weakness at this time might make Shen Fei become more arrogant and tougher, so that Shen Fei could retreat. However, Kao still underestimated Shen Fei's determination. Whether he is tough or weak, Shen Fei had only one thought in his mind at this moment, killing the dog's head. And just a moment later, Kao's heart suddenly shook. How do you feel that this guy's attack power is increasing at a very terrifying speed? No, it's impossible, it's my illusion. Kao hurriedly comforted himself. 189 Chapter 185 The Power of the Mind That Has Increased. You kill the target and get all attributes plus 30. Your current attributes are: Attack, 166.2. Speed, 194.4. Defense, 165.1. Physical Constitution, 165.7. Understanding, 165.4. Evolutionary Talent, 165.3. In the ultramicro photon cage, Shen Fei suddenly pulled out the knife that was inserted into Kao's head. Under the action of toxins on the knife, Kao's head has begun to lithify. Although this knife was temporarily borrowed, Shen Fei also applied poison on it, which can be said to be very terrifying. Finally died. Shen Fei put away the knife and at the same time removed the transformation of the wilderness god. The knife in his hand and the toxins on the knife are actually not the key. After all, as long as he cannot break the force field on Kao's body surface, he will not do anything to Kao. The key to being able to kill Kao lies in the power of the mind. Since the last time he fought with the Brahmin in the Brahmin main ship, Shen Fei's mental power has improved very little during this period, and it can almost be said to be ignored. But just now, his spiritual power once again increased explosively, nearly 10 times at one time. The bonus of his spiritual power to power has also changed from more than 20% to more than twice. Shen Fei was sure that his spiritual power had definitely reached the 3-star level, and it was not considered a first-time 3-star level. 3 days ago, when I was fighting with the Evolver who also mastered the transformation of the wilderness god, the battle was extremely fierce, but the power of my mind did not increase at all. This time, I was simply abusing food, but the power of my mind grew very fast. Shen Fei thought about it in his heart, and he quickly understood. To be precise, combat cannot be a catalyst for the growth of the spiritual power. What really stimulates the growth of the spiritual power is his desire. Only when he was eager to kill the dog's head and exploded with all his strength, his spiritual power would surge. Of course, the ability of the spiritual power to rise so quickly may also be related to his increasingly strong talent. Otherwise, even if the desire can stimulate the growth of the spiritual power, it will not increase by 10 times at one time. This is too exaggerated. And just as Shen Fei was thinking, a voice suddenly sounded next to Shen Fei. You actually killed him. Xia Qian didn't know when Photon appeared in the cage. Of course, she was in a state of virtualization, so the suppression power of the photon cage had no effect on her. At this time, Xia Qian looked at Kao who was lying on the ground, his eyes full of disbelief. This was a powerful man at the 5th level of the Sun Realm. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. The key is to rely on this set of virtual realm props. Shen Fei waved his hand, but his face was full of smiles. This dog head is so worth killing, with all attributes plus 30 points, which is comparable to the entire 10 crystal dog heads. But, brother Shen Fei, why do you have to kill him? Xia Qiang suddenly asked. At first she thought Shen Fei had any profound meaning. After all, Shen Fei's previous actions were almost all with special purposes. But this time Xia Qiang thought about it and then, but she couldn't figure out what Shen Fei's motive was. Did Sister Xia Qiang know how much my spiritual power has increased after this battle? Shen Fei asked. The power of the mind. Xia Qiang was a little confused. What does this have to do with the power of the mind? 10 times, full 10 times. Shen Fei said. After I broke through the 4th level of the new moon, the bonus of my spiritual power was already very small, only more than 20%, but now it has reached more than twice, which has qualitatively improved my strength. 10 times. Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei with a little confused. Do you think I look like a fool? Can you still believe what you say? I don't need to lie to you. Shen Fei said seriously, every battle can enhance my spiritual power. I am just In short, the more intense the battle, the greater the improvement it will be for me. Shen Fei did not tell Xia Qiang what he had summarized about the effect of desire on the power of the mind. First, I don't know if this thing is reliable in Xia Qiang. Second, if it is common to everyone, Shen Fei believes that strong people like Xia Qinjiun and Enling must have known about this a long time ago, otherwise their spiritual power would not be so strong. Since they have never said it, it means that it is better to summarize and understand it yourself. If others tell it, it may not be a good thing. Really? Xia Qiang stared at Shen Fei blankly. Based on her understanding of Shen Fei's words didn't seem to be joking. Real? Shen Fei nodded seriously, and when he heard this, Xia Qiang fell into deep thought. She naturally knows the two most mainstream ways to improve the power of the mind. But for a long time, her meditation effect was very good, and her spiritual power was steadily increasing, so Xia Qiang had never considered fighting. But now, Xia Qiang feels that she has become a clown. She worked hard to meditate for several months, and her spiritual power increased by only a few %, but after Shen Fei's battle, his spiritual power increased by 10-fold. It seems that I have to try it too. Xia Qiang was moved at once. After half a day, a small spacecraft landed in a super-large base worth thousands of kilometers. This is the base of Hilbert Star Breaking Belt No. 0002, which is also called the Silver Blue Base. That's right, this is the base led by Kaut. However, no one knew at this time that Kaut had died in an inconspicuous place. After all, Shen Fei killed Kaut in the ultra-miniature photon cage, and no one could know what was happening inside. Of course, Kaut personally took revenge on Shen Fei. The people from the Yunlin organization knew that Kaut would fail. Judging from the strength shown by Shen Fei, he is indeed a strong man, but he is still a long way from Kaut. At this time, the spacecraft cabin door opened, and two figures of a man and a woman walked out of it. It was Shen Fei and Xia Qiang. It is worthy of being one of the three large bases, and it is indeed not comparable to ordinary small bases. Shen Fei looked around and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There are actually not many people in other bases, but here, there are evolvers and transformers everywhere. Although they are all miscellaneous fish, the number is indeed considerable. I hope Yinlan's nest can give me a surprise. A sneer appeared on Shen Fei's lips. Although Kaut was dead, Shen Fei still wanted to continue to pull wool on him. That is the Silver Blue organization established by Kaut. After all, the Silver Blue organization is one of the three major organizations of Hilbert's star-breaking belt. In addition to Kaut, there must be other strong people. These strong people are the attribute points of walking. Of course, on the surface, Shen Fei and Xia Qiang came for the treasures collected by the Yinlan organization. Kaut had previously told Shen Fei that he had also collected a lot of treasures and placed them in the Yinlan organization. If you grab it directly from Yinlan, the efficiency is indeed much faster than if you slowly look for it. 190 Please leave. Please leave a day. I have something urgent today, so I have to ask for a day off. 191 Chapter 186 You will regret it. Silver Blue's nest is different from the Ghost Fire organization at base No 0432. It is a huge metal sphere located above the sky. At the Silver Blue base, basically everyone can see it when they look up, which is also the symbol of the Silver Blue organization. Almost every strong man who comes to the Yinlan base wants to join the Yinlan organization, but unfortunately, the Yinlan organization's standards for selecting members are extremely strict, and it is not something that ordinary people can join. But on this day, there were bursts of explosions inside the Yinlan base, and countless firelights emerged from the Yinlan organization's nest. Even the huge metal sphere had become shaky and could fall from the air at any time. Oh my god, that's Yinlan's lair? What happened? A rebellion occurred? Or is it attacked? I'm so brave. Silver Blue, the leader of the organization, Kaut, and the deputy leader Betty, are all quite terrifying strong men. The sudden abnormal movement of Yinlan's nest instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the Yinlan base. They were staring at the giant floating in the air. And at this moment, in the huge Silver Blue base, Shen Fei, who had turned into a 5-meter-high little giant, was covered with a set of black armor. He was like an unstoppable god of war, rushing around the Silver Blue base. Whether it was blocking metal walls, various weapons, or Yinlan's combatants in front, Shen Fei had only one move to crush him. Doghead, where is the doghead? While Shen Fei was sabotaging the situation, he quickly glanced at the surroundings. As one of the three major organizations in the Hilbert Star-Breaking Belt, the Silver Blue organization may only be the strongest, but there must be other strong people. And these strong people are living dogheads. Shen Fei's destruction did not last long. Suddenly, boom! An explosion suddenly appeared at Shen Fei's feet, and countless surging energy ropes roared towards him from all directions. These energy ropes are amazingly fast, and each can reach dozens of kilometers per second. Shen Fei paused slightly, but he was not panicked at all. Instead, he moved quickly, dodging calmly among the countless ropes, easily avoiding the constraints of energy ropes. It seems that you are a high-level dog in the Yunlin organization. You are a real strong man. Shen Fei looked up and looked into the distance. At the end of this metal passage, a slightly graceful figure slowly walked out. This is a woman with short hair and a metal suit, but she is quite tall, nearly 2 meters tall. I'm Betty. The woman looked at Shen Fei and asked, I don't know why you can't get along with me, Yin Lan. The deputy commander of the Yunlin organization is indeed you. Shen Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, and the other party had a colorful dog head on his head. Although it was not as dazzling as Kait, he was probably a strong man in the 4th level of the Sun Realm. Such a strong man is rare in the Hybrid Star Breaking Belt. Sure enough, the other party is the deputy leader of the Silver Blue organization. This time, Shen Fei's main purpose is her. It doesn't matter whether she has other dog heads, as long as this colorful dog head is there. If you really have something to do, you can wait for Kait to come back and talk slowly. Kait is not here, it's meaningless. Betty's tone was threatening. In her heart, Shen Fei must have dared to come to their nest to destroy it because she knew that Kait was not there, so she deliberately mentioned Kerwit to shock Shen Fei. Kait? He is afraid he will never come back. Shen Fei sneered. What did you say? Betty frowned slightly, but then she reacted. Are you a Black Reaper? Betty exclaimed, and Kait took action to retaliate against someone himself. The entire Silver Blue organization did not know much, but as the deputy leader, she naturally knew it. Betty didn't think much about it before, but now, she suddenly recognized Shen Fei. You killed Kait? Impossible. Betty looked disbelief, and Shen Fei's strength was not that strong. I'll send you to reunion right away. Shen Fei could no longer hold back, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense now. A long sword appeared in Shen Fei's hand, and then rushed forward with all his strength. Before, Shen Fei made great destruction. He did not use the power of his mind to bless him, but now he has used the power of his mind. After his surge in power, his spiritual power can more than double his power, and his speed will naturally be greatly improved. In addition, Shen Fei's speed attribute was the highest among all attributes, so when he exploded, Betty's expression suddenly changed. Without any hesitation, Betty's evolutionary method was running rapidly. In an instant, a set of energy cloak appeared on her body. At the same time, countless swords condensed from energy appeared behind her, and then rushed towards Shen Fei with a roar. Each sword contains terrifying energy, and before it even touched Shen Fei, it exploded one after another. If a 4th-level evolutionist in the Sun Realm did not take any protection, he would be severely injured in an instant. Unfortunately, Shen Fei not only provided protection, but also had a very abnormal protection. The defense of the armor on his body is definitely not as good as the evolution method Black Heavenly God armor at the same level. However, with the blessing of Shen Fei's defense attributes of more than 100 times, this armor is much more abnormal than the defense of the Black Heavenly God armor at the same level. Therefore, while countless terrifying explosions occurred, Shen Fei did not stop at all. Shen Fei rushed out like an indestructible barrier, rushing out in countless explosions and heading straight for Betty. At this moment, Betty didn't even react, because in her consciousness, Shen Fei would at least be reduced by the power of the explosion. Boom! A terrifying knife instantly slashed Betty's body, and the energy cloaked over her body suddenly flashed wildly, and Betty herself was directly chopped away. Boom! 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 After crashing through countless alloy walls in a row, Betty barely stopped. So strong! Betty's heart suddenly became solemn. Not to mention anything else, Shen Fei's power was at least 2 or 3 times that of hers. However, although Betty realized Shen Fei's strength, before she could do anything, a figure suddenly appeared above her again, and at the same time slashed down with a howling knife. Betty is at the 4th level of the Sun Realm, and her strength and speed are also top-notch. She tried her best to roll around and barely avoid this knife. However, Shen Fei's attack followed suit like a storm. Betty hides with 1 or 2 swords, it is impossible to avoid all the attacks of Shen Fei. The energy coat on her body is just a companion to her evolutionary method. She has defense power, but it is not as strong as some evolutionary methods that specialize in defense. So, after just a short while, Betty's energy defense on his body was broken, and Shen Fei's sword also stabbed into the opponent's body. It is impossible for ordinary 4th-level evolvers of the Sun Realm to be stabbed to death with one knife, but Shen Fei is not an ordinary knife. Under the terrifying toxin, Betty's consciousness quickly became blurred, and she had realized that her death was approaching. You will regret it. Betty left this sentence. Repent? Shen Fei frowned slightly. Could there be any secrets about Betty? Scared me? Do you think I was scared? Shen Fei quickly threw it behind his head, but looked at the words floating in front of him with joy on his face. You kill the target and get all attributes +1/2. Your current attribute is 192 Chapter 187 Intelligence comes. Half an hour later. Shen Fei and Xia Qiang stood about hundreds of kilometers away from the Yunlin organization's nest. Under their gaze, the huge metal sphere finally couldn't hold on and landed on the ground with a bang. The Yunlin organization is destroyed. A smile appeared in Shen Fei's eyes. He turned his head and looked at Xia Qiang, and asked at the same time. Sister Xia Qiang, have you got the treasure? Get it? Xia Qiang nodded. When Shen Fei made a big fuss in the Yunlin organization and attracted the attention of almost everyone in the Yunlin organization, she used her virtualization ability to take away the treasure. She even found a gap to fight with some people from the Silver Blue organization. That was an evolutionist at the 1st level of the Sun Realm. She used her virtualization ability to sneak attack and killed the other party with difficulty. But Xia Qiang was also surprised to find that during this battle, the power of her mind did rise very quickly. Although it is not as exaggerated as Shen Fei described, it is much better than her meditation. In the past, she always calmly faced all enemies with her ability to emptiness and rarely had life-and-death conflicts with people, but this time she realized that her previous actions were completely wrong. In the future, she must reduce her dependence on the talent of the virtual realm and instead use it to temper herself. That would be great. A smile appeared on Shen Fei's face. It was a great harvest this time when he came to Yunlin organization. He harvested a large number of dog heads, including a colorful dog head, and obtained an average attribute point of more than 20 points. Moreover, they got a large amount of treasures without any effort, which was a killing two birds with one stone. Kaid is such a good person. Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The average attribute points he got from Kaid and the Silver Blue organization were more than 50 points. If Kaid had not decided to chase him, he would slowly look for treasures and slaughter the dog head in the Hilbert Star Band, then when would he get this gain? Time passed, and the title of Black Reaper also spread throughout the Hybert Star Blade at a terrifying speed. There is nothing else, because the owner of this title, with his own strength, destroyed Yunlin, the top 3 organization in the Hybert Shattered Star Belt. For a time, many unruly criminals, bounty hunters, etc. in the Hybert Shattered Star Belt remembered this name deeply. Especially when they heard something related to this name, they wanted to escape 80,000 miles away immediately. There are rumors that no matter who it is, as long as it hits the Black Harvester, it will not be able to survive for the next second. At this time, 7 or 8 days have passed, and it has been 10 days since Shen Fei and Xia Qian came to this virtual world. At this moment, they are looking for new treasures in a very ordinary base. Shen Fei looked at the treasure that was put away by Xia Qian, and his heart was speechless. How many times is this? When those people heard that I was coming, they ran faster than rabbits. Shen Fei asked. Who made you famous now? Xia Qian asked speechlessly. She also wanted to find an opponent to practice, but under Shen Fei's current notoriousness intimidation, she could not find an opponent at all. As long as there is a little movement related to Shen Fei, all the evolvers and transformers with a little strength will disappear without a trace. Shen Fei suddenly became silent, not knowing what to say. He just wanted to harvest a few more dog heads, so why did he become famous? Go to the next base. Xia Qian was about to say something, but suddenly, her voice paused slightly. Xia Qian tapped her eyes, and suddenly, a Singa-E lens appeared there. What? Have you discovered it? When Shen Fei saw Xia Qian's movements, his heart also condensed slightly. For the past 10 days, Xia Qian had been staring at Yang Ji with a micro-intelligence robot. During this period, Xia Qian did find some abnormalities, such as Yang Ji had been secretly contacting someone, but this person was very mysterious and had always contacted Yang Ji unilaterally. Therefore, Shen Fei and Xia Qian did not act rashly, but continued to stare at each other. Judging from Xia Qian's reaction now, something must have happened. That mysterious man asked Yang Ji to meet. Xia Qian said simply. When Shen Fei heard this, he nodded thoughtfully. This clue is quite large. If it is done, it can even close the internet. The treasures we have collected these days are actually enough, and it's time to return to base No 0432. Xia Qian looked at Shen Fei. No problem, no problem. Shen Fei nodded immediately. Damn, it doesn't matter if you don't go back,
and it's not interesting to continue looking for treasure. Now I'm a person, and I run away even more than a rabbit when I hear a little news from him. Quick, if this continues, you can't get half a dog's head. On the contrary, Yang Ji seems to have a secret, and he may gain additional benefits. Moreover, although Shen Fei is not very interested in the method of using the physical body as the core of energy in the Sun realm, if he can really get it, he doesn't mind. What if it is useful? However, there is one more thing to pay attention to, Xia Qiang said, and then she lit a few times beside her monocle glasses on her eyes. Soon, a projection was cast. This is a tavern, and Shen Fei recognized it at a glance. This is the tavern of Yang Ji's family. Under Xia Qiang's control, the projection was rapidly amplified, and soon, in a corner, a familiar figure reflected in Shen Fei's eyes. This is a woman in a white dress, but she is very thin and has a delicate temperament. Is it the Void Realm adventurer? Shen Fei recognized the other party at a glance. The companion of this female adventurer in the virtual realm was beaten to death by him. The other party seemed to have talent in the virtual realm, so he escaped. No, why is she so young? Shen Fei suddenly discovered an abnormality. This was a projection that was put on many times by Xia Qiang, but the other party still seemed inconspicuous in this projection. Shen Fei compared this woman with the surrounding environment and found that she was definitely no more than 1 millimeter tall at this moment. It should be a talent for the virtual realm, Xia Qiang said, and she followed. I also discovered her by accident, and she also discovered our micro-intelligence robot. Is that true? Shen Fei nodded slightly in his heart. Although those micro-robots are very, very small, this female Void Realm adventurer has become so small. In addition, as an evolutionist, she has extraordinary eyesight, so it is indeed possible to discover micro-robots. What is certain is that she is also staring at Yang Ji, Xia Qiang said. It's okay, don't pay attention to her, just a weak chicken. Shen Fei smiled calmly. Although this Void Realm adventurer's Void Realm talent is magical, it can turn into smoke and become so small. But so what? The fact that he is a weak chicken is not worth mentioning at all. You still can't be careless. Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei, who was full of confidence, but she was pondering in her heart. Although this Void Realm adventurer is not strong herself, she also knows Yang Ji's secrets, and is likely to be more likely than they know. This is an unknown factor. If you are careless, you will be in a mess. However, Xia Qiang was just thinking secretly in her heart about how to solve it, but she didn't say more. Shen Fei didn't care about the other party. First, the other party was indeed weak, and secondly, the Void Realm adventurer's Void Realm talent has obviously strong ability to save lives, and it is not that easy to solve the other party. Xia Qiang naturally understood this truth, so she was just thinking secretly at this moment, preparing to tell Shen Fei when she had a clue. 193 Chapter 188 You are already in trouble. In a dim alley, Yang Ji, wearing a wide coat, came here cautiously. As soon as he entered, Yang Ji saw a figure standing there like a wooden stake. It was an extremely dry old man. He seemed to have no flesh and blood on his body, only a piece of human skin draped over his bones. Are you here? When the old man saw Yang Ji, he raised his head and showed a terrifying smile on his face. When Yang Ji saw this smile, even though he was prepared, he was shocked. Mr. Lin, can you choose a better place next time you meet? Yang Ji couldn't help asking. That's next time. The old man waved to Yang Ji, and Yang Ji did not hesitate, so he walked over directly. The old man took out a small box about the size of a human face from somewhere and handed it to Yang Ji. The things I want and the weapons I prepared for you are all in it. The old man said, as long as you can help me do this, I will promise you what I did before. Really? Yang Ji was happy at first, but he immediately realized that this old man was so generous, so this time things must be not simple. Then let's get here today. The old man didn't say anything more, he turned around and wanted to leave here in another direction. However, the moment the old man turned his head, his steps stopped there, and two figures of a man and a woman appeared in the distance at some point. This is naturally Shen Fei and Xia Qiang. Xia Qiang used his virtual talent to follow him, and it was almost impossible for anyone to notice, and it was difficult to see through technological means, so it was useless regardless of whether the old man had arranged warning means or not. At this moment, they appeared here silently. I think today's matter is not over yet. Shen Fei said, and he walked towards the two of them step by step. Is it you? When Yang Ji saw Shen Fei, his face suddenly changed. Before, Shen Fei held him hostage, which left a deep impression on him. Later, he heard that the Black Reaper destroyed the entire Silver and Blue organization with his own strength. After seeing the photos of the Black Reaper, he could naturally recognize at a glance that the other party was the person who held him hostage. To be honest, Yang Ji still has a kind of luck in his heart. According to rumors, any evolutionist or transformer who had been in contact with the Black Reaper could not survive the next second. He was hijacked by the other party and finally survived. This is undoubtedly a great luck. But Yang Ji did not expect that in less than 10 days, Shen Fei appeared in front of him again. Black Reaper? I wonder what you have to do. The old man obviously also knew Shen Fei, who is famous now. Shen Fei didn't say anything, he winked at Xia Qiang. Xia Qiang immediately understood the steps to Yang Ji and took the box in his hand. Yang Ji did not resist at all, because he doesn't want to die yet. Xia Qiang opened the box and soon found what the old man asked Yang Ji to do. However, this matter was all written in some strange words, obviously in code words. However, Yang Ji honestly provided the translation. Oh? Go to base 0098 to find a box of number 4 engine oil? That's it. When Shen Fei heard Yang Ji's words, a trace of thought flashed through his heart. The old man looked at all this in silence, and he didn't say anything. He took a fancy to Yang Ji. In addition to Yang Ji's ability, he was still a little transparent in the Hilbert Star Band, which made him not too much attention when doing things. Unexpectedly, Yang Ji actually attracted the biggest villain who has only recently become famous in the Hilbert Star Band, the Black Reaper. Okay, I'm too lazy to think about it. Shen Fei suddenly sneered,
and he grabbed the skinny old man's collar and asked immediately. Since you know me, you should know my methods. Next, cooperate with me well, otherwise, don't blame me for disrespecting the old man. What do you want? The old man asked. I know, you have the method of using your physical body as the core of energy in the Sun realm, and give it to me. Shen Fei's face was full of ferociousness. Of course, Shen Fei was not sure if the old man had that thing on him. The reason why he said this was just a deception. However, judging from the two Void Realm adventurers who came straight to Yang Ji, they mentioned this method again. Yang Ji is likely to have something to do with this method. Then, the mysterious old man who Yang Ji had been delaying for 7 or 8 days before he came to see may have really had that method. That method can only be used in the Crescent Moon realm, but it cannot be used in the Sun realm. The old man looked at Shen Fei calmly. Normal people would not think that he was the Crescent Moon realm. Which new moon realm can promote the 5th level of a Sun realm? After hearing this, Shen Fei and Xia Qian were both overwhelmed with joy. Is there really something? You care whether I can use it or not, just give it to me, otherwise be careful of your life. Shen Fei snorted coldly. I won't give it. The old man shook his head. What did you say? Shen Fei was furious and he suddenly pressed the old man against the wall, as if he could kill him at any time. Black Reaper! The old man suddenly shouted softly, and he said, if I were you, I would never have the intention to stay here and threaten an old guy, but hurriedly packed my luggage and left the Hybrid Star Band. Do you know that you are already in trouble? The disaster is coming. Shen Fei looked at the old man inexplicably. I know, you destroyed the Silver Blue organization and killed Kaut and Betty. The old man laughed. Kerwit is just a veteran of a certain country and has no big background, but Betty, she is an important chess piece planted by Swan Kingdom in Hilbert's Broken Star Belt. She herself has a pretty background. If you kill him, Swan Kingdom will not let you go. You are so high profile, the intelligence department of Swan Kingdom will definitely find someone to take revenge on you. Swan Country. Shen Fei pondered slightly in his heart that the background of this virtual world was the Galaxy Alliance composed of 19 countries, and the Swan Kingdom was one of them. Although its name is Gentle and Gentle, the strength of the Swan Kingdom is among the top among the 19 countries. Before he died, Betty threatened him, saying that he would definitely regret it. It turned out that it was because of this. So naive. Shen Fei sneered in his heart, with Xia Qian around, he was not afraid of anything. Thank you for telling me this information. Shen Fei looked at the old man and he followed, but, today you still have to hand over that method, otherwise you will die. The old man looked at Shen Fei with some surprise. Isn't this guy afraid at all? This person's strength is indeed top-notch in the Hilbert Star Band, but that is when major countries don't interfere here. If Swan Kingdom really wants to send someone to retaliate against him, he will definitely not be able to escape, and it can even be said to be dead. Of course, for some reasons, the people sent by Swan Kingdom will not be too strong, but killing anyone with Hybrid Shattered Star is definitely enough. I can tell you the method, but I have never had one principle, that is fair trade. The old man looked at Shen Fei and said, if you want to make a fortune by yourself, then I advise you not to dream. I have lived long enough, and it is useless for you to kill me. 194 Chapter 189 Breakthrough of the Sun Realm. Aren't you afraid of death? Shen Fei stared at the old man, but the old man just smiled and then closed his eyes, looking like he was waiting to die. Seeing this scene, Shen Fei put the old man off the wall after a little pondering, and at the same time reached out to help him sort out some messy clothes. What do you call old man? Shen Fei asked, and he followed. To be honest, I am the one who hates violence the most, and fair trade is indeed better. Shen Fei's tone at this moment became extremely gentle, and he could not see the vicious look he had before. Shen Fei was going to listen to the old man's request first. If it was easy, then as the other party said, fair transactions were fine, otherwise this old guy would really not speak, and he would have no choice. Of course, if his request is very difficult, Shen Fei will let him know what the most painful thing is, not death. Black Reaper, I look at you with admiration. A smile appeared on the old man's face, but because of his appearance, the smile seemed very terrifying. Of course, Shen Fei doesn't care about this. My name is Lin Three Yangs. The old man sighed, it's an old guy from the old Star Covenant. The old man followed and said, the method of using the physical body as the energy core of the Sun Realm is very precious, because this method is in the hands of a suitable person and its effect is definitely far beyond the external energy core. It can be said that it is not worth mentioning, and it is really not worth mentioning, because for most of the emerging Moon Realm evolvers, this thing is just a pure waste of time. Let's do this. As long as you go to base No 0098 to help me grab that number 4 engine oil and ensure my safety for 10 days, I will give you that method. Oh! When Shen Fei heard this, he was slightly stunned. He looked at Xia Qiang and nodded in his heart at the same time. Grab the treasure? Simple, no difficulty. Protect safety? Xia Qiang can be regarded as an expert in this field. Good. Shen Fei agreed immediately, and at the same time he also said, but, if you open your mouth, I can't help you do things. You have to give me a part of that method first and let me see if it is true or false. The old man pondered for a moment and nodded immediately. It was fair and reasonable. Half an hour later, Shen Fei and Xia Qiang followed Lin Sanyang to an ordinary hut. This small house seems ordinary, but it actually contains mystery. Lin Sanyang clicked it somewhere, and soon, a metal box the size of a palm suddenly popped out from a corner of the wall. This is part of the way, you can take a look. Lin Sanyang handed the metal box to Shen Fei, and Shen Fei also opened the metal box with some curiosity. It is a palm-sized storage inside, but it has a projection function. Shen Fei copied a copy of the information in the storage to Xia Qiang, and then he quickly read the information. The complete method of using the physical body as the core of energy in the Sun Realm is divided into 2 parts. The first part is storage. Part 2, strengthening. The body of a normal evolution method cannot store too much energy,
and the body of a normal evolutionist cannot have the possibility of locally accommodating so many high-level energy. Therefore, the body should be used as the core of energy. First, the body should have the function of storing a large amount of energy, and second, the small part of the body used to accommodate energy should be strengthened. The implementation of these two functions requires the establishment of additional internal loops. Based on the inherent evolution method, a new set of internal circulation is established somewhere in the body to complete the two improvements of storage and strengthening. As for where to establish and how to open up a new set of internal loops, this information does not specify it, but only provides a theoretical framework. The reason is very simple. Different people and different evolutionary methods are different. Therefore, there is no fixed answer to this question, but it needs to be created by the evolvers themselves. This energy core can be in the danshan, the chest, or even the brain, depending on how the evolvers do it. Create yourself. Shen Fei couldn't help laughing in his heart. The first requirement of this new internal cycle is that it cannot affect the previous internal cycle, but how can ordinary Crescent Realm evolvers have such ability? If you don't understand at all, creating a new internal loop will definitely affect the previous internal loop. Those who can do this have half of their feet already stepped into the 5th level of the Crescent Moon, just like me. Shen Fei tisked in his heart, no wonder Lin Sanyang said before that this method is useless to most of the emerging Moon Realm evolvers. Wait, can I already use this method to break through the Sun Realm? Shen Fei suddenly reacted in his heart. The information Lin Sanyang gave him only had the first half of the stored part, but he didn't need to strengthen the part at all. His evolutionary talent is already high, and his basic attributes are far superior to the ordinary 4th level of the Crescent Moon. With his current attribute bonus of nearly 200 points, his physical body is now nearly 1,000 times stronger than the 4th level of the ordinary Crescent Moon realm. Just this, still need to be strengthened. Therefore, Shen Fei only needs to create his own storage internal loop that suits him, and can directly use this method to break through the Sun realm. Breakthrough in the virtual realm will not affect reality. If I can break through now, my strength will immediately increase a lot. When I return to reality, I am still in the 4th level of the new moon, nor will I affect my impact on the 5th level of the new moon. Shen Fei quickly thought that he had tried to break through once in the world of mutation crisis with the crystal core of crystal core life. Of course, Shen Fei was only at the 2nd level of the new moon at that time, and the crystal core of the crystal life crystal core was the top core of the Sun realm, so there was no difficulty when he broke through. But now Shen Fei is at the 4th level of the Crescent Moon. The difficulty of breaking through the 4th level of the new moon is not comparable to the 2nd level of the new moon. Furthermore, according to Shen Fei's experience, after breaking through the Sun realm, it does not become stronger immediately, but it takes a period of time to use the increasing energy in the body to strengthen it. Before, he was just a 2nd level new moon breaking through the Sun realm. He spent several days in the world of crisis of changes but failed to strengthen to the peak. This time, he was a 4th level new moon breaking through. It is probably longer, right? But no matter what, as long as you break through, you will definitely become stronger. Shen Fei nodded in his heart. Lin Sanyang had said before that, the Swan Kingdom might find someone to take revenge on him. I killed Kayat. If Swan Kingdom really sent someone, it would at least be better than Kayat.
With my current strength, facing such a person, even if he has an ultra-micro-photon cage, he may not be an opponent. He is likely to rely on Xia Qiang to save his life. But what if I break through the Sun Realm? Better than Kaut, what level of doghead is that? The more he thought about it, the more excited Shen Fei felt. If this matter really happens, it will be a great reward. Now in the big problem, the information in this storage part is too complicated, and I can only understand a small part. Shen Fei quickly glanced at the information and his face suddenly became bitter. There are many professional terms in it that he can't understand at all. This is because of the information he obtained in Falling Sky before that breaks through the 5th level of the Crescent Moon. He asked Huang Zitong to sort out some key content, and he occasionally studied it. Otherwise, he would definitely not understand at all. However, with my current understanding, temporary learning is not impossible, just have a good teacher. Shen Fei suddenly looked at Lin Sanyang, who was sitting there drinking tea calmly. 195 Chapter 190 Become a Target. At this time, at base No 0432, in an ordinary hut. You ask me if I understand these theories. Lin Sanyang looked at Shen Fei, and a trace of disdain appeared on his skinny face. If I don't understand, no one will understand. Then I'll ask you a few questions, maybe you can answer them. Shen Fei smiled. You ask casually. Lin Sanyang waved his hand, and Shen Fei was not polite and directly raised several questions, while Lin Sanyang answered them directly without thinking. This old guy is really capable. Shen Fei felt relieved. When will you two go to base No 0098? Lin Sanyang suddenly asked. No, there are still many things you don't know about this information you gave us. I have to ask clearly. Shen Fei smiled. You have to ask, some little kids all know what to do. If you don't understand, is that a problem with the information? Lin Sanyang asked back without hesitation, and when he heard this, Shen Fei's face suddenly turned dark. Seeing this, Lin Sanyang felt instantly regretful. This guy was the notorious Black Harvester. He mocked the other party like this. If this person ignored him, he would lose a lot. Fortunately, Shen Fei's face turned dark now and didn't do anything. Faced with Shen Fei's next question, Lin Sanyang did not talk nonsense and answered every question asked by Shen Fei. Half a day later, Shen Fei and Xia Qiang boarded the spaceship heading to base No 0098. On the spaceship, Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei, who was there motionless with his eyes closed, and pondered in his heart. What are Sister Xia Qiang looking at me like this? Shen Fei suddenly opened his eyes and asked with a smile. I'm wondering, what the hell are you trying to do? Xia Qiang said thoughtfully, at first, I really thought you were confirming the authenticity of that information, but now I think you have another purpose. What do Sister Xia Qiang thinks I want to do? Shen Fei asked. You might be trying to break through to the Sun Realm in the Void Realm, right? Xia Qiang asked suddenly. With her understanding of Shen Fei seemed to be able to do this. She did not think about that at first, but after so long, she could react no matter how slow she reacted. Yes, I want to try to break through the Sun Realm. This is a rare opportunity, and I will accumulate experience for future breakthroughs. Shen Fei nodded slightly. Of course, he would not say that he wanted a more advanced dog head, but the reason for accumulating experience for future is enough. Are you sure? Xia Qiang asked. There is still a little bit of confidence. Shen Fei nodded. Although it is very difficult to break through the Sun Realm at the 4th level of the new moon, I have seen it in the exclusive website of the law enforcement officer that powerful spiritual power will have a benefit effect on breakthroughs. The stronger the spiritual power, the easier it is to break through. I know this. Xia Qiang nodded, and she also reacted instantly. Shen Fei claimed that his spiritual power had been enhanced 10 times, and his current spiritual power was strong. Since there is no problem in breaking through, what about establishing a new internal circulation for storing energy in the body? Xia Qiang asked again. She knew that Shen Fei relied on his Void Realm talent and was extremely powerful in his body. He did not need to strengthen the part, but could he store the part? Could it be that Shen Fei only took half a day to master such a complex theory? This is no problem. In fact, I already have a general outline of a new internal circulation in my mind. Shen Fei nodded very relaxedly. I didn't expect that your learning ability would be so strong. Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei with a complicated expression. In fact, she was listening to the questions asked by Shen Fei at the beginning and could understand them. But later she gradually couldn't keep up. Unexpectedly, Shen Fei really mastered such a complicated theory in just half a day? Maybe you should not be an adventurer in the virtual realm, but should be a scientist. Xia Qiang said with a smile, and Shen Fei just smiled in his heart when he heard this. If he is not an adventurer in the virtual realm, where did he get the nearly 200 points of insight? If you can master this theory so quickly, wouldn't that mean that we can save a lot of money on the source and no part of the information needs to be exchanged? Xia Qiang asked suddenly. The purpose of finding treasures and obtaining more source quality was to be able to redeem the data from the beginning. However, they did not expect that Shen Fei could master the theory in the data so quickly, so naturally there was no need to waste source quality in exchange. Sister Xia Qiang, do you think I am a god? I learned it almost from scratch. Shen Fei said speechlessly. I only mastered less than 1/10 of that theory. Then where do you get the confidence? Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei with some strangeness. First, this is the virtual realm. I don't need to consider the consequences. Just open up the internal loop. Even if it fails, it's okay. Second, that theory is really complicated. The place is that the internal circulation of storage and strengthening two improvements must be together. If a normal evolver like you wants to use this method, even if he only opens up the internal circulation related to storage, he must consider it from a holistic perspective, and prepares for the internal circulation of the strengthening direction in the future. But I don't need to worry about anything related to strengthening, so the difficulty is naturally greatly reduced. Shen Fei said, and Xia Qiang nodded slightly. It's a pity, I thought I could save a lot of money. Xia Qiang shook her head with some regret. Didn't Sister Xia Qiang make enough money in the last Void Realm world? This time it's just a normal 3-star world. Even if we perform very long, it's hard to get 1/10 of the source quality.
Shen Fei said. There are still people who dislike the source and quality? Do you dislike it? Xia Qiang asked back.
Of course not.
Xia Qiang didn't keep talking to Shen Fei. She quickly went to meditate, and Shen Fei also began to think about the new internal cycle related to storage again. To be honest, this is not complicated. This kind of internal loop itself is extremely simple, at least much simpler than the internal loop in The Legend of the Wasteland. The real difficulty is how to open up a new internal loop without affecting the previous internal loop. This is also unstoppable to Shen Fei. The last time he gained in the Yuan Energy Cultivation Room made him think about how to avoid the internal cycle of the transformation of the Waste God. As time passed, the spacecraft quickly arrived at base 0098. Shen Fei and Xia Qiang had sufficient experience in finding treasures. In less than half a day, they found the number 4 engine oil that Lin Sanyang needed, and at the same time took a spaceship to board the road back to base 0432. However, shortly after Shen Fei and Xia Qiang got the number 4 engine oil, a video of 2 people getting number 4 engine oil was posted here in a certain place in the Hilbert Star Breaking Belt. No 4 engine oil has long been discontinued, and only the transformers of Star Alliance in the old era are still seeking this kind of energy. Its value is undoubtedly much lower than other treasures. Average evolvers and transformers will never be interested in them. At this time, a man in a pure white combat suit was standing before this video. He was muttering to himself and asked the person next to him, "Who are these 2 people who took this treasure?" The Inspector General, the Black Reaper who has only recently become famous, killed Kaut on his own while destroying the Silver Blue organization. Black Reaper? I know him. He killed one of our important intelligence personnel. That's right, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A smile appeared on the man's face, and he asked immediately. Immediately find out which base they went to. Of course, don't act rashly before determining whether Lin Sanyang has anything to do with this black harvester. Yes. 196 Chapter 191 Lin Sanyang's identity. On the other side, Shen Fei and Xia Qiang have returned to base No 0432 and handed over the stolen number 4 engine oil to Lin Sanyang. It's true that he is the famous Black Reaper, and his efficiency is indeed high. When Lin Sanyang got the treasure, he suddenly felt an unconcealed joy on his face, and his tone was full of admiration. Next, you just need to protect me for another 10 days, and the remaining half of the information will belong to you. Lin Sanyang said. Don't worry, my companion will provide you with careful protection. With her here, no one can hurt you. Shen Fei pointed at Xia Qiang and said. She. Lin Sanyang's eyes were full of distrust. Compared with the famous Shen Fei, Xia Qiang is indeed not very famous. In terms of the ability to protect people, Sister Xia Qiang is countless times stronger than me. There is no other person who is better than her in the entire Galaxy Alliance. Shen Fei sneered. Old guy, don't be ungrateful. Blow it. Lin Sanyang obviously didn't believe it, he just smiled. Mr. Lin, can I protect you?
If an accident really happens, I will definitely see you. Xia Qiang suddenly spoke, and she said immediately. But there is one thing you'd better explain to us. What's up? Lin Sanyang looked at Xia Qiang. Of course, why do you need our protection? Xia Qiang said directly. If you offend someone, it's best to explain it to us now and we'll be prepared. If there's really trouble, we won't be caught off guard. As soon as Xia Qiang said this, Lin Sanyang suddenly became silent. Shen Fei was slightly stunned. He couldn't help but pat his head. During this period, he just thought about breaking through the Sun Jing and harvesting a bigger dog's head, but he actually ignored such an important thing. For no reason, will Lin Sanyang ask them to protect him for 10 days? Of course, Shen Fei didn't care about this, mainly because Xia Qiang's ability was too strong. It was indeed simple to protect Lin Sanyang's safety. Suddenly, Lin Sanyang showed a very terrifying smile on his face. He said, "It's not impossible to tell you. The person I offended is Swan Country. In the past few days, they may send someone to deal with me. If you are afraid, you can leave now, but our transaction will be invalid. Of course, you can also bet on the Black Reaper and hand me over to the people of the Swan Kingdom to see if they will let you atone for your sins and spare you the matter of killing their important intelligence personnel." Lin Sanyang said, his eyes turning to Shen Fei. "Old guy, I have to say that I am beginning to be interested in you." A smile appeared on Shen Fei's face. "I'm also a little curious about you, Mr. Lin." Xia Qiang also said suddenly. At this time, the two looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts at the same time. According to exclusive information, this time it appears in 11 the treasure of the Lbert Star Blade, on the surface, was discovered and then leaked out. But in fact, these treasures are deliberately released by a certain country in Xinglian, with the purpose of attracting someone. What Lin Sanyang said just now instantly reminded the two of them of this matter. Of course, if an ordinary person gets into the Swan Kingdom, they won't be so involved, but Lin Sanyang is not simple. The information that the other party holds with the body as the core of energy is enough to illustrate the problem. If Swan Kingdom is the mastermind behind the release of treasures, and Lin Sanyang is the person Swan Kingdom is looking for, then this matter is worth digging. Not to mention anything else, just figuring out what's going on and bringing the information back can be exchanged for a considerable amount of money. As Xia Qiang said, no one will be unable to get along with money. At this time, Lin Sanyang was slightly shocked when he heard the two of them saying something strange. "Do you two know anything?" Lin Sanyang asked in surprise. "We know much more than you think." Shen Fei smiled and said. "I can tell you clearly that the people from Swan Country are not likely to come to cause trouble for you, but will definitely come." "Is that true?" Lin Sanyang nodded slightly. But he didn't feel much panic in his heart, because he was ready early in the morning. The treasures leaked this time seemed to be fine. It is not surprising that the treasures from the treasure house of the old era have a number 4 oil, but his intuition of running away for countless years tells him that there are traps in it. So he prepared for the future and prepared. The question now is how much force the Swan Congress sent to cause trouble for you? Shen Fei suddenly asked. His goal is a more advanced dog head, but what if the person who came is a super strong man at the 8th and 9th level of the Sun Realm? Shen Fei was sure that in order to retaliate against him, the Swan Kingdom would not send two strong forces, because he just killed an important intelligence officer of them. But it is not certain to deal with Lin Sanyang. For this old guy, Swan Kingdom specially wasted a lot of resources and arranged this trap. It is also possible to send a super strong man to collect the net. If it is the 8th or 9th level of the Yakan realm, then it is useless for Shen Fei to break through the Yakan realm. If he meets him, he will be instantly killed. He will not be able to resist. If that happens, it's better to rely on Xia Kaiyang's Void Realm talent to save his life as soon as possible. I'm not from Swan Country, how could I know who they sent to deal with me? Lin Sanyang said first, but he said immediately. But normally, the people they sent would not be very strong. Now there are 19 countries in Star Alliance. Although the Swan Kingdom is strong, it is just one of them. If he does not want to attract the attention of other countries, he will not make too big moves. Oh? Don't want to attract the attention of other countries? So, if other countries find you, they will definitely take action. Shen Fei and Xia Kaiyang both looked at Lin Sanyang in surprise. Is this old guy so important? Haha. Lin Sanyang just sneered and didn't say much. In his opinion, these two guys didn't grasp the key points at all. Even if the people sent by Swan Kingdom were not very strong, they were not something that ordinary evolvers could deal with. Something like Black Reaper is not enough to see. But he was too lazy to remind him that since these two people knew that there were so many things and they still dared to stay, let them learn a lesson. Of course, the price of this lesson may be life. After a moment, Shen Fei and Xia Kaiyang came outside Lin Sanyang's room. Sister Xia Kaiyang, I will find a place nearby to break through the Sun Realm. If I am in the breakthrough of the Swan Kingdom, I will arrive, and you have to take me away first. Shen Fei said. Of course there is no problem. Xia Kaiyang nodded calmly, and she asked immediately, you are seeking a battle this time to improve your spiritual power, right? Right. Shen Fei nodded and had to use this reason, because if they wanted to hide and rely on Xia Kaiyang's ability, the Swan Kingdom would not be able to find them. But now staying and waiting for the strong men of Swan Kingdom to come to the door, wouldn't that take the initiative to seek a fight? After that, you can also help me choose some opponents. I need to fight. Xia Kaiyang said directly. This is a small matter. Shen Fei agreed directly. He could judge his strength based on the dog's head, and it was indeed easy for Xia Kaiyang to choose the right opponent. Helping each other is mutual. Xia Kaiyang helped him, and he also helped Xia Kaiyang. It was fair and reasonable. Shen Fei did not say much to Xia Kaiyang, and he soon came to an abandoned building nearby. Shen Fei found a room casually and sat down cross-legged here. Immediately afterwards, Shen Fei took out a small box from the evolution certificate. After the box was opened, more than a dozen green potions suddenly appeared inside. This is one of the treasures Shen Fei has snatched this time. This is a high-energy compression agent, which should be similar to the evolutionary agent, but from its preciousness, the effect may be better than the evolutionary agent. Of course, it is definitely not as good as source energy. The internal circulation to be opened this time is limited to a place the size of a palm on the chest, and the demand for energy is not high, and these should be enough. Shen Fei looked at these energy potions and nodded in his heart. According to his plan, he will open up 9 internal cycles this time. However, these 9 internal loops are only limited to a very small area on the chest, and each internal loop is very short, so the combined difficulty of the 9 is even less than that of 1. Let's start. Shen Fei didn't think much about it. He quickly injected a potion into his body and began to concentrate and open up an internal circulation. 197 Chapter 192 Super Strong Mei Yuer. From the perspective of the full picture, the Hybrid star band is a countless fragment of planets distributed in a unique orbit. At this time, on this track, a ray of light was moving forward at an extremely fast speed. In just a moment, the light crossed the large starry sky and came over a star fragment that was about thousands of kilometers. This is the base No 0432. Whoosh! The light headed straight for base No 00432, like a meteor, and the light fell into base No 0432 and collapsed an abandoned building. This building is the one where Shen Fei has been hiding inside to try to break through the Sun Realm. At this time, Shen Fei was still sitting cross-legged. He looked at the figure in the silver war suit that had become a ruined building in an instant and stood in the ruins. A hint of doubt appeared on his face, but he quickly reacted. The visitor is not good. It's not good for you to smash other people's places like this, right? Shen Fei asked with some displeasure. Black Reaper. The figure looked at Shen Fei, and a smile appeared on his face. It seems that my landing point is very accurate. The figure smiled and said, "My name is Mei Yuer, I am from Swan Country." I've guessed it. A sneer appeared on Shen Fei's face, and he stood up directly from the spot. This man had a colorful dog head that was even more gorgeous than Kaut. In places like the Hybrid Star Belt, such a strong man is undoubtedly very rare. Suddenly a guy fell from the sky and hit his head. It must be that the people from Swan Kingdom would not have been wrong. It seems that you know clearly what you are doing. If this happens, you should be even more damn. Mei Yuer's face suddenly turned cold. It's you who's going to die. Shen Fei shouted coldly, and in an instant, black armor appeared on his body. At an incredible speed, Shen Fei suddenly came to Mei Yuer, and a punch filled with extremely terrifying power exploded. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the terrifying shock wave instantly caused dust to arouse within dozens of kilometers around, and the ground shaking bursts. This is undoubtedly a collision of two extreme forces. However, in the smoke and dust, Shen Fei's full punch was taken down by Mei Yuer with one hand. Good power, Black Reaper, you're much stronger than the rumored one. Mei Yuer commented, and the next moment, he suddenly broke out with a punch. Before Shen Fei could react, the other party's punch hit his stomach fiercely. Whoosh! Shen Fei flew backwards at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, and hit the ground hard the next moment. Rumble. At this moment, the entire 0432 base shook violently, as if a magnitude 8 earthquake occurred. What's going on? Another earthquake? No, there are strong people fighting again. This earthquake is much more powerful than last time. Who is the person fighting? Who do you care about him? I have a bad premonition. I can't stay at base no 0432 at all. A small base is more fucking dangerous than those 3 major bases. I retreated, it's not good. The sudden earthquake made many evolvers and transformers staying at base no 0432 feel something was wrong. Not far from the source of the earthquake, Xia Qiang felt all this clearly. She looked out through the window and found that there was smoke and dust outside and she could not see anything. Xia Qiang looked at the evidence of evolution again, and there was no news from Shen Fei. Xia Qiang understood that the sudden large-scale shock must have been caused by Shen Fei. According to her agreement with Shen Fei, if Shen Fei encounters an enemy that she cannot defeat, she will contact her. The evolutionary proof has not responded at this moment, which means that Shen Fei can still hold on. However, after thinking about it, Xia Qiang still clicked on the evolutionary certificate and took the initiative to contact Shen Fei. What if Shen Fei was attacked by a sneak attack? There was no time to react. Although the base no 0432 is only 1,000 miles apart, the strength of the visitor is absolutely terrifying to the extreme if it can cause such a terrifying earthquake. Are you okay? Xia Qiang said to the evolutionary certificate. I can still hold on. The person sent by Swan Kingdom is really fierce. This battle is probably a hard battle. Shen Fei didn't say much, and then hung up the communication. However, Xia Qiang was relieved at this time. She hung up the evolutionary evidence and walked to Lin Sanyang, who was still sitting there leisurely drinking tea. Mr. Lin, we should go to other places to hide. Xia Qiang said calmly. Retreat? Where to retreat? Lin Sanyang smiled faintly and said, since the people from Swan Kingdom have taken action, do you believe it or not? This place has been surrounded by them for a long time. Since you knew this, why have you been in the same place these days and never thought about running away? Xia Qiang narrowed her eyes slightly. This is indeed strange. She and Shen Fei did not run away because they had the confidence to face the Swan Kingdom. However, Lin Sanyang was still not panicked at all when he knew that the Swan Congress had come, and even had no intention of escaping. This was very strange. As soon as Xia Qiang said this, before Lin Sanyang could explain, the door of the room was suddenly kicked open, and a group of fully armed evolvers rushed in and surrounded the two. Lin Sanyang, just surrender! A cold shout. I didn't say I wanted to resist. Lin Sanyang raised his hand tactfully, but at this moment, Xia Qiang's eyes stopped on a figure in a white dress among the crowd that broke in. Is it you? Xia. Qiang instantly recognized the other party. This was the Void Realm adventurer who had been staring at Yang Ji before. I heard that they were looking for someone, so I brought them here. The woman sneered, but Xia Qiang just nodded, and she raised her hand toward Lin Sanyang. Don't move. Someone suddenly burst out and rushed towards Xia Qiang, but he passed through Xia Qiang's body. In the end, Xia Qiang put his hand on one of Lin Sanyang's arms, and in an instant, both of them entered a state of imagination. On the other side, Shen Fei was lying under dozens of kilometers underground, and he was secretly thinking about Mei Yuer's strength. Everything was carried out according to the plan. Shen Fei had already broken through the Sun Realm, and he was surprised to find that with the help of the body as the energy core, the physical strengthening speed was much faster than when he broke through with the crystal nuclear life in the world of crystal nuclear life. In a short period of time, his body was strengthened to the extreme. Shen Fei has now considered the third level of the Sun Realm. However, because of his super long evolutionary talent, Shen Fei's foundation was ahead of others at the beginning, and after that, he accumulated many breakthroughs, making his foundation more outstanding. Therefore, although Shen Fei is only at the third level of the Sun Realm, in terms of power, he is stronger than some Sun Realm level 4. Under such a basis, he has been increased by nearly 200 times the attribute bonus. Shen Fei is confident that even if he does not use the Wild God transformation, he can still fight against the 6th level evolvers of the Sun Realm. So just now, Shen Fei went up directly. But just now, his attack was easily blocked by Mei Yuer, and he was even hit dozens of kilometers underground by the opponent. The planetary fragments where the base No 0432 are located are not large at all. If it is a little deeper, it will pass through the fragment and enter the universe. Obviously, Mei Yuer is much better than Shen Fei's impression of the 6th level evolutionist in the Sun Realm. The 7th level of the Sun Realm? It doesn't feel like it. Although his punch has nearly 1 billion tons of power, it is not as weak as the 7th level of the Sun Realm, Shen Fei thought. Then there is only one possibility. The other party is at the 6th level of the Sun Realm, but the evolutionary talent is like Shen Fei, and they are all very long. Although Shen Fei can increase his talent and understanding by relying on the superposition of attributes, among countless people, there are not other geniuses. Some people have also had super long evolutionary talents, which is really normal. If the 6th level of the Sun Realm it's okay. Although its physical strength is terrifying, its evolution method is weaker and you can fight. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind, and the next moment, rumble. The endless white light suddenly melted the endless earth and stones above Shen Fei and directly pressed onto his face. 198 Chapter 193 Fierce Battle 0432. The terrifying white beam of light instantly penetrated the planetary fragments where the base 0432 is located, and the initiator Mei Yuer calmly withdrew his hand. I really think I can't do anything to you if I hide underground. It's too naive. Mei Yuer rubbed his fingers, and a sneer appeared on his face. But the next moment, the sneer on Mei Yuer's face suddenly solidified. Rumble. The ground swayed, and then, a figure 5 meters tall suddenly broke out from the ground. It was Shen Fei who used the transformation of the wilderness god. At this time, although Shen Fei successfully broke through the Sun Realm, the effect of Wild God transformation was still similar to before. The evolution method will only change qualitatively in the New Moon Realm. Shen Fei broke through the Sun Realm with the 4th level of the New Moon,
and his wild god transformation was still 6 times higher than his full attributes. Of course, this can only say that the evolutionary method has not changed qualitatively, but it cannot be said that the evolutionary method has not become stronger. Because when Shen Fei was at the 4th level of the crescent moon, his basic strength was only about 1,000 tons, and it was only more than 6,000 tons after 6 times. But now, his basic strength is nearly 500,000 tons, which is 6 times higher, which is 3 million tons. One only increased its power by 5,000 tons, but the other increased its power by millions of tons. Of course, it is impossible for the evolutionary method to not become stronger. At this moment, Shen Fei felt the continuous gushing of energy from his chest, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the Crescent realm, it is usually to fight while absorbing energy from the outside world. In the Kuyaori realm, the body has an energy core, and the energy core is output during combat. The efficiency of the two is indeed not on the same order of magnitude. No wonder the transformation of the 4th level wilderness god in the crescent moon can only increase Shen Fei's power by thousands of tons, but at this moment, his power was instantly increased by millions of tons. You actually resisted it. Mei Yuer looked at Shen Fei in surprise. If you refer to that energy attack, then I regret to tell you that this thing is ineffective for me. Shen Fei smiled calmly. The armor on you is interesting. Mei Yuer quickly understood the reason, and he followed. But if you think you can survive this way, you're a big mistake. While speaking, Mei Yuer held his hands in vain, and 2 painted black light blades slowly condensed in his hands. Swish! With a flash, Mei Yuer had already arrived behind Shen Fei, and the 2 swords in his hand suddenly exploded. But Mei Yuer's speed was no longer unavoidable in Shen Fei's eyes, and it was even a bit slow for him. Call! Shen Fei just turned sideways and avoided the 2 swords. An invisible force burst out, and it continued for hundreds of miles from where Mei Yuer swung his sword. 2 huge gullies instantly appeared in the small base No. 0432. It would be a pity if you don't become a demolition team in your evolution method. Shen Fei turned his head in surprise and looked at him. He knew very well, purely it is difficult for the power of simplicity to cause such a large-scale destruction, and this must be the effect of evolutionary law. You'd better worry about yourself. Mei Yuer sneered, and he swung his swords like a whirlwind. Shen Fei no longer chose to dodge, and a knife also appeared in his hand. Boom! 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 3 swords kept colliding, and 2 terrifying forces were intertwined at this moment. Shen Fei, who broke through the Sun realm and used the transformation of the wilderness god, had his basic power reaching a terrifying 3 million tons. With the attribute bonus, his power must be more than 500 million tons. Although this is still weaker than Meyer, it is no longer a qualitative gap. The key is that Shen Fei's speed attribute has always been particularly outstanding. His speed is not weaker than Mei Yuer. In addition, the armor on his body provides him with terrifying defense, so Shen Fei can completely compete with Mei Yuer head-on without being at a disadvantage at this time. Retreat! Run quickly, base No. 0432 is going to be gone. Run!
At this time, the entire 0432 base was completely in chaos, and almost everyone who stayed here was heading towards the spacecraft, rushing to escape from it. Before, it was just a magnitude 8 earthquake. But now, huge cracks have appeared in the entire planetary fragments where the No 0432 base is located, and they are about to collapse completely. If you don't leave, you will really become cosmic garbage. Whoosh! 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 Spaceships took off one after another. After leaving base No 0432, most of the spaceships did not dare to stay for a moment. They accelerated and went desperately towards the distance. However, a small number of spacecraft remained above the sky not far from base 0432. Those who drove these spacecraft were all brave guys. They were full of interest in this thrilling battle, and even wanted to stop and watch it at the risk of being affected. At this time, it was inside one of the spacecraft. Two figures of old and young were standing in the main control room. The old man's hands were like phantoms, rapidly controlling a bunch of virtual buttons, while a young man was waiting by the side with some expectations. If Shen Fei was here, he would naturally recognize him at a glance. This was Yang Ji and his son. The last incident had little to do with Yang Ji, so Shen Fei let him go back after it was over, and now, Yang Ji naturally became a member of the escape from the base No 0432. After a moment, "Father, how are you?" Yang Ji asked. "No, this spacecraft equipment is too backward and cannot capture the picture at that speed." The old man shook his head. "Oh, I've said a long time ago that your broken spacecraft should be updated. It's a pity to miss this battle." Yang Ji shook his head regretfully. "It's good to be able to save a life." The old man snorted coldly. "Besides, with such a large impact, I'm afraid I'm an evolver at the 6th and 7th level of the Sun Realm. Even if I update the equipment, I can't see clearly." "Yes, yes." Yang Ji kept nodding, and at the same time he had a question in his mind: was the person who fought this time the Black Reaper? It seems that the only strong people at base No 0432 during this period are the only ones. Although the opponent didn't seem that strong last time he took action, who knows if he was hiding his strength. "And, this is not impossible to see," the old man suddenly said. "In my opinion, this planetary fragment will soon collapse again. How long can it last?" "It must be more than 1 minute." Yang Ji said the time. At this time, within base No 0432. Boom! Shen Fei jumped up and then fell from the sky and slashed fiercely. Mei Yuer poked out his two swords and suddenly blocked the attack. "Black Reaper, I really didn't expect that you have such strength." Mei Yuer stared at Shen Fei and said in a deep voice. "I am affiliated with the Swan Kingdom Secret Supervision Department. If you are willing to join us, I can guarantee that what you have done in the past will be written off, and we can give you treatment that matches your strength." "Depend time, right? Do you think I didn't notice it? You have been deliberately avoiding the building where Lin Sanyang is." Shen Fei sneered. "I guess, your people must have not brought you good news to capture Lin Sanyang." Upon hearing this, Mei Yuer frowned slightly. Indeed, he has been deliberately controlling the aftermath of the battle. After all, not far away, there are still many agents from the Swan Kingdom carrying out missions. And his strength is also stronger than Shen Fei, so it is not difficult to do this. But what puzzled Mei Yu'er was that after so long, no one had ever heard of the successful arrest. According to the information, there was only one person beside Lin Sanyang at this time, and that person had taken action in Yunlin's nest. His strength was very average, so this task was not difficult. The news that had not been successful came, and coupled with Shen Fei's words just now, Mei Yu'er suddenly felt something was wrong. Did you hide Lin Sanyang? Mei Yu'er immediately asked, the possibility that he could only be that the information they investigated before was misled, and the real Lin Sanyang was not actually here. I will tell you when you are about to die. Shen Fei stopped talking nonsense. The knife in his hand slashed towards Mei Yu'er fiercely again. Seeing this, Mei Yu'er immediately focused his mind to resist. Shen Fei's strength is not much weaker than him at this time, and he dare not be distracted when he fights Shen Fei. When things got to this point, Meyer had no choice but to believe that the agents who came here one step ahead of him. 199 Chapter 194 Chase and Escape. Boom! 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 An extremely terrifying roar was constantly erupting, and the planet fragments where the base No. 0432 was finally at its limit. With a loud bang, a huge planet, the fragments finally shattered again. Call! 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 Countless huge fragments turned into streams of light and roared in all directions. But the breaking of base No. 0432 did not stop Shen Fei from his crazy attack. He stepped on the base fragments and continued to rush towards Mei Yu'er frantically. Even after all the fragments of the base around him were broken, Shen Fei still did not stop. After breaking through the Sun Realm, Shen Fei's energy core naturally generated a magnetic field, which can be converted into gravity that can freely control the direction, which allowed him to gain the ability to fly in the universe. With Shen Fei's physical strength, it is even easier to survive in the universe. So, this battle can continue. Crazy, what a lunatic! Mei Yu'er couldn't hold back at this time. This Black Reaper seemed to be crazy, attacking for a while, and he kept fighting like this. Could it be that this guy really thinks he can kill him? In fact, Shen Fei did feel a little in a dilemma at this time. Mei Yu'er's strength was beyond his expectations. If the person sent by the Swan Kingdom was a normal 6th level of the Sun Realm, he would have accepted this doghead long ago. But the problem is that this guy belongs to the extremely powerful one among the 6th level evolutionists in the Sun Realm. Shen Fei really feels that he has no place to mouth when facing a hedgehog. Can't kill you normally fight, rely on your trump card? It doesn't seem to be very useful. Poison? Not to mention how much effect that toxin has on strong people at this level, the key is that Shen Fei cannot hurt the other party at all now, and he cannot exert even if it is poisonous. Not to mention antimatter bombs, this thing is used for sneak attacks. In frontal battles, no one will be so stupid that they will stop and be bombed. Shen Fei dared not use the ultramicro photon cage easily. This ultra-miniature photon cage is only used to deal with the virtual realm props of the low-level Sun realm. The last time I dealt with Kaut, it became more powerful under Shen Fei's attribute bonus, so it has an effect. But this Meiyu is nearly 100 times stronger than Kaut. It is still unknown whether the ultra-micro photon cage can withstand Meiyu's attack. This is a borrowed virtual realm prop, and it is obvious that it has no connection with the task of finding the Stone of the Mind in this mission. If it is really damaged, it will be compensated. As for the end, expecting the spiritual power to become stronger and then kill Meiyu, Shen Fei felt it was unreliable. The power of the mind itself is a very ethereal power, and Shen Fei cannot fully control the speed of its becoming stronger. The problem is that even if the spiritual power really becomes stronger, it doesn't seem to be of much use under the current situation. After breaking through the Sun realm, Shen Fei's basic attributes increased by 500 times. And Shen Fei's spiritual power is still at the same level as before. Under Shen Fei's basic power, the increase brought by the power of the mind is already minimal, less than 1%. In this case, expect the power of the mind to increase to the extent that it can kill Meiyu? Then how many times will it have to soar? No, I have squandered so much effort to break through the Sun realm. The Swan Kingdom cannot support Meiyu in a short period of time. The right time, place, people, and others are on my side. If I let this dog head go, it would be a thunderbolt. Shen Fei quickly strengthened his mind. Let's try it later with the ultra-microphoton cage. Even if it is damaged, you can't pay it, but it's not that you can't afford it. Compared to money, it is more important to have a dog's head. Besides, the ultra-microphoton cage may not be able to hold on, right? However, just when Shen Fei had the idea of using the ultra-microphoton cage in his mind, Meiyu suddenly charged a sudden attack and knocked Shen Fei away. He himself did not hesitate and turned his head and flew into the distance. Want to run? When Shen Fei saw this scene, he suddenly became anxious. Damn, such a big dog head, he can't let him run away. Call! 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 Meiyu accelerated wildly. He was not afraid of Shen Fei, but he really didn't want to get involved with this crazy man, which was meaningless. But Meiyu accelerated, and Shen Fei was also accelerating. In a short period of time, the two of them turned into a stream of light and roared away from the previous place where the base No 0432 was located. In theory, evolutionists can accelerate to the near light speed in the universe. However, weak evolutionists will not do that, let alone this approach takes a lot of time. The key is that although most of the universe is a vacuum, it is not an absolute vacuum. There are some insignificant cosmic dust in many places. Although these cosmic dusts are usually inconspicuous, once the evolver's speed is too fast and the body is not strong enough, these cosmic dusts will become fatal killing substances. Moreover, if the speed is too fast, it will be difficult for the evolver to control the direction of flight. If he hits some meteorites with amazing hardness, he may be directly hit and killed. Meiyu, who has used his body to fly in the universe, is naturally very clear about this point, and his physical strength is not enough to support his continuous acceleration. But Meiyu soon discovered that Shen Fei, who was chasing him, was actually accelerating continuously,
and the other party's acceleration was faster than him. This guy actually flies faster than me. Mei Yu'er was shocked. On the ground, his speed is similar to Shen Fei, but during flight, the physical strength will not work. At this time, it depends on the strength of the energy core. He didn't expect that Shen Fei's flight acceleration would be above him. In fact, Shen Fei's energy core is of course weaker than Mei Yu'er, but his attribute bonuses to speed are maintained at the same multiple regardless of any situation. Shen Fei and Mei Yu'er's evolutionary methods have little to do with flying, and both of them are not good at flying. So both of them can only rely on the energy core to fly. Obviously, compared with the gap in physical strength, the gap between Shen Fei's energy core and Mei Yu'er's energy core is smaller, so with the blessing of speed attributes, Shen Fei's acceleration is faster. Mei Yu'er, don't run away. Shen Fei quickly approached Mei Yu'er. He roared in Mei Yu'er's heart with his spiritual power. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Mei Yu'er snorted coldly in his heart. Facing Shen Fei's roaring towards him, he condensed two swords in his hand again and roared at Shen Fei. Boom! 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 After a fierce battle, Mei Yu'er, who found that she could not do anything to Shen Fei, quickly retreated again, so he found an opportunity, knocked Shen Fei away again, and then turned around and ran away. Of course, Shen Fei couldn't give up just like that, he chased after him again. 200 Chapter 195 End. Shen Fei and Mei Yu'er ran and fought, and their figures soon disappeared completely in the starry sky. And this battle also spread throughout the entire Hilbert Star Blade at an extremely fast speed. Since this three-unknown area appeared, this is the first time that this level of war has occurred. Even the entire No 0432 base has been defeated, which is simply terrifying. I heard that one side of the battle was the Black Reaper, and the other side was a strong man from the Swan Kingdom. The Black Reaper killed an important agent of the Swan Kingdom, so the Swan Kingdom launched revenge. However, the Swan Kingdom probably didn't expect that the Black Reaper actually hid his strength. His strength is not just similar to Ka'it. He is countless times stronger than Ka'it. Fuck it, it was clearly the Black Reaper who snatched the wife of the strong man in the Swan Kingdom, so he was retaliated. Ah! Why did I hear it was my daughter? Countless rumors spread in Hilbert's shattered star belt, but most of these rumors are very nonsense, which is 1,000 miles away from the truth. However, it is certain that none of these rumors has anything to do with Lin Sanyang. Even if there are occasional signs, they will be extinguished soon. Time is passing, and in a blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. At this time, in a new tavern in a base in Hilbert Star Breaking Belt. So, who won that battle? Of course it's the Black Reaper. That guy is very silly and has been hiding his strength. When the strong man from Swan Kingdom relaxes his guard, he will be killed with one blow. Farting, respectively, the Black Reaper lost his strength and was eventually killed on a super-large meteorite. Why did I hear that it was the Black Reaper who killed the powerful man from Swan Kingdom, and then he was bombarded into scum by reinforcements sent by Swan Kingdom? Although it has been 10 days, Hilbert's Star Breaking Belt still has a high discussion on the war at that time, but the topic of discussion has shifted from the reason for the battle to the result of the battle. At this time,
in the corner of the tavern, a man and a woman were sitting opposite each other. They looked a little strange when they listened to these topics. This is naturally Shen Fei and Xia Qiang. Sister Xia Qiang, I have to say that these guys are really close to the truth of the matter. Shen Fei sighed. In the end, if it weren't for Sister Xia Qiang, you arrived in time, I'd probably be blown to ashes by the support of Swan Country. Compared with this, I want to know more about how you killed that Mei Yuer. His strength is not weaker than you. Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei and asked strangely. It is because of the power of the mind. In the battle that lasted for nearly 10 days, my spiritual power continued to grow, which eventually increased my strength by 70% to 80%. When my sword could break through Mei Yuer's defense, he was already dead. Shen Fei said calmly. The super-organic toxins have indeed killed Mei Yuer very little. After all, the physical body is so strong that it is indeed not something that ordinary toxins can shake. However, the killing was small in a short period of time, and it could not withstand Shen Fei's continuous accumulation of swords, and eventually he cut Mei Yuer to death. Mei Yuer obviously had no intention of asking for help at first. He didn't think Shen Fei could kill him. By the time he realized that he was not right, it was too late. Of course, although Swan Kingdom is one step late, it is no problem to kill Shen Fei. Fortunately, Shen Fei also contacted Xia Qiang in time, and Xia Qiang arrived nearby by spaceship. In the end, Xia Qiang used his virtualization ability to pass through the defense line of Swan Country and brought Shen Fei out. The power of the mind. At this time, Xia Qiang was a little shocked. After Shen Fei broke through the Sun Realm in the virtual realm, his basic power has been greatly improved. How much does the power of his mind have to increase to him again? Maybe, I'm more talented in this regard. Shen Fei said with a smile. In fact, talent does have an impact on the growth of the power of the mind, but the less power of the mind, the faster it will grow. Just like Shen Fei fought with the Brahmin last time and caught it not long ago, his spiritual power increased tenfold in just a short period of time. But this time, he and Mei Yuer fought each other for nearly 10 days, and their spiritual power finally grew to a point where Shen Fei killed Mei Yuer. Obviously, although Shen Fei's current talent can still support his rapid growth in his spiritual power, it is impossible to increase explosively. Of course, his talent will continue to become stronger with the superposition of attributes, so it is hard to say at that time. Xia Chenjiun said that his spiritual power is thousands of times stronger than the normal 9th level of the Sun Realm. Is your current spiritual power also more than normal? The 4th level of the New Moon Realm is more than 1,000 times stronger? Xia Qiang asked in disbelief. Although Shen Fei is already in the Sun Realm, when he leaves the Void Realm, he is still just a New Moon Realm Evolver, so Xia Qiang is still comparing Shen Fei with the 4th level New Moon Realm Evolver. Hearing this, Shen Fei just smiled slightly, and he didn't say anything. Normal 4th level of the Crescent Moon? The normal level of the 4th level of the Crescent Moon is the level of just getting started, which is the first star level of spiritual power, and his current spiritual power is likely to have reached the 5-star level. This is at least 10,000 times the gap. It can only be said that it is a world of difference. Sister Xia Qiang, where is Lin Sanyang? Shen Fei suddenly asked.
He didn't believe that Xia Qiang could not protect Lin Sanyang, but when Xia Qiang rescued him, the other party was gone. Lin Sanyang is a transformer. Xia Qiang said, the one we caught has actually always been a substitute for him, remotely controlled. Substitute. Shen Fei was slightly stunned, but he quickly realized that no wonder they were so easy to catch this mysterious person that Swan Kingdom had spent a lot of effort to find. It turned out that the other party was fake from the beginning. After the agents of Swan Kingdom retreated helplessly, Lin Sanyang confessed to me that because he was a substitute, he didn't panic from beginning to end. Xia Qiang said. Fortunately, he was quite trustworthy, and finally gave me the enhanced part of the core of the Sun Realm. Old guy is such a thief. Shen Fei sighed. Also, do you still remember that female Void Realm adventurer? Her Void Realm talent is actually an incarnation ability. Her body is hidden somewhere, and then she can condense into an incarnation and activity. Is that true? Shen Fei was slightly surprised. He always thought that the other party's Void Realm talent could turn into smoke to save his life, but the result was like this? No, how did you know? Shen Fei suddenly reacted. Because I used the Void Realm prop to find her body and then killed her. Xia Qiang said calmly. Shen Fei was suddenly silent. What a good man, these two adventurers in the virtual realm were in trouble when they met them. Shen Fei and Xia Qiang talked for a while soon, and the two of them quickly settled and left. Does brother Shen Fei still remember what he promised me before? Xia Qiang asked suddenly. Of course. Shen Fei nodded immediately to help Xia Qiang find an opponent that suits her. There are about 7 days left before the end of this virtual world, and such a long time is enough. Sister Xia Qiang, you have the talent of the Void Realm after all. I think you can find some stronger opponents for you. What do you think? Shen Fei asked. Just as long as you think it's right. Xia Qiang just nodded, and Shen Fei was relieved when he heard this. To be honest, 10 days ago, Shen Fei, a stronger and weaker opponent, could be found for Xia Qiang. Because at that time, Xia Qiang became a purple dog head with her talent in the virtual realm, then the green dog head and the purple dog head can actually be her opponent. But now, Xia Qiang is completely green dog head in Shen Fei's eyes. Nothing else, Shen Fei's attribute bonus in the 5th stage has been superimposed, so Xia Qiang's dog head has been downgraded again. Naturally, Shen Fei could only find a better opponent for Xia Qiang. Fortunately, Xia Qiang has the talent of the Void Realm, and if she makes good use of it, she will not be able to fight. Thinking of this, Shen Fei's thoughts moved slightly, and lines of words suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Your current attributes are: Attack, 243. Speed, 305. Defense, 243. Physical Constitution, 243. Understanding, 243. Evolutionary Talent, 243. Killing Mayuer, Shen Fei got a terrible increase of all attributes plus 100. His original average attribute point exceeded 160 points, adding 100 at a time, which naturally instantly allowed his attribute point to complete the 5th stage superposition. After the 5th stage superposition was completed, Shen Fei also obtained a full 32 points of freedom attribute, and he still threw it to the speed. This also led to his speed attributes being the best, directly exceeding 300 points. If Mei Yuer could survive, he would probably have to escape in a panic when he met me now. Shen Fei looked at his attribute point and couldn't help but sigh. His spiritual power has been improved, and his attribute points have been greatly improved. Combining the two, the speed of his strength growth is really terrible. Even if the virtual realm world ends this time, I will become an evolutionist at the 4th level of the new moon again, but my current spiritual power can improve my strength by nearly twice on the 3rd level of the sun realm. The foundation of the 4th level of the new moon may be increased by 200 or 300 times. By then, even in reality, even if I take all my strength, I will be close to the strength before fighting Mei Yuer. Shen Fei thought of this, and he felt excited. Before he knew it, he was so strong. The strength of the 6th level of the Sun Realm or even close to the 7th level is already a super strong person. Of course, Shen Fei didn't think much about it at this time, and he took Xia Qiang directly to find an opponent that suited her. This time, Shen Fei was wholeheartedly helping Xia Qiang. He had gained enough in this virtual world, and he had no intention of causing trouble. Moreover, Swan Kingdom must still be wanted by him. Even if Xia Qiang is insured, he will not be too high profile. In this way, the remaining 7 days passed in a flash, and the virtual world finally ended. 201 Chapter 196 The Imperial Elite Plan. In reality, Jupiter System, Jinyuan City, and the Virtual Realm Law Enforcement Bureau. Mr. Shen Fei, as you said, the ultramicro photon cage was not damaged during the task. After our inspection, the damage degree of the ultramicro photon cage exceeded 30%, and the energy consumption reached 90%. However, the basic structure of the ultramicro photon cage is still there, and the core has not been damaged too much. Just say how much you need to pay. 5 billion imperial coins. 5 billion is good. A moment later, Shen Fei and Xia Qiang walked out of the arsenal of the Jinyuan City Void Realm Law Enforcement Bureau. Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei with a painful face and couldn't help but say, "The battle between you and Meyer has gained a lot. If someone told me that I could use 5 billion, no, even if it was 50 billion, as long as I could get such a big progress, I wouldn't hesitate at all." You are right, but I still feel heartbroken. It's not enough to compensate all the source quality obtained in the Void Realm world this time. I also paid hundreds of millions of dollars myself. It's so painful. Shen Fei said with a distorted expression. He knew that the ultramicrophoton cage might not be able to withstand Miu's attack, but he still couldn't help but use it in the previous battle. As a result, Miu's ultramicrophoton cage was removed in just a few seconds. But then again, Xia Qiang is right. If it weren't for the useless ultramicrophoton cage, he wouldn't have been entangled with Mei Yuer for nearly 10 days, and his spiritual power wouldn't have skyrocketed so much. Xia Qiang was silent, so let's slow down the pain of vomiting. If I talk to you for a few more words, I feel even more uncomfortable. At this time, it was less than half an hour before the end of the world of Star Sea Treasure.
After returning from the virtual realm, Shen Fei and Xia Qiang immediately came to the Jinyuan City Law Enforcement Bureau and returned the virtual realm props he had borrowed before. However, just as the two were about to leave the Jinyuan City Void Realm Law Enforcement Bureau, suddenly, a man in the uniform of a law enforcement officer stopped them. I am Li Ao, from the General Administration of Law Enforcement. The man briefly introduced himself. Shen Fei and Xia Qiang looked at each other, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. A moment later, in a simple reception room, Li Ao explained his purpose, and he came for the Stone of the Heart in the hands of the two. Ms. Xia Qiang, you should get the news immediately. As Li Ao said, Xia Qiang's evolutionary evidence suddenly lit up. Xia Qiang clicked and glanced, a hint of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Can I ask, why should this soul stone be handed over to the Law Enforcement Bureau? Xia Qiang asked directly. This is the soul stone used to resurrect Xia Chenjiun. What should I give it to the Law Enforcement Bureau? Could it be that the Law Enforcement Bureau went to resurrect Xia Chenjiun? I don't know this either. I just came here and brought this spiritual stone back to the General Administration as soon as possible. Li Ao said calmly. Oh well. Xia Qiang didn't ask any more. The news just now was sent by the Xia family. Since the Xia family had told him that the Stone of the Heart could be handed over to the people of the General Administration of Law Enforcement, she naturally had no objection. Anyway, she is just an executor. Xia Qiang didn't think much about it, and soon she clicked on the evolutionary certificate again, and suddenly, a box the size of a palm appeared in her hand. After taking the box and checking the Stone of the Heart inside, Li Ao nodded quickly and got up to leave. But suddenly, Li Ao seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked at Shen Fei. Shen Fei, you are from our Law Enforcement Bureau. This mission was completed very well. According to the rules, we will give you a certain reward. Li Ao said. Since you have met you, why not talk about what you want? What can Mr. Li Ao decide to give me? Shen Fei looked at this man in surprise. From this point of view, his status in the general administration is not low. To a certain extent. Li Ao nodded. Is the source possible? Shen Fei asked. Of course he wanted a lot of things, but he didn't think the value of this mission was that high. The reason for the source energy is that this thing is not a single big item. Even if he doesn't make enough contributions, he can give it less. The key is that Shen Fei wants to try how efficient the internal circulation is to use source energy to open up the internal circulation outside the source energy cultivation room. If the efficiency is really super high, then he will have to find a way to obtain more point source energy in the future. After all, the remaining nearly 600 internal cycles of the 5th level of the new moon are so fatal. Every time Shen Fei thinks of it, he feels dark in front of him. Is Yuan Neng? Yes, go back and wait for my good news. Li Ao nodded and didn't say anything more, and he finally left. And just as Shen Fei and Xia Qiang were fully completing the mission, they were in a huge floating manor in the Jupiter system. Jin Xiao Xiao walked out of a machine filled with silver liquid with excitement. However, the next moment, the smile on her face suddenly froze. A young woman wearing a simple casual outfit with a 5-point look similar to Jin Xiao Xiao, pushed the door and walked in. Jin Xiao Xiao became dignified in a second, and she asked, "Mother, when did you come back?" "Just." The woman looked at Jin Xiao Xiao and smiled and said, "I didn't expect that. As soon as I came back, I saw that you were already a 4th-level evolver in the Crescent Moon. I went to the Source Energy Cultivation Room before. During this period, I spent all day in Source Energy to open up internal circulation. It is normal to reach the 4th level of the new moon." Jin Xiao Xiao said honestly. "This year, you have changed a lot. You have worked hard when you didn't like to open up inner loops. It seems that the little guy named Shen Fei has a great influence on you," the woman said, but Jin Zioxio's expression changed slightly. "Mother, do you know everything?" Jin Xiao Xiao asked hurriedly. The woman nodded and said, "No matter what, you are my only child, how could I not pay attention to your affairs?" "Affection?" "Oh." Jin Xiao Xiao nodded. No one spoke for a while, and the mother and daughter stared at each other with a little silent atmosphere. Suddenly, the woman said, "Since you are already at the 4th level of the Crescent Moon, then there is something much easier to do." "What's the matter?" Jin Xiao Xiao asked. "Imperial Elite Plan," said the woman. "The top talents, whether they are powerful evolvers or top scientists, cannot grow up on their own. Every once in a while, from 1,000 years to 100 years, the Empire will launch an elite plan to select elites from the entire Empire and cultivate them with all their strength. Now, the 153rd Imperial Elite Program is about to begin. I was planning to send you in. Now that you have broken through the 4th level of the Crescent Moon, and you have had a very long talent in electromagnetic knowledge since you were a child, it will be no longer difficult for you to enter it." "This..." Jin Xiao Xiao was a little confused. Should she go or not? 202 Chapter 197 I am the Elite. Jupiter System, Io, Shenshui City. "Sir, you have a package from the official one, please sign for it." A express robot handed Shen Fei a long metal box about the thickness of an arm. "The General Law Enforcement Administration is really efficient." Shen Fei went home and opened the box and found that there was a can of silver-white viscous liquid inside, with an introduction next to it. As expected, it was indeed source energy. "Source energy is like this." Shen Fei was a little surprised. Last time he directly absorbed invisible source energy in the source energy cultivation room, and he had never seen it really look like. This was the first time Shen Fei saw this source energy. "Try how it works." Shen Fei couldn't wait to carry Yuan Neng to his cultivation room. After putting all the cans of Yuan Neng into the evolution cabin according to the instructions, Shen Fei lay in. Time flies so fast, and in a blink of an eye, 10 hours have passed. When Shen Fei came out of the evolution cabin, his face was filled with shock. "I actually have 4 internal cycles? This is the internal cycle from the 4th to 5th level of the Crescent Moon." Shen Fei was a little unbelievable. The more you opened the internal cycle, the more difficult it was. After all, the more you went back, the higher the accuracy and the more energy it demanded. I had guessed that I would open up the inner cycle very quickly, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Shen Fei gradually calmed down. It is natural for him to speed up the internal circulation. The power of the mind has a great auxiliary effect on the development of internal circulation. Shen Fei went to the world of Star Sea Treasure, and the power of the mind has increased thousands of times. Such a terrifying spiritual power not only meets the need to open up the internal circulation of the fifth level of the new moon, but can also be said to be far beyond it. In this case, it is natural to open up the internal circulation speed. Of course, the power of the mind is the main reason for such speed, and the effect of source energy cannot be ignored. If I keep this speed, I can reach the fifth level of the new moon in less than half a year. Shen Fei stood up from the evolution cabin. While he was a little excited, he was also wondering where to get more source energy. However, Shen Feizi had no good idea after thinking about it. Although he had already got rid of ordinary citizens and was also of medium among star-rated citizens, he still had no power, and there was no channel for source energy. I can only ask Miss Xiao Xiao. Shen Fei decided to ask Jin Xiao Xiao what good idea was. However, just as Shen Fei was about to contact Jin Xiao Xiao, his evolutionary evidence suddenly lit up. Shen Fei took a look and was surprised to find that it was Jin Xiao Xiao who contacted him. Shen Fei clicked on the evolutionary certificate, and with a ray of light, Jin Xiao Xiao, wearing a loose dress and a classic head-shaped projection, appeared in front of Shen Fei. Miss Xiao Xiao, you said it was a coincidence that I happened to ask you something. Shen Fei said directly. Yeah. Jin Xiao Xiao was a little surprised, but she didn't ask much, but said directly, I'll talk about your affairs later. I have something urgent to do to find out. Oh? You said. Shen Fei was a little surprised. What urgent things could Jin Xiao Xiao find to him at this time? Have you noticed the notice issued by the Empire and the Imperial Elite Plan? Jin Xiao Xiao asked. What's this? Shen Fei was a little confused. He had just left the virtual realm, and followed by the development of the internal circulation for 10 hours, and he really didn't pay much attention to external affairs. However, under Jin Zioxio's explanation, Shen Fei quickly understood what this Imperial Elite Plan was. It's actually like this. Shen Fei suddenly showed excitement. Elites like him needed such channels. Don't be too excited too early. Jin Xiao Xiao said. This plan is aimed at evolvers in the Crescent Moon Realm and Sun Realm. For evolvers in the Crescent Moon Realm, even the fifth level of the Crescent Moon must be assessed before they can enter it. If you don't have a skill, you won't even have the qualification to register for it. Is that right? Shen Fei was suddenly shocked. How rare is the fifth level of the new moon? Even the fifth level of the new moon has to be evaluated. I have basically confirmed that I can join this plan. Jin Xiao Xiao said, I hope you can come too. Are there any channels to obtain source energy when entering this plan? Shen Fei asked in a pondering manner. It should be unlimited. Jin Xiao Xiao said directly, this is to select the top group of elites from the entire empire. Source energy is already a small matter, and you are still worried about this? Unlimited use. Shen Fei's expression suddenly stopped, he felt the heavy weight. Judging from the inclination of resources alone, he knew how much the Empire attached to this plan. "I've decided to participate in this plan," Shen Fei said directly. "Didn't you figure out the point of the matter yet?" Jin Xiao looked at Shen Fei blankly. "This thing is not something that anyone wants to go. I am an elite now." Shen Fei pondered and said, if it was before he entered the world of Star Sea Treasure, if he eliminated the attribute bonus, it would be inconspicuous. It was just because of his evolutionary talent that he had basic strength and speed comparable to the ordinary level of the new moon at the 4th level of the new moon. But now, Shen Fei just wants to say, what is the 5th level evolutionist of the new moon? Can the ordinary crescent level 5 be compared with him? Not only has he already entered the 5th level of the crescent moon now, it is only a matter of time before he can break through. The key is that his spiritual power is too perverted. Why can ordinary crescent moon level compare with him? Are you so confident? Jin Xiao looked at Shen Fei with some surprise. According to her understanding of Shen Fei, although Shen Fei is sometimes quite unreliable, if he is not sure, he would never say so much. "Miss Xiao, I'm 90% sure," Shen Fei said confidently. "If he is not an elite, who will?" "Okay, I'll sign up for you." Jin Xiao nodded. Shen Fei is only at the 4th level of the crescent moon. If he registers by himself, he will still need to go through a series of reviews and tests. However, she has already told her mother about this and can directly allow Shen Fei to enter the formal assessment. In fact, Jin Xiao wanted to ask if she could just stuff Shen Fei in. After all, even Shen Fei was already a very terrifying genius. Unfortunately, her mother did not agree, so she could only settle for the second best and directly help Shen Fei enter the formal assessment. "Miss Xiao, just wait for my good news." Shen Fei smiled confidently. 203 Please leave. Please leave a day. I wrote it all morning, but I saw less than 1,000 words, which was really stuck. I asked for a day off and thought about how to write it next. I will update it tomorrow. 204 Chapter 198 News from Enling. Shen Fei chatted with Jin Xiao for a while, and he immediately logged into the virtual network, went to the Imperial official website to take a look, and found the announcement of the Imperial Elite Plan. There are 3,000 people in total, 2,000 people evolved in the Crescent Realm, and 1,000 people in the Sun Realm. Shen Fei looked at this data and thought in his heart. The Empire is indeed very big and big. The Virgo supergalaxy cluster where the Milky Way is located has a diameter of nearly 100 million light-years. This supergalaxy cluster is directly under the control of the Empire. The Empire has long explored the civilizations inside, either destroyed or conquered. Not long ago, the Imperial Advance Army was constantly exploring outward. Of course, when I encountered the crystal core life, the Empire's exploration naturally stopped. And within such a large range, the Empire's population is uncountable. Of course, the population density of the Empire is not average. The place with the highest population density is undoubtedly within the solar system. For example, the Jupiter system, although it is just a planetary system, the total population is more than 1 trillion. There is no way, Jupiter is too big, and the Empire has built a large number of overly dense cities on the surface of Jupiter, and the population is of course amazing. The population density second only to the solar system is naturally the inhabitants of the Milky Way. For example, Shen Fei visited Titan star. In his opinion, the population density of Titan star is indeed far less than that of Tanshui city. However, Tanshui city is just a city, while Titan star is a transformed livable planet. There can be at least 10 trillion people in the entire Titan star. And there are at least 100,000 planets like Titan. Not to mention, there are also large cosmic bases, space stations, etc. built everywhere. Outside the Milky Way, although the population density may be further reduced, it cannot stand the Virgo supergalaxy cluster. How big is the Milky Way? The diameter is only over 100,000 light-years. The Virgo supergalaxy cluster has a diameter of nearly 100 million light-years. How many livable planets are suitable for direct living or with the conditions for transformation? There are indeed very few evolvers at the 5th level of the new moon. According to Enling, only 1/5 level of the new moon can appear in the 4th level of the new moon. And because of the threshold of spiritual power, the probability of the 3rd level of the new moon becoming the 4th level of the new moon being even lower. Then there is the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level of the new moon. Although there is not much threshold for these stages, it is actually not something that everyone can easily cross. Not to mention anything else, energy alone is a big problem. One portion of evolution potion costs 800,000 imperial coins. Even adventurers in the virtual realm cannot be used for luxury without restrictions, let alone ordinary evolvers. By slowly absorbing energy and opening up internal circulation, you can imagine the speed. In the end, ordinary people become evolvers, and the chances are very low, only 1 in 10,000. However, even if combined, the chance of an ordinary person becoming a 5th level evolver of the crescent moon is only 1 in 1 trillion, but under the huge population base, there will definitely not be too few transcendents of the 5th level new moon. The number of people at the 5th level of the new moon alone will definitely exceed 2,000, not to mention that the 4th level of the new moon, who has the skill, will also participate in the assessment. The competition must be very fierce. Shen Fei knew it, but he was not panicked at all. Although everyone is a genius at the 5th level of the new moon, Shen Fei doesn't believe that everyone's spiritual power can be so abnormal. Besides, if it really doesn't work, he can also use the power of attribute bonus slightly. Don't ask, just ask. The power of the mind. Jin Xiao helped him to handle the registration matter, so Shen Fei was very relaxed. He just waited for the official assessment to begin at home. While Shen Fei was waiting, he did nothing. He borrowed the statue of the wilderness god from Enling and came back to understand the last internal cycle of the wilderness god transformation, but because he went to the world of Star Sea Treasure, this matter was temporarily delayed. At this moment, Shen Fei naturally gave priority to recording all the internal cycles in the statue of the wilderness god. However, just as Shen Fei recorded all the internal circulations of the 5th level of the crescent moon and was about to return the statue of the waste god, he suddenly realized that Enling was not here. At this time, at the Iovison third-party school, the martial arts training field of the god-transporting lineage. Shen Fei looked at the chubby teacher Wang, and he asked in surprise, "Has teacher Enling resigned?" I just left a few days ago. Teacher Wang said, Director An knew you would come, so he left you a letter. As he said that, Teacher Wang had already handed a letter that had not been opened to Shen Fei. Letter. Shen Fei felt a little strange in his heart. Who is still writing letters these days? However, Shen Fei did not hesitate. He opened the letter and read it. Soon a hint of astonishment appeared on his face. In the letter, An Ling told him that the Empire was going to form 10 new main legions, and she received the Empire's non-compulsory call. Although it is mandatory, after some thought, An Ling decided to go. As for the statue of the wilderness god, An Ling said that she could be stored in Shen Fei first. When she met later, Shen Fei would return the statue of the wilderness god to her. I actually went to join the army. Shen Fei was a little worried. The Imperial Legion is divided into 2 types, with more than 1 million miscellaneous legions and only 100 as the main force of war. The Empire formed a new main legion at this time, which must be to deal with the life of the Crystal Core. Some things that happened after the appearance of Crystal Core life, such as the active attack on the Empire, and the current Empire actively formed a new legion, can prove that the Crystal Core life that appeared this time is not simple. At least that is enough to make the Empire value. Joining the army now is undoubtedly a very dangerous thing. However, Shen Fei thought about it again that An Ling's strength is not weak, and joining the army is at least a middle and high-level officer, so it will be fine easily. Besides, no matter what, someone wants to join this army. If it is true that when humans are alive and die, more evolutionists are needed to fight against Crystal Core life, Shen Fei probably won't hesitate. After all, people are a group race. No matter how strong a person becomes, what can he do? Of course, it's better not to go that step. Besides, I'm too weak now. Shen Fei couldn't help but shake his head in his heart. In fact, if the Crystal Core life really came here now, unless he took the initiative to reveal his abilities, the main legion of the Empire might not have wanted him. He is not strong enough and has no knowledge of military war. If he goes, wouldn't it cause trouble? Join the Empire Elite Program, I should be stronger faster. Shen Fei did not continue to think about it. For him, the most important thing was to improve his strength. Of course, there is also the overlay of attributes. 205 Chapter 199 Other Assessors of Jupiter System. Time is passing, and it is a month since Shen Fei returned from the world of Star Sea Treasure. On this day, Shen Fei boarded a warship that was temporarily docked above Io. Mr. Shen Fei, this is the rest area for the personnel to be assessed. After you enter it, if there is nothing important, please do not leave at will. 2 soldiers wearing standard war suits took Shen Fei to a room with a luxurious decoration. After saying a simple sentence, they left here immediately. In the spacious room, Shen Fei was immediately left. Shen Fei turned around here twice, and he quickly poured himself a cup of dessert drink, followed by sitting on a chair, while dragging a virtual screen floating in front of him. Assessment process. Shen Fei looked at the words on the virtual screen, and interest suddenly appeared on his face. At this time, Shen Fei was already on the way to the Imperial Elite Program assessment.
The empire indeed attached great importance to this formal assessment and actually sent a warship to pick up people. Of course, this warship should not only be FANFIC, but also the reference personnel of the Jupiter system should all board this warship. At this time, FANFIC read the assessment process on this virtual screen and quickly gained a complete understanding of this assessment. After deducting some details, this assessment is mainly divided into two parts. The first part is to assess comprehensive ability, and the second part is to assess learning ability. The first part has a full score of 70 points and the second part has a full score of 30 points. The two add up to the total score of the examiner. Finally, the candidates who entered the Imperial Elite program were selected according to their score ranking. This test of comprehensive ability is not difficult to understand. It must include a series of projects such as strength and adaptability, but learning ability needs to be evaluated separately. FANFIC fell into deep thought. Is this thing so important? It took about 10 minutes to finish FANFIC's assessment process. Laugh. A sound of the metal door opening sounded, and then 3 figures walked in. These 3 figures are 2 men and 1 woman, one of whom is very close to each other, and the relationship is obviously not simple. There is also a man wearing a one-piece white dress with a gentle smile on his face. All 3 of them look very young, and they are still in their 20s on the surface, but things like evolutionists are definitely not out of the way to determine age. Just like when FANFIC first met Anu, he didn't expect that she was already in her 40s. When the 3 of them saw FANFIC, they were stunned for a moment, but then they walked to his vicinity and sat down. I thought there were only 3 examiners in our Jupiter system. The man in white looked at FANFIC and said, I am Zhang Zheng, from Tianyuan City. The 2 around me are Wang Wei and Li Chins. They are from Dong City. In the lower FANFIC, I am from the water city of Muo. FANFIC said with a smile. It turns out that Brother Shen is Mu Vicen's man. No wonder we boarded this warship first. Zhang Zheng said in a daze. Zhang Zheng was very talkative. It was obviously the first time he met FANFIC, but he started chatting with FANFIC very naturally. FANFIC was not rejected, and he was quite curious about other examiners. After all, he had been an evolutionist for too short, and he spent most of his time in the virtual realm, and had basically never had contact with other evolutionists. At this time, as the chat was held, FANFIC really quickly got to know the few people. What surprised FANFIC was that although these 3 people were from different cities of Jupiter, they had known each other for a long time. To be precise, they are very famous in their respective circles of evolution, so they have heard of each other. Now they see each other coming to participate in the assessment of the Imperial Elite program, and there is no strange intention in their hearts. It's Brother Shen, you seem to be very low-key before. I haven't heard any news. Zhang Zheng said a little strangely. Maybe. FANFIC nodded, but just when he wanted to say something, the woman named Wang Wei who had been talking to him who had not spoken suddenly said, This little brother is not necessarily low-key, right? Maybe it's because he has been an evolutionist for too short and hasn't been noticed yet. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zheng looked at Wang Wei with some surprise. Little brother?
Although Shen Fei does look very immature, you can't judge age from the surface, right? Shen Fei, you should be a student at the 3rd Evolutionary School in the Shuicheng city, right? I have seen the video of you showing off your power in your school. Wang Wei looked at Shen Fei and said. Is the video so widely? Shen Fei immediately understood what Wang Wei was talking about. It was nothing more than his fight against all the evolvers in the 3rd Evolutionary School. I don't know other places, at least it's still very popular in the Jupiter system. Wang Wei smiled. I really didn't expect that you, a student who has not graduated, can come to participate in the assessment of the Imperial Elite Program. None graduated yet. Next to them, both men were a little shocked. They were both over 50 years old. Why did the 18-year-old suddenly pop up? Haha, I'm not old enough to be ambitious. Brother Shen, I really admire you. Zhang Zheng quickly smiled and said, although there was a gap in age, since Shen Fei was able to pass the preliminary review and obtain the qualification to enter the official assessment of the Imperial Elite Program, his ability is here. You are at your age and the possibility of a new moon level 5 is too small, so you are also a new moon level 4. Suddenly, Zhang Zheng asked again. Yes, I'm the 4th level of the crescent moon. Shen Fei nodded directly. What a pity, our big Jupiter system has no new moon level 5. Our generation is quite embarrassing. Zhang Zheng shook his head slightly when he heard this. Are all the 3 of them the 4th level of the crescent moon? Shen Fei was a little surprised. He thought that at least one of the 3 people was at the 5th level of the crescent moon. The probability of the 5th level of the new moon appearing is indeed too low. If it is extended for a long time and is over hundreds of years or thousands of years, there may be a 5th level of the new moon, but in our generation, there is really not. Zhang Zheng said. Hearing this, Shen Fei nodded. Although the Jupiter system is large and has a population of over 1 trillion, it is still a little smaller than the probability of the emergence of the 5th order of the new moon. The most important thing is that although the Jupiter system is in the core area of the solar system, the residents living here do not have any special treatment, and the evolvers do not have any special benefits, so they naturally cannot break the gap with other places. It's normal to have no one. Afterwards, Shen Fei chatted with the 3 of them for a while, and he was also a little curious about what the so-called 4th level crescent moon with 1 skill looks like. He himself was stuffed in by Jin Xiao Xiao through the back door, and it was not very referenceable. These 3 people actually passed the preliminary examination and obtained the assessment qualification. According to Zhang Zheng and the other 3, Zhang Zheng has a very long combat power, and his real combat power may be stronger than the average new moon 5th level. Wang Wei and Li Qin's were selected because of their deep understanding of life genes. Just like Shen Fei, in addition to his identity as an evolutionist, also has the identity of the Void Realm Adventurer. These 2 people are not only evolvers, but also famous scholars in the industry. They have published major research results on life genes. That's a scientist. Shen Fei looked at Wang Wei and the others and felt a little strange. The previous assessment process included the learning ability. Now 2 scientists have emerged, which means that the elite chosen by the Empire is not a barbarian who only knows how to fight. Fuck, strictly speaking, I am semi-illiterate. Shen Fei felt speechless in his heart.
Compared with the vast knowledge of this era, the evolutionists taught very few cultural courses in schools, which means that they could read and understand some basic rules, which could almost be ignored. As a result, someone suddenly told him that knowledge is important. Then you guys will teach you from the beginning. Of course, Shen Fei was not panicked at this time. If it was simply a test of learning ability rather than specific knowledge, he was a silk not afraid. After all, his more than 200 small understanding was in vain. 206 Chapter 200 The assessment begins. In the starry sky near the solar system, there is a disc-shaped supergiant cosmic base with a radius of more than 1 million kilometers. At this time, as a warship landed in this base, Shen Fei, Zhang Zheng, and 4 others also entered the base. The 4 of them, led by an artificial intelligence, walked through a narrow passage in a base car and then entered a huge square. At this time, including the 4 people who had just entered, there were many figures standing sparsely in the entire square. Although the figures are sparse, the square is too big. Shen Fei estimated that there must be at least 20,000 to 30,000 people here. Are these all the examiners? Less than I thought. Zhang Zheng's voice came, and Shen Fei nodded when he heard this. There are very few. In such a huge empire, it is impossible for the number of assessors who meet the requirements to be just like this. Maybe a lot of people haven't arrived yet. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind, but in less than 10 minutes, the passages leading to this huge square suddenly disappeared there, and the entire square instantly became a completely closed environment. Closed. Shen Fei was shocked, and at this moment, call, call, call. Virtual screens rose one after another and instantly appeared in front of everyone in this square. And in the virtual screen, there is an old man with white hair and beard. Dear assessors from the galaxy, I am Chen Kang, the chief examiner of this Imperial Elite Plan assessment. The old man smiled. I guess you already know that this assessment is divided into 2 parts. What you have to face next is the first part of the comprehensive ability assessment. After 3 points, you will enter a world similar to the virtual realm. In this world, your death will not really kill you, nor do you need to repair the medicine to restore the qualification to enter the virtual realm. In this world, the talent of the virtual realm cannot be used. At this time, Shen Fei was a little surprised when he listened to the examiner's words. It turned out that this place was just an examiner in the Milky Way, no wonder there were only such people. This first part of the assessment was actually conducted in a world similar to the virtual realm. Shen Fei thought in his mind, which means he could see the dog heads of other examiners. However, although you can see it, you are likely to be unable to harvest it. Last time in the Law Enforcement Bureau of Shenshui City, he already understood when he used the virtual realm simulator that the person he killed needs to use repair potions to restore his qualification to enter the virtual realm so that he can harvest the attribute point, otherwise he will not be able to harvest it. What a pity, it's a pity. Shen Fei sighed in his heart, and at this time, the examiner in the virtual screen continued to talk about the assessment. Entering the assessment world, you will get different tasks, and what you need to do is to complete these tasks. The full score for this assessment is 70. How many points you can get depends to a certain extent on whether you complete the task, but it is not absolute.
If you perform well, you will still get high scores. In the subsequent ranking, if there are people who are the same as you, we will also judge which of you is more qualified to join the Imperial Elite program based on your performance. The examiner kept talking, and Shen Fei also had a basic understanding of this assessment. Do a task? This is exactly what adventurers in the virtual realm are good at. However, these top talented evolvers must have entered the virtual realm to more or less, and there must be many people with richer experience than Shen Fei. After all, whether you can complete the task and how you perform in the task will ultimately test the evolutionist's comprehensive ability. 3 minutes passed quickly, and at this moment, buzz! The entire huge square was suddenly shrouded in endless white light. Shen Fei subconsciously narrowed his eyes. When the white light dissipated, he suddenly found that he had come to a street filled with many figures. This is... Shen Fei looked around in surprise. The figures coming and going were definitely not humans, but strange creatures with green skin and lizard heads and tails. Alien. Shen Fei quickly reacted. Shen Fei hurriedly checked his appearance. Fortunately, he still looked like a human, but he was wearing a hooded cloak, covering up his appearance. And at this moment, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of Shen Fei. Lizardmen, the native life living on this planet of life, but they are not the real masters of this planet. There are unknown number of crystal core lives that hide themselves with the help of this race, and they are the rulers of this planet. Your mission is, find out the hidden crystal core life as much as possible and kill it. Task time limit, 3 days. It's actually an assessment related to the life of the crystal core. It's really a close follow-up to current affairs. Shen Fei sighed in his heart. Now the Empire is facing the threat of crystal core life, so it is normal for the assessment to have something to do with crystal core life. This mission is somewhat similar to the mission in the world of Crisis of Changes, but there is too little information, so I have to investigate it first. Shen Fei tightened his hooded cloak and soon disappeared into the surrounding lizard stream. Time passes, at Suanwu base. In a huge alloy room, there are tens of thousands of virtual screens floating here, and there is a figure in each virtual screen. It is the assessors who participated in this assessment. And under these virtual screens, an old man with white hair and beard was sitting here with a smile, while his eyes quickly scanning the sky these scenes on virtual screens. This is a world built on the battle reports sent back from the front line. The crystal core life hidden on this planet is not simple. Little guys, if you are careless, you will suffer a great loss. This thought flashed through the old man's mind. Crystal core life usually hides itself in other civilizations. This life planet is one discovered by the frontline during exploration. Of course, the crystal core life on this life planet is too weak for the main force on the front line. It is obviously impossible to be the real nest of the crystal core life. They did not alert the snake, but recorded it after exploring the situation. After that, the Empire built this world based on the frontline intelligence. And just as the old man was thinking, suddenly, a sound of the metal door opening sounded, and then a figure walked in. When the old man heard someone coming in, his brow frowned slightly. During the assessment time, who dared to let outsiders come in? However, When the old man turned his head and saw clearly the person he was coming, his frowning brows suddenly relaxed, and a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. The visitor was a very young woman. She was wearing a very ordinary casual outfit. She moved her steps casually. In just 1 or 2 steps, she came from the front of the old man. "Teacher Chen, it's been a long time since we met," the woman said with a smile. "The last time I met you, it was when you graduated." The old man nodded and said, "You are worthy of being the most terrifying genius in your class. In a blink of an eye, you have reached a point where I dare not even think about it." It was also a coincidence. The woman shook her head and said, "I can't be sure if I can succeed if I ask me to do it again." "But, where are you here?" The old man was a little confused. Although the person in front of him was his former student, his achievements had surpassed him many times. Her position in the empire is of great importance. "I passed by Suanyu base. It happened that today was the assessment of the Imperial Elite Plan, so I came and have a look," the woman said, and the old man nodded thoughtfully. "Have a look?" Could it be that among these examiners, there are people who interested her? The old man thought in his heart, and at the same time, the woman's eyes in front of him also stopped on one of the many virtual screens. The old man also followed the other person's gaze, and suddenly, his gaze narrowed slightly. It was a young man holding a knife. At this time, a large number of lizardmen had already fallen at his feet. "Good boy, are you going to do it now?" The old man immediately looked at it with interest. "Do you dare to be so reckless? Is it really powerful or too stupid?" "P.S. It's a bit too late, so it's a little late." 207 Chapter 201 Stable and Reckless. It was unknown when it started to rain in the sky. Under the erosion of the rain, a trace of blue-green liquid was quickly washed away and drifted on the ground. However, for some people with extremely sensitive senses, some tastes and colors are extremely clear in their eyes even if they have been diluted countless times. At this time, 2 figures wearing hooded cloaks came to a street. One of them bent down and touched the rainwater. Soon, a pure blue-green liquid was raised from the rainwater and suspended in the figure's palm. Suddenly, a hint of clarity appeared on the figure's face. "I can't be wrong, there is also a massacre here." The figure stood up, and he looked at another person and said, "And you, if there is only one place to kill, it can be speculated that it is an accident, but now we have discovered 7 or 8 places, then there is only one possibility, and the examiner will take action." "Tisk tisk, there are such reckless people." Anu tisked her mouth and said, "This guy is simply a living Buddha from heaven. I was worried about not being able to figure out the details of this place. Now, he's going to kill all kinds of monsters, and he should have popped up." Hearing this, the figure nodded slightly. "I'm a little curious. Are the lizard men he killed all the crystal nucleus life bodies?" Anu suddenly said. "After coming to this world, our evolutionary certificate was banned, and the things inside could not be taken out. The weapons and props on him were only 1 or 2 basic equipment given by the official. Can he really distinguish the life subbody of the crystal nucleus?" It seems that you don't pay much attention to the news about the Empire during this period. Since the crystal nucleus life penetrated into the Empire, a large number of methods of identifying crystal nucleus life have been reported. Without mentioning some technological tools, even if you are empty-handed, the power of the mind and evolutionary methods can be achieved. However, one thing is certain, at the speed of his massacre, the range of detection he can detect is definitely not small. The figure said in contemplation. I took a long vacation to break through the 5th level of the new moon. I really didn't pay attention to these. Anu was not confused about this matter, and she asked immediately. Let's follow us quickly. If something really happens to this guy, we will save him, which is a good opportunity to perform. The figure nodded immediately. Indeed, although the other party is a competitor, if they can save the other party at critical moments, their performance will definitely improve a lot. You should know that this task is to deal with crystal core life. They are both humans, so unity is the most correct. Of course, if the other party does not need rescue, it doesn't matter. They can investigate the information and find out the situation here. It's not a loss to the left. On the other side, Shen Fei, holding a black knife, was standing in front of a building about 50 meters high and full of hemispherical shape. Hi! It seems that I have discovered a big guy. A look of surprise appeared on Shen Fei's face, but he did not hesitate and walked directly towards the building. Just now, Shen Fei did start a game massacre. However, he did not take action without any brains. He first explored the place and Shen Fei found that the lizardmen living here were still in a very backward social state, and they gathered together in the form of a tribe. The lizardman's technology has not started at all, and its strongest weapon is even a stone tool. Of course, none of these matter. Importantly, Shen Fei now has two major detection methods, doghead detection plus mental power detection. Needless to say, the doghead detection can directly judge the strength of the enemy. The exploration of the spiritual power is the exploration method he learned from Feng Yi, the captain of the Shen Feng. In the past, this method was a bit useless for Shen Fei because the detection range was too small. But now, with Shen Fei's spiritual power many times, his exploration range has reached 500 meters. Although the 500 meters are still not big, the practicality is undoubtedly much greater than before. Through the exploration of the mental power with a small range, Shen Fei could easily discover the child bodies of crystal nucleus life, and through the doghead detection, Shen Fei found that these child bodies did not even have a green dog head. Although, according to common sense popularized by the Empire, weak child bodies do not mean that the crystal nucleus life body is also weak. Because it doesn't take much effort to create a subbody in the crescent realm of crystal nuclear life, but they cannot easily create a subbody in the sun realm of Oscar. Because the subbody crystal crevices are too fragile, it is difficult to directly serve as the energy core that breaks through the sun realm. If you want the child to reach the sun realm, the crystal core life will cost a lot of extra thought. Therefore, even the crystal core life of the sun realm will not easily create the sun realm subbody. Therefore, the subbody is weak, and the crystal nucleus life body is not necessarily weak. But Shen Fei still took action. Shen Fei judged that even if the crystal core life hidden here is in the Sun Realm, it cannot be a high-level Sun Realm. How can a high-level Sun Realm not create a subbody in the Sun Realm? And what else is there to be afraid of in the low-level Sun Realm? So, Shen Fei took action. He used the power of his mind to investigate and kill in this tribe, and he did not let any of the crystal nucleus life bodies go away. With the exploration of the power of the mind, it is too easy for him to kill the child of the crystal nucleus life. Go directly at the crystal core and take one knife. At this time, boom! Shen Fei kicked the door of the hemispherical building to pieces, and he also stepped directly into it. At this moment, in this building, 3 lizard men were huddling together and sleeping soundly. The huge movement instantly made a majestic lizard man open his eyes, while the other 2 lizard men still slept soundly. The majestic lizardman walked out in anger. Jilly Gilu! A roar of unknown significance, but the response to him was a knife. In an instant, the crystal nucleus in the majestic lizard human body shattered, and he fell down instantly. He seems to be scolding me. Shen Fei thought in his heart that the lizard man's language was strange, but he killed all the way and learned a few sentences even if he guessed. There is no way, I have too high understanding, so I subconsciously learned a lot. Of course, this doesn't matter. I don't know if you can understand what I said, but now, do you still want to hide it? Shen Fei looked at a floor. It turns out to be a human being. I really didn't expect that the sound of the music was heard. The next moment, rumble! The floor exploded in an instant, and even the entire hemispherical building exploded. As countless soil, sand, and gravel splashed, a giant nearly 100 meters high burst out from the ground. 208 Chapter 202 The Genius Shen Fei. What's that? At this time, Yu and the others saw the figure nearly 100 meters tall suddenly popped up at a glance. Although the heavy black rain made their vision blurry, their vision could still clearly see the huge black shadow. This is a monster with 2 extremely thick thighs. The monster has 6 sickle-like arms, its head is flat, and its eyes are densely packed like a spider. At this time, as soon as the monster appeared, endless lightning suddenly emerged from its body. Rumble! The entire sky seemed to turn into blazing white, and then infinite lightning condensed, forming a set of lightning armor on the surface of the monster. It's the evolutionary method thunder. Anyu's eyes showed a trace of disbelief. This thing is nearly 100 meters high. How much energy does it take to open up internal circulation in its body? But Anyu is very sure that this is the effect of the evolution method thunder. After all, her cultivation of this evolution has reached the 5th level of the new moon, and her understanding of this evolution method can be said to be comparable to that of few people. Are you sure? Another figure asked immediately. It was incredible. Besides, this lightning control is stronger than mine. Anyu's tone suddenly became solemn. She is already at the 5th level of the crescent moon, and at most people in the crescent moon realm are comparable to her, so it is impossible to be better than her. In other words, this is the evolutionary method thunder that has reached the Sun realm. It's the third level of the Sun realm. Anu was convinced that the second level evolution method of the Sun realm might be stronger than her, but it was not much stronger. Moreover, if the crystal core life breaks through the Sun realm, it will at least be at the third level of the Sun realm. Because, reaching the fourth level of the crescent life does not require understanding the power of the mind like humans, and it is not easy to expose any effort. Therefore, if the monster in front of you is in the Sun realm, it can only be in the third level of the Sun realm. Just when Anu and the others were shocked, the huge monster also burst into flames after condensed with lightning armor. Move. Its 6 sickle-like arms turned into countless after-images and began to hammer the ground frantically. In an instant, the violent storm caused by the terrifying power began to spread in all directions. The tribe of this lizardman is actually very large, with a diameter of more than 20 miles alone. However, under the crazy attacks of this huge monster, the aftermath of the aftermath instantly destroyed the tribe. Under this aftermath, ordinary lizard people naturally have no possibility of survival. Fuck, so fierce. Anu couldn't help but swear. Although these aftermaths were nothing to her, she could feel the other party's terrifying strength from it. With such a big body, it's okay to have a terrifying power, but it's so fast. It should be attacking that person. Are we still going? Anu couldn't help asking. Are you the opponent of this thing? Another figure asked back. I will be beaten into meat pie. Anu said. Then let's withdraw first. We can't deal with this crystal core life by just the two of us. We need more helpers. The figure said immediately. There are tens of thousands of genius evolvers who have come to this world this time. This crystal core is so powerful that it may be a boss or something. You must gather the strength of everyone to have hope of solving it. That guy who took the initiative to act was also unlucky. He led to such a terrifying crystal core life as soon as he took action. Yeah. But his sacrifice is valuable, and this kind of intelligence was found. This is so valuable. Anu and the others sighed and evacuated quickly. However, before they could retreat far, Anu suddenly turned her head and took a look. Suddenly, she stopped. What's wrong? Another figure asked. Look, is there 2 missing arms of the monster? Anu asked with a strange expression. When another figure heard this, he immediately turned around in surprise. Sure enough, the monster originally had 6 arms, but now there are only 4 left. Moreover, he also saw that there were a large number of granulations squirming wildly where the monster lost the 2 arms. It was obviously the crystal core life that was relying on his ability to repair the body of this behemoth. Where did those 2 arms go? The 2 of them had this question in their minds, and soon they discovered the clue. A shadow that was almost impossible to see flashed by, and suddenly, another arm of the monster was thrown away. And as time went by, the huge monster's 6 arms quickly remained. Immediately afterwards, the monster's head was also cut off. As visible to the naked eye, the monster is constantly being dismembered. Really or not? And you looked at all this in shock. This assessment is a new moon realm assessment, right? The sun realm evolution is not on the same track as us. Another figure was also shocked at this time. What monster is so powerful in the crescent moon realm? Come and have a look. Anu asked. Must go. Although I had known that the empire was so big, there would definitely be a pervert who was stronger than us. I didn't expect that there would be such a pervert. I must know this. The figure nodded immediately, and the figure also sighed. No wonder this person dared to take action directly before. It turned out that he was confident. Anu didn't say anything. They were considered rude and was a great living Buddha. In the blink of an eye, she became a peerless master who was in control. However, it is natural that the other party is so strong. At the same time, in the Suanwu base, there are tens of thousands of virtual videos of the assessors floating. The examiner Chen Kang was gently stroking his beard, and at the same time he was staring at the monster that was constantly being dismembered. This spiritual power has reached at least 5-star level. Chen Kang looked at the woman who had walked in before and asked. A handsome man. Shen Fei, from Muo, is 18 years old this year. The woman said. 18 years old. Chen Kang suddenly tore off a few of his beards. It's really amazing. I don't know where he got such strong spiritual power. The woman said in confusion. Although there is no strict positive correlation between the power of the mind and age, 18 is indeed too young and has not experienced anything. A genius. Chen Kang's eyes showed a look of surprise. He had such a powerful spiritual power at such a young age, and the future was unimaginable. At this time, under the gaze of the two, the huge monster in the virtual screen quickly fell down completely. One person can solve a crystal core life, really? Chen Kang couldn't help but shake his head. This mission actually requires the joint efforts of many evolutionary geniuses. Without joining forces, it is impossible to solve these crystal core lives by relying solely on personal strength. Thinking of this, Chen Kang's eyes also swept to other virtual screens. At this time, in other parts of the planet, some assessors also led to behemoths. However, these assessors were not so relaxed when facing these giants. They were unlucky and were killed on the spot. They only escaped with a strong sense of vigilance and good luck. 209 Chapter 203 Peng Yu. The black rain was still clattering. At this time, the huge monster that had caused the nearby earth to shake has turned into thousands of pieces of different sizes. Shen Fei fell to the ground with a sudden sigh. His eyes were always staring at a wreckage of the huge monster. At this time the flesh and blood squirmed on the surface, and then a figure emerged from it. This is a life full of darkness. He has hands and feet and two sharp-looking horns on his head. Shen Fei remembers that Limbs, who he killed in the world of Crisis of Changes, was 80 points similar to this. You are the crystal core life body. Shen Fei was a little surprised. Seeing the huge monster just now skillfully using some evolutionary method, he thought that it was the essence of crystal core life. Although it is probably not easy to open up an inner cycle in such a large body, it is a matter of crystal core life and it has nothing to do with him, so he didn't think much about it at the beginning. But now when he saw this figure emerging from the huge monster's body, Shen Fei suddenly realized that this was the crystal core life body. And that huge monster may be an external weapon for crystal core life control. Just like humans can drive mechas, no one stipulates that crystal core life cannot be. However, this weapon has amazing effect and can perfectly exert the evolution method of crystal core life. Humans, don't even know this. Do you dare to come to our territory? Wait, your day of destruction will soon come. The crystal core life sneered, but the next moment, laugh. An arm suddenly penetrated into his chest. Shen Fei withdrew his arm, and what he was holding was a shiny crystal core. Losing the crystal core as its original body, the dark body will naturally no longer move. Human, my companions will avenge me. An invisible fluctuation came from the crystal core, and the air trembled and let out a roar. Immediately afterwards, Shen Fei suddenly saw the crystal core in his hand flashing wildly. Shen Fei, who noticed something was wrong, threw the crystal core out suddenly. Next moment, boom! A mushroom cloud rose up, and the lizardman tribe, which had already become a ruin, completely disappeared from this life planet. This crystal core life actually has the ability to self-destruct. Shen Fei was standing in front of a large hole that was blown out, and his expression was very calm. The crystal core life in the Sun realm has already regarded itself as its energy core and has stored a large amount of energy in the crystal core. It seems that it is not surprising that it can master self-destruction skills. However, although the power of this self-destruction is comparable to a large-scale nuclear bomb, it is really not worth mentioning to Shen Fei now. He could resist even if he resisted, not to mention that he could easily run out of the explosion range. Shen Fei thought about it for a while, and he soon prepared to go to another place to take a look. Although Shen Fei felt that he could only sweep this crystal core life, and this assessment was stable by 80%, he could not be careless even if he still had 20%. He naturally prepared to score more points in performance. However, just as Shen Fei was about to leave, suddenly a sound full of shock and disbelief sounded in his ears. "Brother Shen Fei? Is it you?" Shen Fei was suddenly shocked. He turned around and saw two figures coming quickly from the side. He didn't recognize one figure, but the other one. Although the clothes he wore changed, the exquisite makeup still had a familiar taste, and Shen Fei recognized the person at a glance. "It's really a place where we meet in life. Mizan Yu, I didn't expect to meet you here." A smile appeared on Shen Fei's face. "It's really you." An Yu walked over quickly. She looked up and down at Shen Fei in disbelief. She then asked, "You killed the crystal core life in the Sun realm just now. What about that?" Shen Fei asked back. Yuan Ling looked at Shen Fei, and his heart was filled with storms.
She has known Shen Fei for a long time, but she knows that this guy is very young. In the virtual realm world before, it would be fine if you were so perverted by relying on technological weapons and virtual realm talents, but here, virtual realm talents and technological weapons are useless. Are you still so perverted? Are you cheating? And you, do you know this gentleman? Suddenly, a voice came from beside him, and Anling came to his senses. This is Shen Fei. I met him in the Void Realm world before. And you quietly said in the ear of the figure, this guy is a rich man. Shen Fei, this is Peng Yu, who is joyful, and it is not the same name as me. Don't look at her inconspicuously, she is an evolutionist at the 5th level of the Crescent Moon. Anling introduced to Shen Fei again. When Shen Fei heard this, he also looked at the person beside Anling. The other person looked a little ordinary and had an average figure, but he had an unconscious sense of tranquility. He knew it was not simple at first glance. Hello, Mr. Shen Fei, you were so handsome when you killed that crystal core life before. You made an you and I stunned. Peng Yu stretched out his hand and said with a smile. He is strong and rich, and he is such a perfect man. Hello. Shen Fei nodded and said, this is the first time I have seen a 5th level evolver in reality. Ms. Peng Yu does look a little different from an ordinary evolver. Brother Shen Fei, I should be the first level 5 of the new moon you see. And Yu hurriedly corrected it, and a smile appeared on her face. Becoming an evolutionist at the 5th level of the new moon is definitely the most boastful thing she has done in this period of time. Oh! Shen Fei turned his head and looked at An Yu, and he nodded immediately. In fact, he had guessed it a long time ago. The first is that since An Yu appeared in this assessment, the probability of reaching the 5th level of the new moon is quite high. Secondly, An Yu had a big green dog head on her head, which was very conspicuous. For Shen Fei now, the green dog head is either the sun realm or the 5th level of the new moon, and the 4th level of the new moon is no longer worthy of becoming a dog head. An Yu's sudden appearance did surprise Shen Fei. However, after chatting with the two for a while, he found that they knew nothing about this place. The reason why they were together was purely because they were lucky enough to meet each other soon after entering this world. In addition, they have a good relationship in reality, so they acted together. Therefore, after meeting the two, Shen Fei's previous thoughts did not change, but instead prepared to continue to go to other places to take a look. Of course, it is not right to say nothing has changed. His way of action has changed. At this moment, as Peng Yu slapped his hands on the ground, soon a giant bird that seemed to be made of soil rose into the air. Peng Yu was the first to jump on the bird's back. She immediately invited Shen Fei and An Yu to go to other places on the air route. 210 Chapter 204 Call to Assemble. At a height of 10,000 meters, An Yu sat on the back of a huge bird. She looked at the giant bird that was really flapping her wings and flying, her eyes full of disbelief. Peng Yu, we have known each other for a long time. Why didn't I know you have this trick? An Yu looked at Peng Yu. Do you think this trick is useful in the Empire? Peng Yu couldn't help but ask. An Yu was speechless. Indeed,
if anyone in the empire rides a bird, she will have to laugh at the other party for at least 2.5 years. Is this done through the ability of evolution? Shen Fei was also a little confused at this time. In his impression, the evolutionary methods were straightforward. For example, in the transformation of the waste god, pure violence is that it has great power and fast speed, and it mainly focuses on crushing. Anu's evolution method thunder is easy to understand. The energy in the body can be converted into various special lightning through internal circulation, and these lightning can produce many effects. For example, condensed into thunder and lightning armor, which greatly increased Anu's speed, etc. My evolutionary method is called material manipulation. Peng Yu said. Material manipulation. Shen Fei was shocked when he heard this. Sounds amazing, doesn't it? Peng Yu said with a wry smile. But there is nothing to be surprised about. The energy generated by my evolution can be integrated into other matters, so that I can control these matters. But the evolutionary method had only the millimeter level of control over matter at the beginning, and could only change the form of matter from the surface. It was not until I reached the 5th level of the crescent moon that this evolutionary method finally transformed to the molecular level. Molecular level? Isn't that the same as the crystal nucleus life? Shen Fei asked. In theory, yes. Peng Yu nodded. In fact, this evolutionary method was a waste before the 5th level of the new moon. Its actual combat value is not high and scientific research value is not great. But once you reach the 5th level of the new moon, your evolution method will be a little scary. Shen Fei said immediately. Crystal nucleus life can only change and control organic matter, but this evolution method can control any matter. Molecular level manipulation is also qualitative, such as turning an ordinary piece of coal into diamond or a more powerful structure. Of course, this requires a certain amount of knowledge reserves, and illiterate obviously cannot play this evolutionary method. No wonder you are more persistent than me. You must reach the 5th level of the new moon. Anu also looked at Peng Yu in a daze. Peng Yu is actually much older than her. If she is an ordinary person and has not used the means of prolonging her life, she is probably an old lady. I will not become the 5th level of the new moon, so I can ignore the effect of this evolutionary method in the future. Peng Yu said with emotion. In fact, many special evolutionary methods are like this. If you don't reach the 5th level of the new moon, you will be useless. Unlike the simple and crude evolution methods of the Source and the Tongshen lineage, it doesn't matter in the new moon realm. Whether it can reach the 5th level of the new moon is actually just a little impact on its strength. But if it is purely strength, as long as it can be improved in the Sun realm, it can be made up sooner or later. Peng Yu was still talking, but Shen Fei and Anu's faces turned dark at the same time. If you offend two people in one sentence, just shut up if you can't speak. When Peng Yu saw the two of them, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Anu was one of the Source lines. She knew that they were very familiar with each other and didn't care about this little joke. But Shen Fei's reaction was a little beyond Peng Yu's expectations. She immediately understood that Shen Fei was probably an evolutionist of these two veins. Well, of course, if these two meridians can break through the 5th level of the new moon, it will naturally be excellent. Not to mention anything else, the upper limit of the future will be much higher than that of others. Peng Yu quickly patched it. Hearing this, Shen Fei and Anyu's expressions improved a little. The three of them said, and the giant bird was flying all the way. Although it was 10,000 meters high, none of the three of them were ordinary people. They could see everything on the ground clearly. The giant bird flew out about a few hundred miles before they discovered a tribe of lizard men. However, the center of the lizardmen tribe was in a mess, and a battle obviously took place. Call. The giant bird fell in the lizardman tribe. The three of them checked the traces here and quickly confirmed that a huge crystal core life had also emerged here. I thought the one you killed by brother Shen Fei was the boss. It turned out to be just an elite monster. Anyu was a little disbelief. Is this assessment too difficult? Someone died. Peng Yu squatted down in one place, her hands gently stroked her from that place, and soon a ball of dark red liquid emerged from the ground. Blood. Shen Fei asked. Yeah. Peng Yu nodded and said, it's blood mixed with more than 10 people, and at least 10 evolutionists were killed. The life of that crystal core may have also left here. Shen Fei moved around here, and at the same time, his spiritual power continued to scan the surroundings, but he found nothing. If you were the crystal core life on this life planet and you suddenly discovered that a strange life appeared, what would you do? Anyu suddenly asked. We should contact other crystalline core lives, right? Peng Yu said. Although the technology of the lizard people on this planet is very backward, crystalline core lives may not be possible, and there is a high probability that they will have their own contact information. We are not strangers to these crystal core lives. Shen Fei said. The crystal core life I killed knew as soon as I saw me, and I looked like I was facing a great enemy. So that. Anyu and Peng Yu each pondered for a moment, and then they came to the same conclusion. After this crystal nucleus life leaves, it is likely that it will go to find other crystal nucleus lives, and they will gather together. This crystal core life is perverted and gathers together again. Anyu and Peng Yu instantly felt a headache. The one alone was so strong. If there were a bunch of crystal core lives like that, how could this mission be completed? Of course, only Anyu and the others had the headache. Shen Fei was very relaxed. He didn't need to surpass himself, he just needed to be better than others. If no one else can kill the life of the crystal core, then this assessment will definitely be stable. However, although he felt that he could win by playing the game next, Shen Fei still pondered for a while and then said, the only way is to unite the evolvers. Although the absolute strength of crystal core life will definitely crush these evolutionists in the Crescent Moon realm, those who come here are all imperial elites. Once they unite, they may burst out with extraordinary power. We don't have any communication equipment. It's impossible to unite tens of thousands of evolutionists in just 3 days, right? Anyu felt that this plan was not very reliable. But at this moment, a burst of squeaks suddenly sounded in the ears of the three of them. Dear human evolutionists, the next sound you hear comes from a brainwave transmitter. Please listen to me. The crystal nucleus life of this life planet is extremely powerful. There are more than 100 of the proven Sun realm alone. Now, these crystal nucleus lives have been united, and they have strong biotechnology to lock in you scattered around the world. If you continue to stay in place, you will be found and killed by the crystal nucleus life soon. Now, please come to the northern pole of this planet as soon as possible, and we will build strongholds here that are enough to block their searches. At present, only by uniting can we defeat these crystal core lives. A series of sounds sounded one after another, and Shen Fei and the other two who were listening to these sounds fell into deep thought. So that's it. The crystal core life here is not only going to unite with other crystal core lives, but also hunting for evolvers scattered around the world. Shen Fei nodded in his heart, but he also sighed. These people are too efficient. They found out so many things in such a short time and took countermeasures. Their response measures were the same as Shen Fei thought, that was to gather more forces to deal with crystal core life. Do you think this is true or false? Where did this guy get the brainwave transmitter? Could it be the conspiracy of crystal nucleus life? Anu asked in confusion. It is possible. Peng Yu said, for example, through my evolution method, I can easily create a lot of materials. In addition, with someone who understands the structure of brainwave machines, I can directly pinch out a machine like this. Anu immediately took a breath. Are you perverts? Why can this be done? Mr. Shen Fei, what do you think? Peng Yu looked at Shen Fei. I think I can go and have a look. Shen Fei said calmly. Even if it is a trap, he may not be unable to kill it. Since you're going, then as soon as possible. Peng Yu couldn't wait. She speculated that there might be her companions in that North Pole. She must quickly get some performance points, otherwise how can she surpass others in the end? 211 Chapter 205 Each performs his duties. In the Arctic of unknown planets, this is a continent covered with ice, with temperatures as low as -100 degrees. At this time, with a big bird falling, Shen Fei and the other three came here. It's really a liar, where are people? Anu looked into the distance, and looked around and saw endless white, and there was no trace of it. The concept of a planet Arctic may be very large, but the North Pole is just a little bit. Is there anyone nearby clear? Ms. Anu, you are wrong. There is really something here. Shen Fei said, and he walked to a nearby iceberg and reached out to touch it. Sure enough, a light curtain appeared faintly. Seeing this, Shen Fei looked back at Anu and signaled to her. How did you find out? Anu was a little surprised, and she and Peng Yu walked over quickly. The power of the mind. Shen Fei said, and when he heard this, Anuetu Peng Yu immediately understood in his heart. They had actually guessed that the reason why Shen Fei could kill the huge crystal core life alone was because of his excessively powerful spiritual power. Evolutionists cannot have such strong strength in the Crescent realm by relying solely on evolutionary talent and evolutionary methods, especially without carrying any powerful weapons. You're so awesome! Anu said with some admiration. She used to think that Shan Fei was a Krypton guy, but now it seems that this guy is an absolute genius. The power of the mind is different from other powers. Other powers may be obtained through external forces, but the power of the mind must depend on oneself. Anu can reach the 5th level of the new moon. Of course she also has strong spiritual power, but it is only strong. Her spiritual power has little impact on her strength. How can she use it as the main force like Shan Fei? Did you know about this on the first day? Shan Fei smiled. He was amazing for a long time. Just as the few people were talking, suddenly, the energy light curtain that Shan Fei touched disappeared in the flash, and a dark and bottomless cave appeared in front of the three of them. 3. You are here at the right time. A hearty laugh came, and then a man with a smile walked over. The man looks very young, in his 20s. The man is extremely handsome, no less than Shan Fei. The most important thing is that he has a green dog head on his head, which is likely to be another 5th-level evolutionist in the new moon. Lin Feng, what are the three of you? The man walked to Shan Fei and the other two and asked at the same time. Shan Fei. Ling. Peng Yu. After a while, Lin Feng briefly explained the situation here to the three of them. He led them to the inside of the cave. Time is tight, the conditions here are very simple, please don't mind 3. Lin Feng said as he walked. Simple conditions are nothing. The key is, how did you create such a place in such a short time? Anu looked at the surrounding situation and the passage was obviously just dug out. After digging out such a large underground space in such a short time, has the gopher become a sperm? This is thanks to a friend who is very good at this aspect. Lin Feng said with emotion, and he followed. If we want to deal with crystal core life, we must exert our strength. The three of us must have come here with this purpose. I'll ask, do you three have anything good at? Or, what do you think you have mastered and may be effective in dealing with crystal core life? Hearing this, Shan Fei and Anu were silent. What are you good at? What else can evolvers be good at besides fighting? My evolutionary method is called material manipulation. Peng Yu immediately became energetic. After briefly explaining her evolutionary method, she immediately said, so, if you need any materials, I can help make them. Of course, the premise of my manufacturing is that there must be raw materials. I can decompose organic matter into carbon and water, but I can't turn sand into gold. Decomposing organic matter into carbon and water, or turning graphite into diamond is all molecular changes. Peng Yu can do it easily, but if she gives her a pile of sand to make her cherish the materials, she will have no choice. Only with a more microscopic manipulation can she do this. At this time, Lin Feng heard what Peng Yu said, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Ms. Peng, you came too timely. The laboratory is short of talents like you. Lin Feng said immediately. I'll take you there right now. Peng Yu nodded without any surprise. 5 minutes later. 2. This is the combat conference room we specially opened. Please come in. After Lin Feng sent Peng Yu to the laboratory, he brought Shan Fei and Anu to an extremely spacious room. After a few simple explanations, he left. At this time, there were thousands of people in this room, some of whom were staying alone in the corner, and some were gathering together to talk. Shen Fei and Anu asked someone to ask about the situation. They quickly understood that this place was called a combat conference room, but in fact it was a temporary place to settle down. Most of the people waiting here were only good at fighting and had no use for the time being. Shen Fei and Anu, who understood their situation, also found a place to wait. It seems that those of us who are good at fighting will just wait for a fight at that time. Anu sat cross-legged there. She reached out to draw a chessboard, picked up a pile of stones from the side, and waved her hand to cut it into pieces. Will Interstellar go? Let's have a game. Anu looked at Shen Fei. I said, aren't you afraid of getting a super low score in the end? Shen Fei looked at Anu with a strange expression. What's there to be afraid of? On the surface, Peng Yu's evolution method is easier to score points, but the Empire cannot do without a strong combat power. As long as I perform well enough in the subsequent battles, the score cannot be low. Anu said confidently. I'm at the 5th level of the new moon, and my combat power is not comparable to that of the 5th level of the new moon. Hearing this, Shen Fei nodded. Anu looks careless, but she is actually very sober. She knows very well what her strengths are and understands that it is useless to be anxious now. It has to be said that it is impossible for a fool to become an evolver of the 5th level of the new moon. Of course, Anu said that her combat power is not comparable to an average synth moon 5th level evolver, and Shen Fei also recognized it. In the world of Falling Sky, Anu fought back and forth with a first-level person in the Sun realm without breaking an arm. Now she has become the 5th level of the new moon. With various basic attributes alone, she may have improved by nearly 10 times. Her evolution method has also undergone a final qualitative change in the 5th level of the new moon. Anu is definitely much stronger than the 2nd level of the Sun realm now, and maybe she has the strength that is nearly the 3rd level of the Sun realm. She performed well, and her performance score was unlikely to be low. Can you come? Anu asked again. Your chess piece is well carved. Shen Fei took half of the chess piece. Anu is not panicked. Why is he panicked? Of course, this is a unique skill. Anu smiled confidently and asked her to beat Shen Fei, the rookie. 212 Chapter 206 I have a word. Shen Fei and Anu played a chess for 2.5 days. At the beginning, Shen Fei never won a single game, and Anu was indeed a master. But with time, Shen Fei began to win, and it became easier and easier to win. At this time, impossible, it's impossible. Anu stared at the chessboard tightly. She tried to make a move, but after thinking for a long time, she could only put down her hand with a depressed look on her face. I'm careless, let's have another game. Anu gritted her teeth. I can let you 2 sons. Shen Fei said lightly. Need not. Anu snorted coldly, 1 son is enough. It's okay. Shen Fei agreed happily. However, just as the two were about to start a new game, suddenly, everyone! A loud voice suddenly sounded, and Shen Fei and An Yu suddenly came to their senses. Shen Fei turned his head and looked at it, and found that Lin Feng, who had not been here before, not only appeared in this room, but also stood at a high place. It seems that this chess can't be played anymore, Shen Fei said. Wait until this assessment is over, wait for me. An Yu said this harsh words, but in fact, she felt relieved in her heart. In just a short period of time, her heart was almost broken, and it would be better if it could end at this time. I will never play chess with this pervert in my life. An Yu made up her mind secretly. At this time, Lin Feng, who was standing on the high ground, also spoke again. Until now, there are less than 8 hours before the end of this assessment. I think you have been waiting for a long time. And at this moment, it's finally time for us to fight back. Lin Feng, what have you prepared for these 2 days? Don't keep it aside, just say it, I don't want to wait for this period of time in vain. A somewhat unhappy voice sounded. I will definitely not let you wait in vain. In fact, we have gained a lot in the past 2 days. Lin Feng smiled and said. First of all, after the efforts of all compatriots, in the past 2 days, we have investigated detailed information on the life of crystal nucleus on this planet. Lin Feng said. Behind him, a huge virtual screen appeared, which was divided into more than 100 pieces, and each piece had the shadow of a huge monster. These are all the Sun Realm crystal nuclear life that exists on this life planet. Lin Feng said, of course, the real crystal core life is not so huge. What we see should be a biological weapon. Biological weapons? What is that? Someone asked. The crystal core life of this planet is not primitive. Instead, they have high life technology. This biological weapon is one of the products. Lin Feng said. The crystal core life in the Sun Realm hides in this huge biological weapon to provide energy for it. This biological weapon can perfectly inherit the evolutionary ability of the crystal core life. Simply put, this is an evolutionary amplifier. Evolutionary amplifier. Hearing this, many evolvers nodded. In fact, they have more or less encountered the attacks of those giants, and naturally they all know that the abilities they show are indeed the effects of various evolutionary methods. But if the internal circulation is opened up in such a giant, the energy required is too much, and it will not be worth the cost. Lin Feng's explanation is much more reasonable now. These crystal cores of the Sun Realm are already powerful, and they have such biological weapons in their bodies. How can we deal with them? Many evolvers had headaches. Even though they have many people and many powers, the gap in strength is too big. In the past 2 days, more than 20,000 evolvers gathered here, but like An Yu, there are only a few evolvers who can have the strength of the 3rd level of the Sun Realm in the Crescent Moon Realm. Most evolvers are at the 4th level of the New Moon, and even if they are good at fighting, they are actually comparable to the 1st level of the ordinary Sun Realm. The crystal core life not only has at least the 3rd level of the Sun Realm, but also has powerful biological weapons. This really makes people feel powerless. Even if it is difficult, we have to go. Lin Feng said. Besides, don't be discouraged. We have prepared a lot of weapons and will be distributed to you later. Can weapons created in such a short time deal with that kind of enemy?
Most evolvers were skeptical in their hearts. It's only 2.5 days. Unless you move a military factory in the Empire, what kind of weapons will you use to make? Pinch it with your hands? You will know whether the weapon is easy to use. Lin Feng didn't say much, and he said directly, but now, you should choose your opponent first. While speaking, part of the virtual screen behind Lin Feng quickly expanded. In the blink of an eye, a monster crawling on the ground, like a huge ladybug, spread the entire virtual screen. We set the number of this crystal nucleus life to 112. His evolution method is likely to be the ice of the source line. We need 100 people to deal with him. Does anyone think that they can deal with this crystal nucleus life and can get to my place? The ice of the original line? Tisk, I'm familiar with this evolution method, let me do it. A somewhat strong man suddenly spoke, and he jumped suddenly and jumped directly to the platform. Immediately afterwards, people also stood up one after another. Until 100 people were gathered, Lin Feng immediately released pictures of other crystal core lives and selected the people who took action. Until the end, Lin the Wind emitted the last picture. When everyone saw the biological weapons in this picture, their expressions changed suddenly. The biological weapons before were all about a height of about 100 meters, but this one was at least more than 500 meters. From this body shape alone, everyone knows that it is not simple. In fact, this is our biggest challenge. Lin Feng said solemnly. Other crystal core lives should be just the Yakan realm that breaks through the 4th level of the new moon, but this one is likely to be a Wushu level breakthrough in the 5th level of the new moon, that is, he is the 4th level of the Yakan realm, and his evolution method is even more powerful. Its number is 001, and we have more than 8,000 people left, let's deal with him together. Lin Feng said suddenly. Hearing this, all the evolved people felt slightly in their hearts. The other crystal core lives are about 100 people, but this one requires 8,000 people? However, the crystal core life of the 4th level of the Sun realm, the Sun realm is the gap that begins from the 3rd level of the Sun realm. Each level is at least 10 times the strength increase. This 4th level of the Sun realm is indeed much stronger than the 3rd level of the Sun realm. Not to mention, the biological weapon controlled by this 001 is definitely stronger than the biological weapons controlled by other crystal core lives. If you don't have any objections, then we will issue weapons and prepare to do it. Lin Feng spoke again. Although most of the evolutionists felt that the battle was very lingering, they could not come up with a better solution. At this moment, they had to silently prepare to accept it. Anyway, no one wants to win this battle. As long as you perform better later, you can get some points. But at this moment, I have a word. A calm voice suddenly sounded, leave this No 001 crystal core life to me to deal with. You more than 8,000 people can just deal with other crystal core lives. What? Almost all the evolvers were slightly confused at this moment. They suspected that they had heard it wrong. Some people said they wanted to deal with 001 alone. Everyone looked at the sound, but they didn't see anyone. At this time, a figure appeared on the platform for no reason. 213 Chapter 207 Secret Weapons. The sudden sound instantly surprised everyone. Did they hear it wrong? Someone actually wants to deal with this 001 alone? At this time, in an inconspicuous place in this huge combat conference room, Zhang Zheng from the Jupiter system suddenly said, "Ah! Why, brother Zhang, do you know that guy?" Someone next to him asked. Zhang Zheng was not in a hurry to speak. He looked at the figure who had appeared on the platform. After repeated confirmation, he finally nodded. "Yes, I know it. This is Shen Fei, the evolutionist of our Jupiter system." "Oh? Is he strong?" Someone asked again, although everyone subconsciously felt that it was unlikely that someone could deal with 001 alone, but the people gathered here were not mobs, so no one would make such jokes to attract attention, right? If he can't do it, he can't become a clown? At that time, I'm afraid that this person's deeds will be circulated in the entire Milky Way and even the entire Empire's circle of evolutionists. "I don't know this either," Zhang Zheng said a little embarrassedly. He didn't know how to defend Shen Fei at this time. Last time Shen Fei told him that he was just the 4th level of the crescent moon. A new moon 4th level evolver will deal with 001? At this time, standing on the platform, Shen Fei stood there safely in front of many questioning gazes, without any panic. He was really capable. "Shen Fei, you just said, are you here to deal with 001? Suddenly, Lin Feng's words came from the side. Although the two have only said a few words so far, Lin Feng still remembers Shen Fei very clearly. Shen Fei came here with the very critical 5th level evolutionist of the crescent moon, Peng Yu, and there is another 5th level new moon among his peers. It has to be said that Shen Fei has opened up a gap with ordinary geniuses in this social circle alone. After all, most of these tens of thousands of people are actually level 4 of the new moon, and level 5 of the new moon only accounts for a small part. "Yes, I'll deal with him." Shen Fei nodded calmly. "This is not a joke. According to our plan, even if we cannot kill 001, we must at least delay his pace," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. "Otherwise, 001 has the ability to rush to anywhere on this life planet in a short time, and then we may lose all of it." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Shen Fei's face and he asked, "Since you can investigate this life planet with 112 crystal nucleus lives in the Sun realm, do you know that at the beginning, there were actually 113 crystal nucleus lives in the Sun realm?" 113. All the evolvers, including Lin Feng, were surprised. "That's right, the 113th crystal core life was killed by me from the beginning." Shen Fei nodded, and everyone was slightly silent. "Kill a single Sun realm crystal nuclear life? True or fake?" "I can prove it." Suddenly, a sound rang out, and the door of the combat conference room was pushed open, and then a figure with his hands in his pocket walked in. "It's Peng Yu." "I once saw with my own eyes that Shen Fei dismembered a crystal nucleus of the Sun realm into thousands of parts in just a few seconds." Peng Yu looked at Lin Feng and said, "I originally wanted to tell you, but unfortunately, there are too many tasks, I forgot."
In addition, all the weapons are ready and ready to do it. Half an hour later. On a continent on this life planet, Ihu's figure was walking step by step on the earth. Every step he took would cause a tremor from the earth. The speed of his moving steps seemed unfast, but in fact he could cross more than 10 kilometers in 1 second. At this time, two figures appeared here on a nearby hill. It was Lin Feng and Shen Fei. Although Shen Fei said that one person was enough, Lin Feng came in the end, and he was responsible for using the weapons. By the way, if Shen Fei lost, he had to notify others to be careful. This 001 is not only huge in size, but also fast in speed. Not to mention, its real source of strength should be the evolution method after being amplified by this biological weapon. Its strength can be imagined. Lin Feng looked at Shen Fei and asked, "Brother Shen, can you really deal with him?" "It's a bit tricky, but it's not a big problem." Shen Fei nodded calmly. In the world of Star Sea Treasure, although he only had the third level of the Sun Realm after breaking through to the Sun Realm, his basic attributes were not weaker than the fourth level of the Sun Realm. He then used the transformation of the Wilderness God, which was the power close to the fifth level of the Sun Realm. In this case, his spiritual power can bring him nearly twice the power bonus. It can be imagined that his spiritual power is so powerful. Even if you only use the power of your mind, Shen Fei's basic power speed is now close to the fifth level of the Sun Realm. This huge creature in front of me is controlled by a crystal core life in the fourth level of the Sun Realm. Its strength is definitely top-notch in the fourth level of the Sun Realm. If Shen Fei only relies on the power of his mind, he will not be much stronger than him. But Shen Fei also has attribute bonus, which really doesn't work. It's okay to use a little bit of attribute bonus power. Anyway, his spiritual power is already so powerful, so it's reasonable to be stronger. Therefore, although Shen Fei may feel that it may be a bit tricky, it is not a big problem. Compared to me, I'm more curious, what weapons did you prepare? Shen Fei suddenly asked, he was really curious. Everything started from scratch. In just 3 days, even if these evolvers were talents, they could not really create any powerful weapons, right? It can be outrageous, but not perverted. In addition to targeted weapons to deal with some crystal core lives, the main weapons to deal with all crystal core lives are the same, a very ancient but must be very effective weapon. Lin Feng looked at Shen Fei and asked, "Does Brother Shen know about nuclear weapons?" Nuclear bomb. A hint of astonishment flashed in Shen Fei's eyes. It seems that Brother Shen knows. Lin Feng smiled. In a short period of time, it is impossible for us to produce energy weapons. Even if someone masters the technology, we cannot create it. The time is really too short. But nuclear bombs are different. This weapon is not complicated. We still have many evolvers who have special evolutionary methods to help. In less than 3 days, we have created a large number of nuclear weapons. Of course, the most important thing is that although this weapon is not good in interstellar war, as long as it is sufficient in quantity, its power is guaranteed, enough to pose a threat to the crystal core lives of these Sun Realm. Well. Shen Fei was silent for a moment, and he nodded immediately. I have to say that these evolvers really have clear ideas. Indeed, it is impossible to build energy weapons in just 3 days, but it may not be difficult for nuclear bombs to have many evolvers like Peng Yu. How many have you made? Shen Fei asked. This kind of weapon is usually measured by equivalent. Lin Feng said, in order to deal with 001, we prepare 1 billion tons of equivalent nuclear weapons. Be careful and don't blow yourself to death. Shen Fei reminded him. 214 Chapter 208 Blast. Brother Shen, you see, there is an evolutionist team about 500 miles away here. 001 should be for them. We just need to bury the nuclear bombs here in advance. At this time, Lin Feng held an instrument that looked a little simple, and the instrument cast a phantom, which contained a huge red dot and more than a dozen tiny green dots. Seeing this, Shen Fei nodded directly. Before, although nearly 20,000 evolvers gathered in the Arctic, the number of evolvers assessed this time is far more than 20,000, which means that there are still a large number of people who have not gone to the Arctic at all. Whether they don't trust or have their own ideas, in short, they have become the targets of crystal nuclear life hunting. These crystal nuclei life can accurately locate the position of the evolver. Shen Fei suddenly asked. I said before that these crystal nuclei life is not primitive, they have high life technology. Lin Feng said. Crystal nuclear life has its own unique means to obtain the intelligence they want. What about us? Shen Fei asked again. A genius noticed the intelligence means of crystal core life from the beginning and created countermeasures. Lin Feng said. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to stay safely in the Arctic for so long. Awesome! Shen Fei exclaimed. This person has made 2 great contributions. When the 2 armies are fighting, intelligence comes first. Whoever has higher level intelligence will take the absolute initiative. If there were no that person, then many evolvers would never be able to unite now, and it would be even more impossible to calmly formulate a plan to deal with crystal core life. On the contrary, many evolvers will be hunted by the crystal core life endlessly. Of course, Shen Fei didn't say much at this time, and he had no objection to Lin Feng's plan, so the 2 of them quickly took action. At this time, the No 001 crystal core life, which was operating a huge life weapon of more than 500 meters, was not aware of the danger. At the chest of the huge biological weapon, there was a small space. In this space, a dark crystal core life was suspended in it. His body was filled with shiny pipes. The pure energy kept pouring out of his body, supplying the huge biological weapons. Chief, it's too wrong for the humans that suddenly appeared this time. There are many, but there is not a single sun realm. But it's not right to say that they are cannon fodder. According to our understanding of human society, the 4th level of the crescent moon and the 5th level of the crescent moon are the absolute elites in human society. They cannot let the elites be cannon fodder. Flashes of fluctuations came, and information that only crystal nucleus lives could understand appeared in 001's heart. Don't worry about this. You just need to know that this planet is my territory, and all invaders will die. 001 responded. In addition, don't be too careless. Among these humans, there is a person who can easily kill Satsuma. Even if it is me, you have to be careful when you meet him. Yes. Boom. Boom. Boom.
The huge biological weapons continued to move forward, and every step he took would cause the earth to shake. But at this moment, just as he stepped on a low hill, a light suddenly burst out from under his feet. A little slower than the light is the terrifying high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees, and the subtle but full of lethal particle flow. Rumble. The earth, which is thousands of miles apart, is shaking wildly, and a sun rises from the earth. It's so outrageous. Shen Fei stood on a flat ground about 300 miles away from 001. The dazzling light made him squint his eyes. Although it was 300 miles apart, Shen Fei could still feel the terrifying and hotness here, even making him feel a little uncomfortable. If an ordinary person is here, he will probably become Qi in an instant. In fact, Lin Feng, an evolutionist at the 5th level of the new moon, dared not be so close at this time. That is, Shen Fei was strong enough with the attribute bonus, so he stood here safely. Of course, in the eyes of others, he stands here by the power of his mind. Actually, it's all the same. And just as Shen Fei was amazed, terrifying suns were rising one after another in other parts of the planet. Of course, other evolutionists also detonated their nuclear weapons. Although this weapon has great power, its mobility is too poor. If it weren't for surprise, it would be impossible to explode the crystal core life. Therefore, if you want to use this weapon, you will naturally have to use it at about the same time. Otherwise, if one crystal nucleus life is bombed, other crystal nucleus lives will become alert. So many nuclear bombs explode at the same time, the ecosystem of this planet is over. Shen Fei sighed in his heart. After the first wave of the nuclear bomb was over, Shen Fei did not hesitate anymore. He faced the terrifying high temperature and quickly headed towards the direction where 001 was. A distance of more than 300 miles passed by, and Shen Fei also saw clearly the scene after the nuclear explosion. It was a bottomless pit, and inside it was a figure with coke all over his body. Drunk. Shen Fei was shocked, but he shook his head and denied his guess. If he was a human being who was not good at defense and was not good at defending, he might have been killed directly. However, this 4th level of the human being was not only the crystal core life that was best at saving lives, but more importantly, this crystal core life also controls such a large biological weapon. It is absolutely impossible to be killed so easily. Just as Shen Fei was thinking, suddenly, a crack suddenly appeared on the chest of the huge figure whose body had become coke. Followed immediately. Call. A figure about 80 meters high but without any scars on his body suddenly emerged. It's true that I'm not dead. When Shen Fei saw that most of the crystal core life had shrunk, he sneered in his heart. Since I haven't been killed by the bomb, I have to let me kill you. Call. Shen Fei did not hesitate, and he rushed down. At this time, in reality, Suanwu base, in a room full of virtual screens. The woman had left before, and only the examiner Chen Kang was left here. It seems that they are going to win this war. Chen Kang looked at the scenes that were happening in countless virtual screens, and he smiled with satisfaction.
The power of crystal nucleus life on this life planet is indeed insignificant. If you have to compare it, it is some newly developed planets on the edge of the empire. There are no strong people stationed in these planets, and there is no advanced technology, which is indeed insignificant compared to the entire empire. And this life planet is also insignificant compared to the crystal core life race. But no matter how insignificant it is also a corner of the life force of the crystal core, and the only ones who took action against them were some of the empire's ungrown evolutionists. This is the hope for the future. Chen King sighed in his heart. 215 Chapter 209 The first assessment ends. Squint, squint, squint. Squint, squint, squint. Is anyone? Is anyone? The 009 crystal nuclear life has been killed by us. I have to say, this nuclear bomb is really useful. The life of the crystal nuclear No 037 has also been solved. So are ours. Lin Feng debugged the communication instruments in his hand, and finally, all the sounds became clear. After all, this communicator is temporarily manufactured and its technology is not so advanced. It is greatly affected by the chaotic electromagnetic field after the nuclear explosion. Fortunately, it can still be used. At this time, listening to the good news, Lin Feng's originally nervous heart gradually relaxed. Everything went smoothly. Everyone, resolve the battle ahead of time. If you still have combat effectiveness, don't relax. This war is not over yet. Please go to other places to support immediately. Lin Feng said. No problem. Leave it to us. Many evolvers agreed happily. Lin Feng, does 001 need support? Suddenly, someone asked. Well. Lin Feng didn't say anything immediately, he looked up at a place at least 200 miles away. There was endless energy attacks pouring out, and the terrifying energy attack washed the surface of the ground within a radius of hundreds of miles, which was already affected by nuclear bombs. These are all caused by 001's evolutionary method. 001's evolutionary method can use the energy in the body to form various terrifying attacks, which is extremely lethal. However, 001 looks terrifying at this time. Lin Feng knew very well that 001 should be at an absolute disadvantage. Because at this time, at least Onet heard of the huge biological weapons controlled by 001 were incomplete, and it was almost impossible to hold on. What causes all this is a shadow that is so fast that it is almost impossible to see clearly. Lin Feng knew that it was Shen Fei. There is no need for support here on 001, you can go and support other places. Lin Feng said. In fact, he said that there was no need for support, but if support could make the battle end faster, he would not refuse. But under that intensity of combat, if there are fewer people, they are cannon fodder, so it is better not to come. He is a 5th-level evolutionist in the new moon. At this moment, he can only hide 200 miles away and watch. He doesn't know how to get up if he wants to intervene. So, that guy named Shen Fei really dragged 001 alone. A somewhat shocked voice sounded. To be precise, it is about to kill the other party. Lin Feng said, and the previous nuclear explosion did not cause too much damage to 001. Shen Fei faced almost a 001 at full age. In an instant, all the sounds disappeared, and the entire communication channel was strangely quiet for several seconds. Then, other talents began to discuss where to support them. When Lin Feng saw this scene, he smiled helplessly. In fact, his heart is extremely complicated now. He was the absolute leader in his own circle of evolutionists, and no one could compare with him, but now he suddenly realized that someone could be so perverted. The feeling in his heart is conceivable. Time passed, and the biological weapons controlled by 001 fell down at some point. 001's body still wanted to struggle, but unfortunately, Shen Fei quickly took out the crystal core with a heart-to-heart move. Moreover, this time Shen Fei learned the lesson from the scene and did not give 001 a chance to self-destruct. He slapped the crystal core wildly at the moment when he controlled the other side's crystal core until 001 was shocked to death. It's boring. Shen Fei looked at the fallen 001, but he couldn't feel any joy in his heart. This is also a crystal dog head, but he killed the other party but could not get any attribute point bonus. You still have to go to the virtual realm. Shen Fei sighed. In the virtual realm, the excitement and expectation of killing a dog's head is exciting. Brother Shen. A voice came. Shen Fei turned his head and looked at it, and Lin Feng ran over with excitement. Is this 001? Lin Feng looked at a dark figure lying on the ground. To be precise, that's it. General Shen Fei signaled the crystal core in his hand. Oh yes. Lin Feng nodded immediately. The essence of crystal core life has never been a physical body, but their crystal core. How are you doing in other places? Do you need support? Shen Fei asked. This is not necessary. Although many people have died, overall our victory has been decided, and the remaining crystal core life is no longer afraid. Lin Feng shook his head. Is that true? Shen Fei was slightly surprised, not expecting it to be so smooth. But suddenly, Shen Fei seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Don't you go to participate in a battle and show your strength?" This assessment is a comprehensive ability assessment, and strength is definitely a very important part. Although Lin Feng was one of the organizers of this war, he did not show any strength at all. How could the examiner give him a score? I am a 5th level new moon evolver. Even the most ordinary 5th level new moon, my strength will definitely exceed the average level. Lin Feng sighed. Besides, the most difficult battle has ended, and it's just the end now. What's going on now? Let's give the opportunity to others. You're such a good person. Shen Fei didn't know what to say for a moment. If you do this, aren't you afraid of losing the election? The key is that I am very confident in the second assessment. Lin Feng looked at Shen Fei and said, "Brother Shen, I really admire your strength. You should be able to get a very high score in this first assessment, but the second assessment cannot be ignored." Yet. Shen Fei stared at Lin Feng for a moment, and soon a smile appeared on his face. It seems that you are not convinced. Want to find the place back in the second assessment? Okay, very good. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, 3 days have passed since the first assessment began. As the endless white light disappeared, Shen Fei suddenly discovered that he had come to a completely closed square, with about tens of thousands of people in the square, all of whom were the examiners this time. Come back. Shen Fei looked around and found that he was still at the place he had when he entered the square before. Beside him, there were still several other evolvers from the Jupiter system, including Zhang Zheng, Wang Wei. Brother Shen, you are really shocking. Zhang Zheng looked at Shen Fei and said something full of complexity. XXX. They discussed together before that the Jupiter system is in the 4th level of the crescent moon, and there are no half of the 5th level of the crescent moon, which is really embarrassing. But it was really outrageous that Shen Fei went to kill 001 in a blink of an eye. Brother Zhang, you are not bad either. I heard from Lin Feng that the crystal nuclear life No 009 is the first crystal nuclear life to be killed. If I remember correctly, Brother Zhang, you chose No 009 at that time, right? Shen Fei smiled and said, I believe that your assessment will be stable this time. Zhang Zheng was silent for a while. What happened? What's 001,009? Wang Wei and his two were puzzled. Don't you two know? Zhang Zheng looked at the two of them with some confusion. We met not long after we entered. We were originally sad that we were lucky, but we were killed not long after. Wang Wei said helplessly. Well. Zhang Zheng suddenly didn't know what to say. Actually, it's no big deal. We didn't expect much hope in this assessment. Wang Wei looked at Zhang Zheng and smiled. However, it's enough that our Jupiter system will be wiped out. Shen Fei just said that you are stable this time. I'm stable? I have at most 10% chance of passing now, but Shen Fei has 10%. Zhang Zheng said directly. 10. Wang Wei and the others were shocked when they heard this. What happened? It actually made Zhang Zheng so confident in Shen Fei? A new moon realm's 4th level is stronger than the 4th level of the sun realm. Do you dare to believe it? Zhang Zheng asked first, and then he told the two of them what happened before. When Wang Wei and the other two were completely stunned when they heard this, they were really fake. Actually. Shen Fei wanted to say something, but suddenly, he saw someone waving at him not far away. It's an you. A friend is looking for me, I'll go there first, 3 of you, see you later. Shen Fei said, and then he quickly ran away. The key is that Shen Fei really didn't know what to say. After all, his extremely high pass rate was compared with Wang Wei and 2 people who landed in a box. The gap was really big. It's better to leave first. 216 Chapter 210 Results First. Suanhua Base is one of the important cosmic bases established by the Empire to guard the solar system. The bases of more than 1 million miles are unmanned areas equipped with various weapon systems, but the combined total of more than 10 billion troops, scientific researchers, and people with various identities stationed here. Therefore, there are not a shortage of rest areas and entertainment areas in Suanwu base. At this time, Shen Fei, An Yu, and Peng Yu were carrying base cars and arrived at a rest area. The three of them sat around a place where free drinks were provided. Shen Fei slowly drank a sweet drink with a relaxed expression, while An Yu sat there anxiously, her fingers constantly rubbing the cup in her hand, and she knew she was very nervous at a glance. Although Peng Yu's performance was much calmer than An Yu, her unconsciously clenched hands under the table exposed her nervousness. Sudden. Drop. 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 Shen Fei's evolutionary evidence illuminated, and the communication instruments on An Yu and Peng Yu also received news. The three of them opened the message as soon as possible, and sure enough, they received a transcript. This transcript includes everyone. An Yu and Peng Yu saw the first name at the first glance at the transcript. Your score is indeed the best. An Yu looked at Shen Fei. Shen Fei's performance is too perverted. How can others compete with him? If everyone is organized and the same person develops various weapons, then this person may be able to compete with Shen Fei. Unfortunately, no one is so versatile. That is what it can only be done by gathering the power of many people. 68.243 Shen Fei looked at his score, and then he looked at the score, where there were 2 words evaluation. After Shen Fei clicked it, lines of text appeared in front of Shen Fei. You kill 2 crystal core lives in the Sun realm, showing your unparalleled strength. There is no doubt that your strength is the strongest among all the examiners this time. You have strong strength, but you are not arrogant or impatient. You wait quietly in the Arctic for 2.5 days, and finally cooperate with many evolvers to completely disintegrate the life of the crystal core, which shows that you have enough patience and an excellent overall view. The tactical qualities you show in battle are eye-catching. When fighting biological weapons that are far larger than you, you can give full play to your speed advantage and kill the opponent bit by bit. It can be seen that you are a warrior with rich combat experience. You. So am I so outstanding? Shen Fei looked at the praises one by one and was secretly happy. Who doesn't want to listen to good things? Needless to say, this is the official evaluation sent by the Empire. However, Shen Fei continued to read all the way and finally found a bad review. You have a shortcoming that you may not even discover. When facing unknown things, you are too decisive and too confident. For example, before dealing with the first crystal core life, you can obtain more information first and then choose to take action. Based on this, you will deduct your score of 1.757. I hope you can correct it later. Actually, I can see the dog's head, and it's okay to judge the strength. Shen Fei murmured in his heart. Of course, in that world, the talent of the virtual realm cannot be used, and this matter cannot be explained, so he can only take this bad review. However, it doesn't matter. I'm the first one after all. Shen Fei's smile became brighter and brighter, and when he looked up, he found that An Yu was also browsing at this time, and Peng Yu was also full of smiles. Peng Yu, total score, 59.642, ranking 31. An Yu, total score is 55.435, ranking 67. Shen Fei quickly found the results of the 2 on the report card, and he knew it in his heart that these 2 people ranked very high. I just said that my ranking will not be low. No 009 crystal nuclear life is the first crystal nuclear life to be killed. The main force was me, and in the end I shot him to death with a thunder gun. No 036 and no 082 crystal nuclear life, I also helped a lot. Anu said confidently. My ranking and my score, as long as the second level of assessment is not bad, there is hope for you to enter the top 100 in the end. Although it is only the top 100 of many evolvers in the Milky Way, the evolvers in the Milky Way are the highest quality ones in the entire empire. This time, the Imperial Elite Plan requires 2,000 people in the New Moon Realm, and the top 100 in the Milky Way almost 100% can enter the Imperial Elite Plan. Shen Fei and Peng Yu both looked at Anu with a smile on their faces. Anu is full of confidence, not to mention Peng Yu, who ranks 31, and Shen Fei, who ranks 1. The second test is 1 day later. This time I'm going to take a break. Anu drank the drink in front of her, then stood up immediately, and hurriedly left here. I've said goodbye too. Peng Yu also smiled and stood up. What are you doing in such a hurry? Shen Fei looked at the two of them leaving behind and shook his head in his heart. He was still too young and couldn't hold back. It took Shen Fei 20 minutes to slowly finish the drink in the cup before he was about to leave and go to the room arranged by the Empire to rest. And at this moment, somewhere in Jupiter, Jin Xiao Xiao, who had just transformed and upgraded his mecha, also received an email at this time. Did the results of the first assessment come out? Jin Xiao Xiao clicked on the email, and she was nervously looking for Shen Fei's name. However, as he searched, a hint of doubt soon appeared on Jin Xiaoxio's face. Why not? She saw a few people named Shen Fei, but when she saw the detailed information, she was not the one she knew at all. No, even if the grades are too bad, at least there will be results. Jin Xiao Xiao looked at the transcript again with a puzzled look. Suddenly, Jin Xiaoxio's face condensed slightly. Ranked first, Shen Fei. The Jupiter system, Iomatsu, the people in the Shuicheng city are right. Resident number, MWS 6026773129 is also correct. Is it number 1? Jin Xiao Xiao confirmed it more than 10 times in disbelief. She admitted that Shen Fei was a genius, but this was a gathering of the real elites of the empire. Why did Shen Fei become the first? How could it be number 1? Jin Xiao Xiao clicked Shen Fei's comment and looked at her, and the shock on her face became even stronger. Kill 2 crystal core lives alone in the Sun realm? If it was in the virtual realm, Jin Xiao Xiao had no doubt that Shen Fei could do this, but in the assessment, he could not use his talent in the virtual realm. In other words, Shen Fei is already so strong because of his own strength. This guy is so perverted. Jin Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth, and she turned to look at her newly modified mecha, and suddenly felt that the design was extremely rubbish. Thinking of this, Jin Xiao Xiao dialed a message. Xiao Xiao, is there anything wrong? A cheerful voice came over there. Dad, I need some funds. Jin Xiao Xiao said directly. No problem, how much do you want? The more the better. The communication was quickly hung up. Jin Xiao hesitated for a while, then turned around and dialed another communication out. Mother, I have something to ask you. 217 Chapter 211 Theory of Level 6 Life Energy Classification. Time flies quickly, and in a blink of an eye, a day passes. At this time, in the Suanwu base, many examiners who received the notice soon gathered in the previous closed square again. At this moment, different assessors have quite different responses to the upcoming second assessment. Some people are extremely calm, smiling, and look like they are sure to win. Some people also scratch their ears and heads, looking a little anxious. Anu obviously belonged to the latter. She observed around nervously. Every time she saw someone who had a similar reaction to her, she felt relieved inexplicably, but when she saw those people who were full of confidence and even had some expectations, she suddenly felt sank. Stop watching, it's useless to watch again. Suddenly, Shen Fei's voice came. I said to brother Shen Fei, even if your score in the first round is very high, what if the second round fails? Aren't you nervous? Anu glanced at Shen Fei and said. Don't think I can't see it, you're also semi-illiterate. So what? This time the assessment is about learning ability, not pure knowledge. What am I afraid of? Shen Fei did not deny the fact that he was semi-illiterate. You don't think that the knowledge that others have accumulated is useless, right? Anu said in surprise. Just like you kill people with a knife all day and suddenly give you a dagger, you can kill people as much as you do. Some people travel in the ocean of knowledge all day, and you suddenly let them learn new things, and they can adapt quickly. When Shen Fei heard this, he nodded, and Anu's words still make some sense. However, Shen Fei still didn't panic. After all, he had a 243 understanding. Actually, it's not that serious, just perform normally. Peng Yu looked at Anu and said. You are an evolutionist at the 5th level of the crescent moon. I don't believe that your inner cycle of the 5th level of the crescent moon is developed with luck, so as long as you perform normally, you will definitely be fine to get scores above the average level. Of course, if you are stupid and cannot perform at the real level in the assessment, then I will pretend that I didn't say this. You'd better shut up. Anu's face turned a little dark. Can you speak? Peng Yu smiled slightly. However, just as she wanted to say something, suddenly, a voice appeared in the closed square. Dear assessors, you will enter the formal assessment in 3 seconds. Please be prepared. Is it finally going to start? When Shen Fei heard this, he felt slightly excited. 3 seconds passed by, and at this moment, a large area of white light suddenly enveloped the entire square. Call. Shen Fei felt that the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Anu and Peng Yu, who were beside him, quickly disappeared, and he appeared in an empty room. In the center of this room, there is a metal table, and there is a virtual screen floating on the table. Single examination room. When Shen Fei saw this scene, he felt a little clear. He did not hesitate and sat directly in front of the metal table, while pulling the virtual screen above. At this time, a smiling expression appeared on the virtual screen that was originally just a blank space, followed by lines of text. Hello, Shenfei, I am Xiaoi, I can hear everything you say. If you have any questions next, you can ask me directly. Well. Shenfei was a little surprised when he saw the words in this line. Can't you speak directly? However, Shenfei didn't think much about it at this time. He asked directly, how do you do this assessment? The assessment is secondary. Even if the assessment fails, you can learn precious knowledge from me. Next, you will see 118 blank options, you can choose one at random, and we will learn. As these words emerged, Shenfei indeed saw a large number of blank options appearing under this virtual screen. Is this a lottery? Shenfei guessed that he did not hesitate and simply clicked on a blank option at will. Wow! In an instant, text appeared on the virtual screen again. Student Shenfei, you have chosen the 6th level life energy grading theory of the evolutionist in the Sun realm. Let's learn it next. First of all, I need to understand first. How much energy do you know about the body of the evolvers of the Sun realm? The energy in the body of the Sun realm. Shenfei pondered for a moment, and he quickly said. After breaking through the Sun realm, the speed at which the evolvers absorb external energy will be qualitatively improved, and the energy core in the body will accumulate a large amount of energy for use by the Sun realm evolvers at an extremely fast speed. Every time an evolver breaks through the Sun realm, it is a qualitative change in the energy in the body, so the strength of an evolver in the Sun realm is huge. Shenfei kept talking about the information he learned from different channels. When he finished speaking, new words appeared again. Yes, every breakthrough of the Sun realm evolutionary is a change in the energy in the body. When each Sun realm evolutionary becomes a starry sky level evolver, the energy in the body will have 5 qualitative changes, plus the initial energy, so we have the 6th level life energy grading theory of the Sun realm evolutionary. What does this theory mean? Shenfei was a little confused. Of course it talks about the energy structure, energy characteristics, energy composition, etc. of 6 different levels of life energy. There are many energy in the universe, such as thermal energy, electrical energy, nuclear energy, antimatter energy, dark energy, etc. Life energy is our name for the energy in the body of the evolver. The new moon realm and the newly broken sun realm use the 1st level of life energy. After that, this life energy continues to qualitatively change, becoming level 2, level 3, and level 4. Directly possessing level 6 life energy, the evolver reaches the peak of the sun realm. What is the significance of this theory? Shenfei asked again. Student Shenfei, you should know that many theories are not useless, but we have not discovered their role yet. Paying too much attention to the role of a theory may cause you to lose a lot of motivation to move forward. Of course, the current theory of the 6th level life energy classification is quite effective. It can greatly increase the evolution speed of the Sun realm evolvers. Oh! Shenfei suddenly felt his spirit. Although the existence called Xiaoi in front of him reminded him not to pay too much attention to the role of a certain theory, he really couldn't be interested in some theories that he didn't know what it was useful. And this level 6th level life energy grading theory can actually increase the evolution speed of the Sun realm evolvers? When it comes to evolution speed, Shenfei is interested. He has no obstacles to becoming the 5th level of the new moon. With his strong spiritual power, it is only natural to break through to the Sun realm. It's not too early to think about what happened after breaking through the Sun realm. Tell me in detail. Shen Fei couldn't wait to speak. 218 Chapter 212 Ranking First. Under the explanation of Xiaoai, Shen Fei quickly understood what the 6th level life energy grading theory has. Compared with the evolvers of the Crescent Moon realm, there is another big difference between the evolvers of the Sun realm, that is, with the energy core, the energy cycle in the body becomes completely complete and complete. With this complete cycle, the evolutionists of the Sun realm only need to continuously absorb energy and let the energy flow continuously in this complete cycle, and their energy level will gradually increase. Therefore, normally, there are only 3 conditions for the breakthrough of the Sun realm evolvers. One is the qualified energy core, the second is sufficient energy, and the third is sufficient spiritual power. Only qualified energy cores can carry energy with continuous improvement in mass, and absorbing sufficient energy can make one's own energy change more quickly. The final spiritual power is the basis for using these energy. The power of the mind, if not strong enough, the evolvers of the Sun realm will find it difficult to control the increasingly powerful energy, and will only play with fire and burn themselves. This is the evolutionary process of the normal Sun realm evolution. In this evolutionary process, the qualitative change of energy is completely handed over to the internal circulation that already has an energy core, and has nothing to do with the evolution itself. Through the 6th level life energy grading theory, the evolutionists in the Sun realm can clearly know how the energy in their body needs to be qualitatively changed. Therefore, the process of qualitative change in the body can be actively changed through the power of the mind,